Chapter 21. A moment later, the courtyard gate creaked open. A 25-year-old woman was standing in the doorway. This woman was wearing a yellow robe with green lotus flowers on it. Her hair was combed into a charming ponytail bun, a few strands of fine black hair hanging down from her temples. Her waist was plump, her neck was slender, her skin was milky white. Although her face was not very beautiful, she was at least 60 or 70% good-looking. Although her body could not be said to be graceful and exquisite, she had a kind of plump and enchanting charm. Bao Nyangzi looked at Ma Qiao and Yang Fan with a pair of watery eyes. Her face full of disgust, she said, without any rhyme or reason, "What kind of thief are you looking for?" Ma Qiao said with a straight face, "With one word from the government, people like us naturally have to break our legs. I would like to ask Bao Nyangzi to let us go in and take a look. As long as there are no outsiders, we will be able to answer to our superiors." Bao Nyangzi snorted coldly and said, "Your servant lives alone guarding the door. There is no idle person in the house. If you want to investigate, then go ahead." Finished speaking, she flicked her sleeve, swayed her plump buttocks, and gracefully walked back. Yang Fan and Ma Qiao looked at each other, then followed behind their master. The two of them first investigated the left and right wing of Bao Nyangzi's house, and then they went to the main room. In the main room, there was a short table. On the table, there was an open plate with 2 lychees hanging on it. Bao Nyangzi pulled one down and was carefully peeling the skin. Seeing them come in, she did not even bat an eyelid. She only lazily asked, "Did you catch the thief?" Ma Qiao said, "We are only following orders. Nyangzi must not be unhappy. Beta Persei, go to the rear courtyard and take a look. If there is nothing unusual, we will leave immediately." Yang Fan complied and went out of the main room, going around the mountain wall to the rear courtyard. As soon as he entered the rear courtyard, the first thing he saw was a tree full of glistening yellow apricots. He could not help but pluck a few, and while eating, he wandered around. The fugitive was in his house. How could he seriously wander around other people's warehouse, firewood hut, and thatched cottage? He was just doing his job. In the main hall, as soon as Yang Fan left, Ma Qiao took out a doo-doo embroidered with mandarin ducks playing in the water from his bosom and waved it in front of Bao Nyangzi as if he was presenting a treasure. "Inin," he said proudly, "take a look, what is this?" Bao Nyangzi was no longer sitting there pretending. Her eyes brightened. She snatched it and said with a smile, "Is this for me?" Ma Qiao nodded his head. Bao Nyangzi immediately beamed with joy. She leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. She opened the cheekbone and took a closer look. Then she said happily, "Io, it's Angelus. It's not cheap." "Shut up," Ma Qiao said. "Quickly put it away. Don't let Beta Persei see it." Bao Nyangzi put the doo-doo away and poked Ma Qiao's forehead. "At least you still have a little conscience," she said coquettishly. "You know how to think of other people's kindness. Why haven't you come to my house for a long time?" Ma Qiao said, "Mother has been coughing and wheezing lately. She has taken several decoctions, but she is not getting better. I am worried. How could I dare to spend the night outside?" Bao Nyangzi knew that Ma Qiao was a filial son. Everything else was fine, but he must not make fun of his parents or complain. "I see," she said. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "When my dead man came back from Daliang, he brought back a kind of loquat cream. He said it is the most effective for treating cough and wheezing." Ma Qiao was delighted. "Really?" he asked. "Quickly get some for me." Bao Nyangzi put the doo-doo in her bosom. Her watery eyes glanced at him. The corners of her eyes were brimming with love as she said, "Beta Persei will be back in a moment. How can I go get it for you? You can come back tonight." Ma Qiao knew that he had not come for many days. This woman was very lonely. Looking at her appearance, even if he did not spend the night here, when he came back at night, he would inevitably have a wild time with her. Thinking about this woman's flirtatious attitude, he could not help but feel aroused. He repeatedly nodded and said, all right, it's settled then." By this time, Yang Fan had come back from the rear courtyard. As soon as he passed the mountain wall, he called out, "Epsilon Majoris, there's nothing strange about the rear courtyard. Let's go." Ma Qiao pinched Bao Nyangzi's plump, plump buttocks, which were as plump as honey peaches, and said in a low voice, "Remember to leave the door open for me tonight." As soon as Yang Fan came out, Ma Xiao acted as if nothing had happened and went with him to investigate the next house. The two of them continued to investigate, but the result was that the chickens were flying and the dogs were jumping. Out of 10 families, 8 families were scolded. How could these common people have that kind of awareness? As long as they lived their own lives, they did not care what kind of thief the imperial court caught, let alone the families of the government officials. Thief! How could a thief hide in my house? Those with lower-ranking officials spoke sarcastically. Those with higher-ranking officials, bang! Their families directly shut the door, giving the two of them the cold shoulder. The two of them searched for a while, but naturally they did not find anything. The two of them hurried back to the alley to report to Marquis Wu and Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was leaning on his whistle stick and yawning. His eyes were brimming with tears. This servant did not expect that the flying thief, whom even the Ministry of Justice's martial art experts could not catch, would fall into his hands or appear in his own jurisdiction. As soon as he heard there was nothing to be found, he immediately dragged his whistle stick and lazily went back to report to Bad Luck. Ma Xiao and Yang Fan also went to find Su Fangzheng to inform him, and then they also reported their work. Yang Fan saw that the workshop attendants, Marquis Wu and the others, were not very careful, so he felt relieved. Yang Fan returned to his own house. As soon as he entered, he was shocked. The room was bright and clean. It did not look like his dog kennel at all. He thought that he had entered the wrong house, so he quickly retreated. When he turned around to look at the courtyard, he could not help but feel a little dazed. Nothing in the courtyard had changed. The messy chicken nest in the corner had been left behind for a long time. The position of the wooden bucket by the well, the pig hair by the small ditch when he brushed his teeth in the morning. A trace of doubt flashed through Yang Fan's eyes. He turned around again and gently opened the door to take a closer look. Yes, this was his room. There were all kinds of furniture in the room. Nothing was missing, but some of them were stacked, some of them were in different positions, and some of them had been wiped clean of oil and dirt. As a result, the cobwebs and dust on the window brightened. The oil stains on the table completely disappeared, revealing the original color of the wood. The cockroach paradise in the corner was also gone. The pile of chicken bones, pig bones, and sheep bones that were gnawed clean disappeared without a trace, and the wooden floor was spotless. It was not until the day that Yang Fan realized that the floor under his feet was light yellow wood. When he looked down, he could see the faint wood grain on the wood. The set of rough porcelain tableware that he had bought when he had just settled down had long been stuffed somewhere. Now, they were neatly placed on the cabinet, glowing. The wrinkled bedsheets on the bed were now as smooth as a mirror, and the quilt that was originally twisted into a twist was now folded into a tofu block. This bachelor looked at his room in awe. Although the bedsheets had not been washed, just by tidying them up, the clean and tidy feeling was completely different. After admiring for a long time, Yang Fan found that the back door was half open, so he subconsciously went over, gently pushed open the back door, and poked his head out. The backyard was also brand new. He almost never came to this place before, because there was almost no place to step in the yard. But now, the yard was clean, and he did not know where the messy things on the ground had gone. The dying cherry tree in the corner of the yard, which was covered with vines and weeds, had also been cleaned up and stood tall. He saw that the corner of the wall had been partitioned with wooden boards, and those messy things had been placed inside. In front of the door of the hut that was originally used as a firewood shed, Teneno had already put on a green shirt and a green apron around her. She also had a green handkerchief wrapped around her head to keep out the dust, and there was a wooden bucket next to her. Yang Fan looked at her unique apron in amazement. It looked vaguely familiar. After looking at it for a long time, he finally recognized that the cloth that Teneno had mistaken for a green handkerchief and apron was part of his bedsheet. His so-called bedsheet was just a piece of green cloth. There was no sewing or cutting. When he bought it, he just put it on the couch, and the parts that were too long were tucked under the couch. At this moment, they had been cut off and turned into Teneno's head-wrapping cloth and dress. Yang Fan looked at the little maid in front of him in amazement. He said in surprise, The people outside are investigating your whereabouts. Instead of hiding, you actually tidied up the room? Tin Ano rolled her eyes at him and said, if they really found your house, I would naturally slip out and hide in your house. There's only so much space in the house. How could I hide someone? Yang Fan couldn't help but be speechless. Looking at the neat little courtyard, he said, you still have a wound on your shoulder. Did you tidy up this room and this little courtyard? Tin Ano said, if it wasn't me, who else could it be? Yang Fan looked left and right, and then poked his head out to look at the firewood shed behind Tin Ano. Was this still a firewood shed? The little room was neat and tidy. Although it was primitive and crude, it was as clean and elegant as a hermit's study. On the small windowsill, there was a broken vase, and in the vase was a bunch of wildflowers that were picked when he was clearing the garden. From the looks of it, such a small house seemed to have this kind of feeling, as if it was naturally formed. Except for the lack of set of bedding on the wooden couch, it seemed that putting anything else in the room was redundant. This little girl was not only diligent, but also very tasteful. She knew very well how to use the limited things and how to use the environment to create the best atmosphere. Looking at Yang Fan's surprised and admiring look, Tin Ano smiled bitterly in her heart. Of course, she didn't mean to be Yang Fan's maid. She cleaned the room without leaving any blind spots. She just wanted to get more evidence to verify her judgment of Yang Fan's identity. Unfortunately, except for the garbage, she didn't find anything. This firewood shed is my room, Tin Ano said, but it's still missing a set of bedding. Yang Fan immediately said, use mine. What about dinner? Pasta soup. Tin Ano sighed. The soup that was praised by Yang Fan to the heavens was really not delicious in her opinion. Yang Fan seemed to be a little embarrassed. Seeing the house was so clean, he felt that he owed her something. So he said, I will find time to go to Nan City tomorrow to buy some ingredients. I don't know how to cook. If you don't like pasta soup, just pick something that you like. Looking at the state of the house, he couldn't help but look forward to Tin Ano's cooking. The feeling of having a woman in the house seemed to be really good. Chapter 22. It was getting late. Tonight's dinner was still noodles. Yang Fan slurped down a bowl of noodles and placed it on the windowsill. Opposite him, Tin Ano was still eating like a gentleman. The bowl of noodles was still full, as if she had not eaten a single noodle. Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. She's a woman after all. Such fragrant noodles, yet she's eating so slowly. Tin Ano looked at Yang Fan with pity. Do you know what fragrant is? Yang Fan said, is it not fragrant? Sister Ning's noodles are publicly acknowledged to be delicious in show and workshop. Tin Ano shook her head and sighed. A frog in a well cannot speak to the sea. A summer insect cannot speak to ice. Yang Fan said, since you're bragging about how good your culinary skills are, why don't you show me your skills and let me see? The Tian AI rolled her eyes at him and said, even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. What do you want me to show off? Yang Fan laughed. Fine, that's easy. I'll buy some ingredients tomorrow. Then I'll see what you, a clever housewife, can do. They chatted for a while longer. The faint sound of clappers could be heard from the street. It seemed to be the second watch of the night. Tin Ano stood up. I can't talk to you anymore. I'm going back to rest. Yang Fan also stood up. You sleep. I'm going out for a walk. Tin Ano asked warily, where are you going? Yang Fan said, I'm going to play the leaves card. Otherwise, how will I buy chicken, duck, fish, and meat tomorrow? Your luck is very good? Haha. If you want to change things tomorrow, you'd better pray that my luck is very good. Yang Fan went out of the door of his small courtyard and stood at the door for a moment. He vigilantly looked around and walked along the long alley. After walking for a while, he suddenly faintly sensed some movement. Yang Fan secretly became vigilant. When he turned a corner of the alley, he quickly glanced back and saw a figure flashing out of the darkness. However, it was just a glimpse, and Yang Fan saw a slender figure. Tin Ano? Yang Fan was slightly startled. His thoughts turned, but his feet did not stop. He continued walking forward. The Tian AI quietly followed behind and saw Yang Fan sneakily looking around. Finally, he came to a long alley and looked left and right. He spat on his palm and took a few steps back. With a soft, "Hey," he borrowed the momentum and dashed toward the wall. Wah! A large piece of the rotten and cracked mud wall fell. Yang Fan fell to the ground in a very sorry state. He lay on the ground, not daring to move. After a while, seeing that no one was alarmed, he gently climbed up and spat out the mud in his mouth. Tin Ano, who was hiding in the dark, hurriedly covered his mouth, afraid that he would laugh out loud. Yang Fan craned his neck to look around, and then continued to climb the wall. This time he succeeded. After a great deal of effort, he finally reached the top of the high wall. Panting heavily for a while, he flipped over the top of the wall. Tin Ano gently shook his head. His slender figure flashed and swept back to their residence. Yang Fan pretended to steal something. He wandered around the courtyard a few times and then flipped over the other side of the wall. He continued to shuttle through the alleys, pretending to be looking for his target. He did this for almost an hour. After making sure that Tin Ano had left, he quickened his pace and rushed to the place he really wanted to go. Yang Fan passed through a few houses and came to a secluded place. This was the corner of a residential street. At the innermost end of the alley, there were two houses on the left and right, both facing the other side of the street. The alley in the middle was a dead end, leaving only the back door. Therefore, it was abnormally secluded. At the end of the alley, there was a dragon claw locust tree. The tree was more than 10 zhang tall, with luxuriant branches and leaves. Yang Fan looked around and saw that there was no one around. He suddenly jumped up like a spirit ape and flew up to the top of the tree. He hid in the crown of the tree, and no one could see him. There was a place at the top of the tree that was propped up by a few branches. There was an oilcloth bag. Yang Fan opened the bag and put it on the tree. Soon, he changed into another appearance. He wore a set of light green clothes and a green headgear. He had a short sword inserted into his leggings and a short knife inserted into his belt where it was easiest to pull out. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fan looked around at the top of the tree and flew out of the canopy. He landed lightly on the roof of a house, passed through the house, and dashed away. "Mother, I'm going out." In Ma Qiao's house, Ma Qiao stood up, stretched, and said to his mother. Ma Qiao's mother rebuked, "Go, go. You always go out at night. Be careful that Marquis Wu doesn't see you. He will blame you." Ma Qiao replied, "Mother, don't worry. I am a shopkeeper. I am originally here to help the Marquis. Everyone lowers their heads to see each other. Even if they were to bump into me, they won't do anything to me. Your son is only going to meet up with young heir and a few good friends, play some cards, and we'll be back soon." "Well, be careful. Playing cards is one thing, but don't gamble." The horse's mother warned her, and then used a needle to scratch her hair. She lowered her head again, and under the light of the lamp, she carefully put a strand of twisted bristle through the hole drilled in the cow's bone, and then reached out to take the hemp rope that had been prepared. She tied it up. Next to it, there was a set of drilling tools and a lot of cow bones that had been drilled. It was just made by Ma Qiao. As long as Ma Qiao returned home, he would always accompany his mother to do housework. He had been like this since he was very young. At that time, the horse's mother often made insoles for people to earn some money to support the family. Every day, Ma Qiao would help his mother at home to cut small pieces of cloth and put them together into insoles. He would often be busy until the sun went down in the west before he could go out to play with his friends in the workshop. Since he was a child, he had helped his mother do things. Now that he was a servant, he had a salary. Although the income of a servant was very low, according to him, there would always be unexpected wealth from time to time when he worked for Marquis Wu. So, his family was much better than before. However, the old woman could not be idle. Her son had grown up, and it was time for him to get married. Naturally, she had to help him save money for his wife, so she still worked hard every day. When the horse's mother heard that toothbrushes were now profitable and easy to sell on the market, she asked her son to spend some money to buy one. After thinking about it carefully for a while, she bought some raw materials and tried to make her own toothbrush. The horse's mother knew that her son was filial and obedient, so she was not worried that he would do anything wrong. So, she just gave him a few words of advice and then worked at ease. She did not know that in her eyes, although her son was still a filial and obedient son, He had grown up and was no longer the innocent child from back then. Everyone had their own little secrets. It was even more impossible for a grown-up son to share all his secrets with his mother. Ma Qiao walked out of the room and closed the door. He stood quietly in the courtyard for a moment, then fled into the night. There was no moon tonight, and the stars were dim. Ma Qiao sneaked through the alleys. Although there were Marquis Wu patrolling the streets at night, Marquis Wu generally only patrolled the streets and would not walk in the alleys, so he did not have to worry about being bumped into. The alleys were dark, but he was familiar with the way. Ma Qiao did not see a faintly discernible figure in the night, leisurely skimming over the roofs. The figure skimming over the roofs was Yang Fan. Yang Fan did not notice Ma Qiao, who was carefully sneaking along the wall. Ma Qiao quietly felt his way to a door. Looking back to see that there was no one in the alley, he stretched out his hand and pushed the courtyard door. The courtyard door was not bolted, and with a squeak, the door opened. Ma Qiao flashed in, gently closed the courtyard door, and tiptoed towards the main room. As he walked, he called out in a low voice, "In." The door opened, and a figure wrapped in a gust of fragrant wind suddenly jumped into his arms. Two hot and sensual lips immediately pressed against his mouth, kissing him fiercely. The woman's voice gasped, "You little sweetheart, you made me wait so anxiously. Why did you come so late?" The two of them hugged together, kissing as they hurriedly took off each other's clothes, and with a high degree of difficulty, they turned into the room. As the door closed, a piece of robe behind Ma Qiao's buttocks was caught in the gap of the door. Following a woman's delicate moan, that piece of robe disappeared with a swoosh. In a short while, the creaking of the bed, the crackling sound of bodies hitting each other, and intermittent, fragmented, and indecipherable moans came faintly from the room. The dry firewood was burning fiercely. Humph, 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 humph. This was not the sound of a pig, but Ma Qiao's unique laughter that was different from ordinary people. Yang Fan quietly appeared in the Xiaoguan Yamen. The Xiaoguan Yamen was also the Ministry of War of the Tang Dynasty. Yang Fan quietly waited in the shadow of the corner, waiting for the group of patrolling soldiers to pass by. Then he turned into a wisp of smoke and suddenly flashed into the shadow of the long corridor. His feet touched the ground slightly, and he flew out like a bird. Along the long corridor, his feet did not touch the dust, and disappeared at the end of the long corridor like a ghost. This was not the first time he came to the Ministry of War, and he was already very familiar with the terrain here. Yang Fan easily snuck into the back yamen, escaped into a relatively desolate courtyard, flipped over and swept into the courtyard, looked back, then got up, leapt to the railing on the second floor, stretched out his hand, and nimbly flipped over. The imperial court had limitless power, but if they wanted to do something, they would not be able to see through the 9 earths, just like an assassin hiding in the vast sea of people. Even if it was just Luo Yang, they would not have the ability to dig 3 feet into the ground to find the assassin. They would even need to use Wu Ho and the workshop workers to be able to complete a search of the entire city. Similarly, if an ant living under the 9 earths wanted to peek at the news of the imperial court above the 9 heavens, or even the news that was a top secret among the many officials in the imperial court, it was also an impossible task. Yang Fan only had one clue, and that was the ruthless official with concave eyes and a hawk nose. This person wore a cyan official robe back then, and he was only an 8th or 9th level official. It was impossible for Yang Fan to draw a picture and post it in the streets and alleys to search for him, and it was impossible for him to hold that person's portrait and ask people all over the street, and it was even more impossible for him to sneak into the mansions of the officials of the Tang Dynasty one by one to spy on their appearance. With this clue, the hope was too slim. Moreover, over the years, with the gradual centralization of power by Empress Wu, the officials in the imperial court rose and fell, and too many officials were demoted or even killed because of the failure in the power struggle. Who knew if the cyan-robed official was now rising, banished to the frontier, or beheaded? Even though that minor official had already been sent to another place to become an official, he could no longer investigate him. Thus, even though Yang Fan's deepest impression was of that cruel official's appearance, he did not focus his investigation on finding that person. Instead, he began with that army. To find an 8th or ninth level official with deep lines was like looking for a needle in a haystack, but to find an imperial army that left the capital on official business was much easier. From the vast and numerous bundles of files and official letters, it was always possible to find some clues. The place Yang Fan snuck into was the treasury of the Ministry of War, where official letters and documents were kept. More than 300 imperial guards left the capital on official business. If the movement of so many people was under orders from the imperial court, the Ministry of War would certainly have a record. If the order to massacre the village did not come from the imperial court, then the movement of so many people out of the capital would have to find an excuse for official business, and it would also have to go through the Ministry of War. Otherwise, it would be seen as an accomplice in rebellion. Therefore, Yang Fan believed that as long as the imperial army was not bandits in disguise, there would definitely be a record. Chapter 23. Yang Fan had already been here several times and had looked through many official letters from the second year of Yongsha. He had yet to find any useful clues, but he had learned a great deal of information unknown to the common people. For example, he had obtained some information on the Plum Blossom Guard from here. This place was filled with old official letters. Normally, no one would come here. Both the bookshelves and the documents were covered in a thick layer of dust. Yang Fan found a candle and flint he had left behind in a corner. After moving to several bookshelves, he struck the flint, lit the candle, and placed it on the document rack. The dim light was blocked by the layers of bookshelves, so no one outside noticed it. Yang Fan found the place where he had made his mark last time, took out an official letter, and carefully read it. In the second year of Yongchun, the Eastern Turks Gudulu rebuilt the Khaganate. Just as the Khaganate was established, he attacked Dingzhou. King Hua, Li Yuanhua, repelled him. After reading the entire document, Yang Fan gently shook his head and put it back. He then took out the next one. Gudulu attacked Guizhou, besieged the Chanyu Protectorate, and killed Master Sima Zhang. Governor Wang Liban of Victory Province and Governor Li Chongyi of Summer Province split up to save him. Gudulu attacked Yuzhou, killed Provincial Governor Li Sijian, and captured Governor Chui Zhibian of Feng Province. Gudulu attacked Lan Province, and Deputy General Yang Xuanji drove him away. In this year, the Turkic King Gudulu had undoubtedly been an important protagonist. So many of the documents in the Ministry of War were about him. Yang Fan's brows were tightly furrowed, but he did not dare to jump to any random spot check. What he was doing was a patient job of peeling silk from cocoons, and there was no room for carelessness. Who knew if there were any clues related to what he was looking for under this topic? After reading through one document after another, he took out another. This one was about the death of the famous Tang Dynasty General Shui Rengge and the Ministry of War's request for a pension. After carefully reading the entire text, he put it back and took out another copy. Yang Fan read each one carefully. He did not know how many copies he had read. When he took out another copy, it was about Empress Wu moving the dethroned crown Prince Li Xian to forbidden Bazhou. After carefully skimming through it, a line of striking handwriting leaped into his eyes. Have the Dragonmite army escort him. Yang Fan's heart began to pound anxiously. So far, he had looked through no less than 300 official letters, and this was the only one that mentioned the Longwu army's departure from the capital. But Bazhou was in the middle of Sichuan, and the group of people he wanted to investigate appeared in Shaozhou of Lingnan. It was really the complete opposite. Was there any connection between the two? Yang Fan pondered for a long time, then carefully tore off the page and put it in his pocket. It was already too late, so he could only investigate until here. Otherwise, he would not be able to leave safely once the sky brightened. Yang Fan returned the official letters to their original positions, blew out the candles, and stuffed them back into their original hiding places. He then quietly left the Ministry of War storeroom. In the early morning, with a squeak, the back door opened, and Tin Ano walked in confidently. Yang Fan had already gotten up. The two looked at each other. Yang Fan's clothes were still wrinkled, but Tin Ano's clothes were very neat, and even the corners of his clothes were not rolled up at all. Yang Fan did not believe that she, who only had one set of clothes, would dare to take off her clothes to sleep at night, so he was very curious about how she kept her clothes so neat. Morning. Do you want to brush your teeth? This was the only thing that Yang Fan could take out to entertain guests. Tin Ano thought of the toothbrush that had lost its hair, which Yang Fan had praised endlessly, and could not help but show a hint of amusement in his eyes. Here, Yang Fan handed over a brand new toothbrush, and the two still walked to the courtyard. Under the morning light and the sound of bells and drums, they brushed their teeth. This feeling of being together was very strange, but Yang Fan could not tell what kind of feeling it was. After they brushed their teeth clean, the toothbrush was also scrapped. The toothbrush was a little rough, causing the gums to bleed a little. Yang Fan rinsed his mouth and grinned, revealing his dazzling white teeth. He said with a smile, "I'll go open the shop and bring you a bowl of pasta on the way." "Okay." Yang Fan nodded, turned around, and walked out. "Hey!" Yang Fan turned around and saw Tin Ano standing in the sun, and said with a faint smile, "Did you win last night?" "What? Oh, Yang Fan laughed dryly. Tin Ano shook her head, raised her hand, and threw something out. An arc of golden light streaked through the air, and Yang Fan reached out to catch it. It was a golden hairpin. He looked up at Tin Ano again, and she had already gone back to her room. Yang Fan let out a sigh, opened the door, and walked away. Yang Fan and Ma Qiao yawned at the same time with their mouths wide open. As soon as the door opened, they were knocked around by people who were anxious to get out. When the two stood up, they looked at each other and said in unison, "Why do you look like you haven't woken up yet?" Then they yawned at the same time and said in unison, "It was cold last night, and I didn't sleep well." The two were startled at the same time, and Yang Fan said guiltily, "I'm going to eat noodles. Do you want to join me?" Ma Qiao said guiltily, "No, I'm going home to eat with Mother." The two took 3 steps each and stopped at the same time, as if they wanted to say something but stopped. Yang Fan said, "Brother Qiao, I'm going out in the afternoon. If there are any errands in the workshop, please help me deal with them." Ma Qiao asked curiously, "Where are you going?" Yang Fan said, "The bedding at home is full of holes, and I'm thinking of buying a new set." Ma Qiao said, "Unfortunately, I'm going out too. A few days ago, Mother made some toothbrushes and the shopkeepers in Tainan City are helping to sell them. I'm going to see how the sales are going and collect the money." Ma Qiao scratched his head and said, "If that's the case, let's go together. Anyway, there aren't any big events in the workshop, and I'll ask Marquis Wu to help look after it." "That's fine." Yang Fan bit the bullet and agreed, but he was hesitating. He is a bachelor, and if he suddenly starts to buy cloth, firewood, and rice, it will provoke Ma Qiao to ask for the reason. But it is not convenient for him to refuse, and he can only play it by ear. When they reached the pasta stall, Yang Fan ordered 2 bowls of noodle soup. Jiang Suning asked curiously, "Xiao Fan, how can you eat so much these 2 days?" Yang Fan was afraid that she would be suspicious, and he told her the lie he told Su Fongjing yesterday, and said that Ma Qiao has a cold stomach and needs some noodle soup to warm his stomach. Jiang Suning said worriedly, "He's so old, and he still doesn't know how to take care of himself. Is it serious? Should we get a doctor to take a look? And don't let anything happen to him." Yang Fan said, "Hey, don't worry. His body is as strong as a bull. He still wants to go shopping with me in Nan City in the afternoon. What do you think?" "You're going to Nan City in the afternoon?" Pasta said excitedly, "That's great. I want to go to Nan City in the afternoon and buy some jewelry. Let's go together." When Yang Fan heard this, he can't help but complain. As the saying goes, don't lie. Once you come up with a lie, you have to cover it up with countless lies. Jiang Suning and Ma Luer were childhood sweethearts. They were childhood friends. If they went together, along the way Jiang Suning would inevitably ask about Ma Qiao's stomach condition. Jiang Suning had no choice but to go to Ma Qiao's house first to warn him, so that he wouldn't let Ning Jijin know. After breakfast, Yang Fan brought another bowl of pasta home to give to Tin Ano, and then hurried to Ma Qiao's house. Ma Qiao's mother had already finished her breakfast, but Ma Qiao was a big eater. He had already filled his 3rd bowl of porridge and was still slurping away. "Good morning, Auntie Lu." When Yang Fan saw Ma Qiao's mother, He pretended to be a good boy and greeted her politely. Auntie Lu quite liked Yang Fan. This child was pleasing to the eye, and she could tell that he was a well-behaved person. Of course, if he could play with her son as a friend, how could his character be bad? Auntie Lu smiled and said, "Good morning. Have you had breakfast? If you haven't, you can eat with Xiao." "Thank you, Auntie, I have eaten." "You go ahead. I'll talk to Epsilon Majoris." Two half-grown children. What else do they have to say? Really? Auntie Lu said reproachfully, picked up a dustpan of bristles, and walked into the courtyard, but suddenly stopped and asked, "Oh right, Xiao Fan, is the toothbrush I gave you good?" Yang Fan smiled and said, it's good. Ever since I used the toothbrush made by Auntie, I don't know where the loofah in my house went." Auntie Lu smiled happily. "That's good, you guys talk." Seeing that she had gone out, Yang Fan quickly went to Ma Qiao's side, sat cross-legged, and whispered, "Brother Qiao, aren't we going to Nan City together in the afternoon?" Epsilon Majoris chewed on the salted radish, blinked his eyes, and said, "Yes, what's wrong?" "It's like this." Yang Fan coughed twice, rubbed his nose, and said, "I've been buying 2 bowls of noodles from Sister Ning for the past 2 days. Epsilon Majoris said, "2 bowls? Not much. I eat at least 3 bowls a meal. What's wrong?" Yang Fan laughed dryly. "Maybe I'm still growing, so my appetite suddenly increased. It's embarrassing, so I didn't tell Sister Ning that I was eating by myself. I told her that your stomach is a little cold, so you need some pasta soup to warm your stomach. She's going to Nan City with us in the afternoon, so don't let it slip in front of her." Ma Qiao chewed on the radish. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. "That's not right. We've been brothers for a long time. You must be hiding something from me. Tell me, what's going on?" Yang Fan said, "Why would I hide it from you? If it's really like this, you can't let it slip." Ma Qiao swallowed a mouthful of porridge and said, "Don't talk nonsense with me. Do you think I'm stupid? Tell me honestly what's going on." At this time, Ma Qiao's mother spoke from the courtyard. "Xiao Fan, you and Xiao played cards until late last night. It's too late. This month, you two should be on duty, so you have to open the door early in the morning. It's not good to sleep too late every day. It's okay to play cards. I'm not against you guys playing, but you can't be late or late." "Huh? Playing cards?" Yang Fan looked at Ma Qiao, puzzled, and slowly raised his eyebrows. Ma Qiao choked for a moment, then immediately puffed out his chest and said, "We're like brothers from the same mother. With such a friendship, what can I take care of for you? Didn't you say that my stomach is cold, so I bought noodles to eat? It's a small matter. Don't worry. I'll take care of Xiaoning." Yang Fan looked at Ma Qiao playfully and chuckled. Ma Qiao snorted twice and guiltily raised the big bowl. Hoo. Like a pig in a trough, his big face was buried in the bowl. Chapter 24. Dong, 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 dong. The drums of Nan City came from afar. Yang Fan, Ma Qiao, and Pasta were still walking leisurely. Before the opening of a shop in the middle of the day, the drums had to be beaten 300 times. The drums had just been beaten, and it was still early to leave the shop. There was no hurry. Luoyang's business was more developed than Chang. Rich merchants frequently traded in the 3 cities. Nan City had hundreds of trades and professions. There were more than 3,000 shops in total. From afar, they looked like one. Elm and willow trees intersected with each other. Jewelry shops, bookstores, brand shops, slave markets, and Chong Luyin Pavilion all reflected each other. They attracted merchants and rare goods. Bay City was connected to the Chao Canal in the east. All the ships from all over the world gathered at the bridge east. There were often more than 10,000 ships filled up the river. Merchants and horses blocked the streets. Merchants gathered to sell spices, curiosities, silk, tea, and other goods. Hotels and restaurants were also located in this area, connecting the 2 cities north and south of Luo River into one. Shi City was similar to Nan City, but it was more focused on wholesale. Its main customers were merchants from other places. The market of the Tang dynasty only opened in the middle of the day. Of course, the small stalls in the shops were not subject to this restriction. Epsilon Majoris, you're not a child anymore. Why don't you take care of yourself? When you sleep at night, you must cover yourself with a quilt. It's getting cold. Do you want your aunt to cover you with a quilt? Yes, yes, don't eat like a reincarnated hungry ghost. Chew carefully and swallow slowly. Don't always eat cold food. Eat on time. That way, your stomach won't get cold. Yes, yes, yes. Look at you. Can you walk properly? Don't tremble. You don't learn from the good ones. You're a hooligan. Yes, yes, yes. As the three of them walked, Pasta lectured Ma Xiao. Ma Xiao looked helpless. He frowned and said, Xiao Ning. Actually, Yang Fan immediately coughed and dragged out his voice. Ani Lu said that last night. Ma Xiao immediately shut his mouth. Pasta turned to Yang Fan and asked, what happened last night? Yang Fan caught a glimpse of Ma Xiao's pleading eyes. He chuckled and said, actually, it's not just last night. It's been like this for the past few days. Epsilon Majoris is thirsty at night. He always doesn't drink the boiled water on the stove and drinks the cold water directly from the vat. I guess it's because of his cold stomach. Pasta turned her head and glared at Ma Xiao. She said coquettishly, that's why I said you don't know how to take care of yourself. Are you still young? You're already a grown-up, yet you drink cold water all day. From now on, you have to get rid of this bad habit. Ma Xiao laughed dryly and said, all right, I will definitely change. The market door is open. Hurry up. The market order sounded and the market door slowly opened. There were already thousands of people crowding in front of the market. It was a bustling scene. When Ma Xiao saw that Jiang Suning didn't need to be long-winded, he felt relieved. He hurriedly called out and rushed forward. Every market in Luoyang had 4 doors. Yang Fan and company came to the south door. When he saw that the market door was open, Ma Xiao immediately quickened his pace. Pasta couldn't continue lecturing him, so he also quickened his pace to catch up. Yang Fan followed behind. His eyes turned slightly, and he suddenly cried out and held his stomach. Pasta stopped and turned around. Xiao Fan, what's wrong? Yang Fan said, I suddenly have a stomachache. I need to find a place to relieve myself. Sister Ning, you and Epsilon Majoris go in first. I will look for you later. Pasta nodded and said, all right, Epsilon Majoris and I will walk along the cross street. Yang Fan raised his hand and said, all right, you guys go first. See you later. Ma Xiao snorted twice and said to the sky, God has eyes. Evil will have its retribution. Before he could be proud of himself, Jiang Suning's reprimanding voice was heard. What nonsense are you spouting now? Can't you just be serious? You're really. The two of them chatted all the way into the market. Yang Fan held his stomach and dragged his feet behind. When the two of them entered Nan City, he also quickened his pace. After entering Nan City's main entrance, he turned left and hurried along a row of horizontal shops. Although the market had just opened, it was only open for half a day. Therefore, the moment the shops opened, the well-prepared merchants began to shout with all their might, trying to attract the citizens of Luoyang who had just entered the market. The Li family's lacquer and miscellaneous items shop, the Wang family's flower and fruit shop, the Xiao family's ink, brush, and inkstone, the Lu family's charcoal, the Chun family's winery, and the beef and mutton shop. Along the way, embroidered flags fluttered in the wind, blocking out the sun. In between, there were also many jewelry shops and fragrant medicine shops opened by the Hu people. At this time, the Hu people referred to the Persians, Abbasid Caliphate, Indians, Romans, Sogdians, and other races of the western region. The Turks, and Huayha could not be called Hu people. Otherwise, he would think that you were looking down on him. There were all kinds of people. Officials, gentry, ladies, concubines, peddlers, pawns, Chinese, and Hu people. There were people on horseback, in carriages, and on foot. They all went their own way. As far as the eye could see, there were many beauties. Even if one did not want to buy anything, they could just stroll around and look at the beauties. However, one would not be able to see the charming scene of a city full of steamed buns here. This was because there were only 2 types of women who could wear open-neck dresses in 2 different places. One type was noble women and the daughters of ministers. They could be worn in mansions and the palace. The other type was the singing and dancing dress. They could be worn in brothels. Other women would not even have the chance to wear it, much less wear it on the streets. Yang Fan entered Nan City, turned left, and went straight to the Wren family's gold and silver shop. He had to exchange the golden hairpin for money before he could buy things. In this era, gold and silver were not the common currency and could not be used for direct transactions. In this era, when buying and selling things, one would usually use the Kai Yuan Tong Bao as payment. If one wanted to pay in large quantities, one would use silk cloth as the general equivalent. The golden hairpin in Yang Fan's hand weighed less than 1 tael. At most, it could be exchanged for 2,000 taels. However, Yang Fan saw that the hairpin's workmanship and design were exquisite. An ordinary gold and silver shop's craftsmanship would not be able to create such an exquisite hairpin. If the gold and silver shop accepted his hairpin, there was no need to meld it, and it could be directly resold as jewelry. This was why Yang Fan insisted on exchanging it for 3,000 taels. The store manager, Honest Run, belittled the quality of the gold and ridiculed the workmanship. After speaking for a long time, Yang Fan did not say much. He only smiled and said, "Manager Run, it's fine if you only want to exchange it for 2,000 taels. However, you have to forge this hairpin into gold in front of me." Honest Run picked up the hammer without another word and raised it high above his head. He stared at the golden hairpin on the chopping board. After staring for a while, he gripped the hammer and glared at Yang Fan. He said fiercely, "You win. 2,500 taels. I will not increase it any further." Yang Fan said, 2,800 taels. The hairpin is yours. Otherwise, I will go to the Fu family's gold and silver shop. Honest Rin slammed the hammer on the anvil with his right hand and quickly picked up the hairpin with his left. He gritted his teeth and said, "Deal." Chapter 25. After leaving the Rin family's gold and silver shop, Yang Fan first went to the pottery shop to order pots and pans, then went to the oily rice shop to order rice, flour, oil, salt, and all kinds of ingredients. He gave the address and told them to send them home after the market was closed. Then he chased after ma chiao and pasta. On the way, Yang Fan saw a grocery shop selling hairpins and all kinds of sundries. He remembered that Miss Anu had exchanged her hairpins for money and didn't even have hairpins, so he stopped to choose a hairpin for her. Yang Fan originally wanted to find a butterfly hairpin, but the shop didn't have it. The shopkeeper tried his best to sell a silver-plated peach hairpin. Seeing that Yang Fan didn't like it, he gave him a doll mask. Only then did Yang Fan agree. Epsilon Majoris, come back. Ma Chiao pulled Pasta's hand and ran away quickly. A goateed shopkeeper chased them until he was out of breath. He stopped panting and angrily threw the toothbrush on the ground. He stomped on it and pointed at Ma Chiao's back and shouted, "You brat, don't ask my family to help you sell things in the future. You'll ruin my family's reputation. How dare you sell such a broken toothbrush? It's outrageous." The shopkeeper swung his sleeves and angrily returned to his shop. When Yang Fan arrived, he saw this scene. He himself was a victim of the Ma family's toothbrush, so how could he not understand the reason? Yang Fan laughed in his heart. He quickly put on the mask and caught up with Ma Chiao. He patted his shoulder and shouted, "Where are you going?" Ma Chiao turned his head and saw a chubby baby with a cheeky smile on his face. He couldn't help but jump in fright. Yang Fan took off his mask, and Ma Chiao heaved a sigh of relief. Yang Fan laughed. "What's wrong? Like a stray dog?" Ma Chiao gloomily said, "I just went to Shopkeeper Ding's shop to ask about the sales of toothbrushes. Who would have thought that when he saw me, he would fly into a rage? He said that the toothbrushes in my shop are too terrible. Some customers bought them and brushed their mouths with blood. Furthermore, they shed hair the moment they used them. Not only did they shed hair, but they also had a strong smell." Yang Fan looked at his dejected look and comforted him. "This plan won't work. Just find another way to make money. Why are you so depressed?" Ma Chiao said, "I don't care. I'm just worried about Mother. Mother wants to do some business to make money for me to marry. But no matter what business she does, she loses. This time, our family spent a lot of money to buy materials. Now that we can't sell these toothbrushes, not only did we not make money, we also lost money. I'm afraid that Mother will be sad and hurt her health." Her cheeks were red from all the running. Hearing what he said, she said, "You are filial by nature for Din Yang to have a son like you. it is in Yang's good fortune. What does it matter if we lose money? We can just climb up from where we fell. Ma Qiao said with a sad face, but I always fall at that place. I suspect that it's a pit. Yang Fan held back his laughter and took out a few dozen coins from his pocket and stuffed them into Ma Qiao's hand. He said, "Take this money back and make me happy. Since you came today, you can take a stroll around the market. See if there are any small things that can make money and your family can make them. When you come back, you can start a new business." Ma Qiao quickly pushed the money back and said, "That won't do. You are alone in Luoyang, without any relatives or friends. It's not easy to save up some money for emergencies. How can I take it?" Yang Fan said, "Who said I don't have relatives or friends? Sister Ning is my elder sister. Aren't you my brother? Don't tell me you don't recognize me as your brother." Ma Qiao thought about how disappointed his mother would be after learning the truth. He could only put on a bashful face and put away the money. He pulled Yang Fan to the side and whispered, "Let's do it again another day. This time, everything we get will belong to you." Yang Fan said with a smile, "All right, let's do it that way." Pasta looked at them and said, "There's nothing good to say behind someone's back. What are you two talking about?" Ma Qiao said, "Words between men. If I really told you, you wouldn't listen." Pasta snorted and raised his head, saying, "Let's go. Don't ramble. I haven't seen the headgear yet." Yang Fan said with a smile, "Let's go. Let's accompany Sister Ning to look at the headgear first. Also, the bedding and bed sheets at my house have been gnawed by the rats. After we buy the headgear, Sister Ning can help me pick out some good fabric." The three of them chatted and laughed as they walked forward. Jiang Suning suddenly stopped in front of a headgear shop. Ma Qiao looked at the shop's front and said to Jiang Suning, "Little Ning, let's not look at this shop. This kind of place is not something we can afford." The shop's front was very grand. With one look, one could tell there was a place that sold top-notch headgear. But Jiang Suning still stood there, motionless. His expression was somewhat strange. Yang Fan and Ma Qiao looked at each other and felt that something was wrong. They followed Jiang Suning's gaze and looked into the shop. They saw a noblewoman shopping in the shop. This woman had glossy black hair that was combed into a crow's man bun. She wore a small-sleeve green gown with a light pink half-sleeve. Her shoulders were draped with a white embroidered muslin cloth. She wore a bright red tunic skirt and a pair of dark green shoes. Looking at her age, she was about 30 years old. Her looks could only be considered below average, and her body had already put on weight. Accompanying her was a man who wore a black muslin scarf on his head. There was also a silk hairpin inserted at the foot of his hair. He wore a round-collared shirt with large sleeves. Looking at his age, he looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. This man had delicate features and a thin layer of powder on his face. Below his chin was a neatly trimmed beard. He looked to be full of spirit and could be considered a handsome man. The middle-aged woman was picking out headgear. The man stood by her ear and intimately whispered something, as if he was commenting on the jewelry she had picked out. In the Tang Dynasty, the most popular jewelry was hair ornaments and bracelets. As for necklaces, rings, earrings, and the like, they were not popular. The woman picked out a buyao with gold beads. The man laughed and said something in her ear, making the woman laugh. She coquettishly hit him. On the man's shoulder, there was a cat-like animal. It was much bigger than a cat. Its whole body was red with many spots. Its thick and long claws were tightly clasped on the man's shoulder. Its ears were pricked up as it looked left and right. When it saw its mistress hit the man, it bared its sharp teeth and raised its small claws to slap the man's head, making the woman laugh. This was a lynx. It was often kept as a pet by nobles. If it was brought along when hunting, it would be even more alert than a hunting dog. Its speed was as fast as the wind. Its common name was flying on the grass. Yang Fan looked at Jiang Suning's expression and said in a low voice, "Sister Ning, do you know that man?" Jiang Suning's expression was very ugly. He replied in a low voice, "That man is called Lu Junfan." Yang Fan asked curiously, "Lu Junfan? Who is he?" Ma Qiao's expression suddenly changed. He said, "Lu Junfan, your fiancé, the man who's going to marry you at the end of the year, is him?" Jiang Suning nodded silently. He had bitten his lips so hard that they turned white. Chapter 26. Jiang Suning was only 16 or 17 years old, but this Lu was 26 or 27 years old, a difference of more than 10 years. But in the Tang dynasty, this was normal. According to the Tang custom, when a man and a woman got married, the man had to be older than the woman. There was a saying, the man is 10 years older, and the woman is of the same age. The men of Dafu, especially the scholars, usually got married later. Therefore, it was normal for Lu Junfan to be older than Jiang Suning by more than 10 years. Seeing this awkward scene, Ma Qiao hurriedly said, "Xiao Ning, don't think too much. Maybe it's a sister or a neighbor." Yang Fan coldly said, "These two are a man and a woman over 30 years old. They went to a jewelry shop together and behaved so intimately. Do you believe that there is no relationship between the two?" Ma Qiao winked at him and tried to persuade him. "They are men, they just play occasionally. You saw it, but what if you didn't see it? Xiao Ning, you are a girl, a daughter-in-law who hasn't married yet. How can you be so self-righteous and ask questions? Why don't you just leave?" Yang Fan said, "Leave? Sister Ning can turn a blind eye to it and pretend it never happened?" Ma Qiao hurriedly pulled him aside and whispered, "Xiao Fan, what's wrong with you today? Why do you want the world to be in chaos? What do you want Xiao Ning to do? Can she go up and quarrel with him? We are about to get married. Just bear with it for a while and let it go." Yang Fan sternly said, "If you lie to yourself and others, how can there be happiness?" Ma Qiao became anxious and said, "Xiao Ning has already signed a marriage contract with him. Even though they haven't bowed to heaven and earth, they are already husband and wife. If you don't stop them, won't it be better to let them fight?" Yang Fan pursed his lips and didn't say anything. He just stared at Jiang Suning to see her attitude. He could tolerate others bullying him and lying to him, but he could not tolerate others bullying his friends. However, this was Jiang Suning's business after all, and he needed Jiang Suning's attitude. Jiang Suning's mind raced. Although the situation in front of him was infuriating and sorrowful, he was an unmarried girl. Could he really step forward and question him with the air of a legal wife? Jiang Suning was in a dilemma for a while. Then he sighed and said, "Forget it. Xiao Fan, let's go." Unexpectedly, before the three of them could take a step forward, another scene appeared in the shop. Jiang Suning's pretty face swelled up and turned purple when she saw it. It turned out that the woman did not like the ornament and walked to another cabinet. Lu Junfan hurriedly chased after her. Unexpectedly, the lynx suddenly jumped down from his shoulder and ran to the ground like a wisp of smoke, as if it wanted to catch up with its owner. Lu Junfan was also moving forward. The lynx was as fast as lightning. He didn't have time to react and stepped on the lynx's body. The red lynx screeched like a cat and rolled on the ground a few times. It pounced on the woman and whimpered pitifully. The woman's expression suddenly changed. She raised her hand and slapped Lu Junfan's face hard. She scolded, "You blind dog." Lu Junfan covered his face and said embarrassedly, "It moved too fast. I couldn't react in time." The woman backhanded another slap and scolded, "You can't even take care of my Xiao Bei. What can you do, you useless thing?" After scolding Lu Junfan, the woman bent over and picked up the lynx. She coaxed, "My little baby, let me see if you're hurt. Ayo, my little baby, look how much you hurt my baby. This blind trash, Anyang has already taught him a lesson. Stop screaming." Lu Junfan smiled and said flatteringly, "Yes, Xiao Bei, be good. It's my fault. I have eyes but can't see. Did I hurt you? Come, let me rub it for you." Just as he stretched out his hand, the woman slapped it down. She rolled her eyes at him and scolded, "Take your dog paws away. Xiao Bei doesn't care." When Jiang Suning saw this scene, she was so angry that her face turned red and her whole body trembled. She could endure it if her man was just playing around, but her man didn't have any backbone. He didn't seem like a man at all. How could she endure it? Jiang Suning's eyes were filled with tears of humiliation. Ma Qiao didn't manage to pull her back. She shook off Ma Qiao's arm and walked into the store. She stood in front of Lu Junfan and asked in a deep voice, "Lu Junfan, who is this woman? What relationship does she have with you?" When Lu Junfan saw her, he couldn't help but jump in fright. He said, "Suning, Why are you here? Jiang Suning sneered. If I didn't come, how would I see you acting so manly? Who is this woman? What relationship does she have with you? When the woman saw Jiang Suning reprimanding Lu Junfan, she was also startled. She calmed down immediately. She looked at Jiang Suning and gently stroked the lynx's fur. She asked slowly, Junfan, who is this shrewish woman? Lu Junfan said embarrassedly, this young lady's surname is Jiang. Her name is Jiang Suning, Jiang Kai-shek. Jiang Suning said coldly, what? You don't dare to admit that I'm your fiancé? Oh, this is the young lady who opened a noodle stall and sold breakfast. The woman sneered and said disdainfully, let's go. I don't have any interest in shopping anymore. What a disappointment. Wait. Jiang Suning reached out to stop Lu Junfan, who was about to leave with the woman, and asked, you still haven't told me who this woman is. Lu Junfan said awkwardly, this lady is Madame Yao, who lives with me in Yongtai Lane. Jiang Suning stared at him with his almond-shaped eyes and asked in a deep voice, what relationship do you have with her? Lu Junfan flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, Jiang Suning, you haven't married into my family yet. Why are you so nosy? Since when did you have the right to ask about my affairs? At this time, Madame Yao had already walked out of the door. There was a light carriage at the door, and the driver was a Kunlun slave. Beside him was a Korean maid. Madame Yao raised the curtain of the sedan and said slowly, Lu Junfan, are you coming over? If you don't come now, you don't have to come in the future. Lu Junfan stomped her feet, walked around Jiang Suning, and walked out. Jiang Suning was also really angry. He chased after him and grabbed his sleeve and said unforgivingly, Lu Junfan, tell me clearly. What relationship do you have with her? Lu Junfan said angrily, surname Jiang, you're too nosy. Not to mention that you haven't married into my family yet. Even if we consummate our marriage and become husband and wife, you still can't control me. Let go. Jiang Suning said stubbornly, speak clearly first. Let go. Madame Yao said in disdain, what a useless piece of trash. If you don't want to say it, I'll say it for you. Madame Yao puffed out her chest and looked at Jiang Suning. She said proudly, you're asking me what relationship I have with Lu Junfan? Let me tell you, he eats my food, drinks my water, the expenses of making friends with scoundrels, and the expenses of gambling are all mine. Tell me, what relationship do I have with him? Madame Yao squeezed her handkerchief as she spoke. She took a step forward and said arrogantly, oh, I forgot to tell you, even the expenses for your wedding at the end of the year were paid by me. Why don't you ask your future son-in-law what kind of relationship I have with him? Lu Junfan's face turned red. Faced with Jiang Suning's angry and embarrassed gaze, he could only helplessly lick his lips. He licked away the thin layer of lipstick on his lips, but he didn't have the courage to say a single word. Jiang Suning was so angry that his whole body trembled. He pointed at Lu Junfan and said, a man should be able to support the heavens and the earth, but you're actually so useless. I know that your family's circumstances have fallen, and your family's circumstances haven't been as good as before. But the rich have their ways, and the poor have their ways. A poor person can't be short of ambition. You don't even care about your face, and you're actually a gigolo. To think that you're a scholar, do you even know what propriety, justice, integrity, and shame are? Lu Junfan flew into a rage out of humiliation after being scolded by Jiang Suning. She raised her hand and gave Jiang Suning a resounding slap on his face. Jiang Suning covered his cheek and said in astonishment, Lu Junfan, you actually hit me? Lu Junfan sneered. Although you and I haven't gotten married yet, we've already signed the marriage certificate. We're legally recognized as husband and wife by the laws of the Tang dynasty. Today, I'm going to teach a lowly servant like you who doesn't know how to be a wife a lesson. What about it? You're a good person, but you run a lowly business, set up a stall on the street, and sell noodles. Marrying into my family, isn't that a disgrace to my family's reputation? Although I've long heard of this, considering that your family's circumstances are poor, I had no choice but to do so, so I've never come to your house to make things difficult for you. Madame Yao and I Both love poetry and singing. We often exchange notes and become bosom friends. Seeing that my family is poor, Madame Yao often gives me a helping hand. That's all. I didn't expect you to be so despicable. Not only do you unscrupulously criticize and ruin my reputation, you even insult my benefactor and bosom friend. How can I still tolerate you? Lowly woman, get lost. Madame Yao only sneered when she heard this, but she didn't expose him again. Ma Xiao caught up to them and said, "Let's talk this out. Both of you, please calm down." Lu Junfan glared at him and said, "We're husband and wife talking. Who are you?" Ma Xiao smiled and said, "I'm Xiaoning's neighbor. Today, I accompanied her to Nan City to buy hairstyles." Lu Junfan let out a strange laugh and grabbed Ma Xiao. Pointing at Jiang Suning, she said, "Good. Madame Yao and I are traveling to Nan City together, but you've said such unbearable things. And you, a woman about to be married, don't follow the ways of a woman. You actually went to Nan City with someone else and even asked him to accompany you to buy jewelry. What's your relationship? Adulterous couple." Jiang Suning's eyes reddened. Sobbing, she said, "How can you be so shameless? Do you know that I wake up early every day to earn money by selling noodles? Originally, I knew that your family's circumstances weren't good, so I wanted to earn more dowry. In the future, I'll take care of the household so that you can study in peace and obtain scholarly honors. I never would have thought that my Jiang Suning's husband would actually be such a person." Lu Junfan steeled her heart and angrily scolded, "What kind of person am I? You're a lowly maid who doesn't follow the ways of a woman. Today, I'll teach you a good lesson." After saying that, her left hand grabbed Jiang Suning's hair and her right hand was about to slap her face again. Yang Fan couldn't take it anymore. With a schwa sound, he pulled up his robe and tucked it around his waist. Raising his feet, he rushed forward. Chapter 27. Lu Junfan's hand had just reached out, but before it could touch Jiang Suning's tender cheek, it was stopped by a hand. Lu Junfan turned his head and angrily shouted, "I'm teaching my wife a lesson. Who is it that is meddling?" When he turned to look, he saw that it was a smiling doll. He couldn't help but be startled. Doll did not say a word and punched Lu Junfan in the eye. Lu Junfan screamed and fell backward. Doll did not say a word. He lifted his robe, lifted his boots, and kicked Lu Junfan down without a care for his face. Doll did not say a word. The jewelry store where the two of them quarreled was an extremely high-end store in Nan City. Every piece of jewelry was not cheap. Even the cheapest and most inconspicuous jewelry was worth half a year's worth of rations for an ordinary family, so it was usually very quiet. In the accounting room at the back of the store, the shopkeeper was accompanying the manager of the accounting room. They were busy sorting out the accounts. Sitting next to them were two young masters wearing embroidered robes and jade belts. One of them was Xiemuan and Xiedawei. The other was surnamed Gao Ing. She was also an inner guard. When it was her turn to fan Empress Wu, the two of them had always been a pair, so they had a very good relationship. Seeing that Xiemuan was seriously looking at the steward calculating the accounts, Gao called her by her small name and covered her mouth as she laughed. "Xiaoman, at our age, we should either buy some rouge, face powder, hairpins, and jewelry, or buy colorful clothes and embroidered skirts to dress up beautifully. How can there be someone like you? You're so young, but you're already such a money grubber." Xiemuan smiled, but didn't say anything. Today, the two of them were not on duty, so they specially came to this jewelry store together. The two of them came to this store not to buy jewelry, but because this store was opened by Xiemuan. Gao Ing accompanied her friend to sort out the accounts. All these years, Xiemuan lived frugally and used all her salary and rewards to invest in business. She was the emperor's guard and enjoyed many privileges, so the business was getting better and better. The capital she had at the beginning was like rolling snowballs. After a few years, she already had several stores in Luoyang City. Although Gowing teased her for being a money grubber, she actually admired her and envied her. Everyone earned the same amount of money. Her salary and rewards came in with her left hand and went out with her right hand. She didn't save a single cent in the past few years, so she felt that she was very tight. How did Xiemuan make such a big business? Gao Ing sighed softly. "You, Who are you working hard for? When you get married in the future, won't all your assets be given to others as dowry, letting them enjoy the fruits of your labor? Look at you. You don't even know how to dress. You is not living for your age. With your status and appearance, are you going to be a good husband in the future? Why do you have to work so hard to save a dowry? Siamoen still smiled and didn't say anything. She didn't want to save a dowry. It was just that there was no need to tell Gao Ying about her thoughts. Every time she said it, it would make her sad and disappointed. Why bother? After a while, the steward had sorted out the accounts. The shopkeeper took the account book and presented it to Siamoen with both hands. He said, "Boss, this is the account book from the beginning of this month until now. Please have a look." Siamoen took the account book and looked at the amount of money first. Then she smiled and said, "Yin Gao Lu is really worthy of being called Yin Gao Lu. I have found the right person to hire you as the shopkeeper. It has only been half a month, and the profits are so rich." Shopkeeper Yin smiled and said, "This is all thanks to boss. Our Pearl and Jade Square has very few patrolling soldiers. The bailiffs and officials come to disturb us. The local ruffians and scoundrels also don't dare to come and cause trouble. In addition, most of the pearls and jades are bought from the Guangzhou government. They are new and unique, different from the pearls and jades that come from the Western region. So the women in the capital like them very much. Naturally, there are many customers. This is not my ability." Siamoen smiled and flipped through the account book. She said, "With my status, there is naturally no one who dares to come and ask for help. However, we can't force customers to come to our door. Shopkeeper Yan's management is proper. This credit is not fake. If you put in more effort, I will not treat you unfairly." Yin Gaolu quickly cupped his hands and said, "Then I will thank boss in advance." Seeing the two of them discuss the details of the accounts, even though Gao Ying was her close friend, it was not good for her to listen in. She found an excuse to go to the back courtyard. Simuin and Yin Gaolu went through the accounts from beginning to end in the accounting room. Only then did they close the account book. She asked, "Shopkeeper, did the people who went to the Guangzhou government to buy jewelry find out the whereabouts of my elder brother?" Yin Gaolu bowed and said, "Every time I send people to Guangzhou to buy goods, I repeatedly remind them to make finding boss's eldest brother the first priority. They have searched the streets and alleys, and even asked the jewelry merchants in Guangzhou to help them find him. So far, there's been no news." The joy on Siamuin's face was immediately replaced by a haze. Seeing her appearance, Yin Gaolu could not help but sigh softly. Yin Gaolu knew a little about the boss. According to what he knew, this boss was originally a beggar in the Guangzhou government. Later, she was taken in by a noble and entered the capital. She was introduced to that noble's junior sister, Auntie Xie. Auntie Xie became her adoptive mother and became a female guard in the palace. Speaking of which, this Xie Due was really close to her elder brother. She opened a few shops in the east, west, and south cities, all of which were properties bought for her elder brother. The few properties under her name all dealt with goods imported from the Guangzhou port. The original purpose was to send people to find her elder brother for convenience. Unexpectedly, it was an unintentional move. Nowadays, the merchants of the Tang dynasty mainly bought goods from the western regions. They bought very few goods from the south, which made her shop stand out. With her identity as the Plum Blossom internal guard, her shop did not buy goods from merchants from the south. Instead, it took free trips between the north and the south to buy goods herself. This way, the cost of buying goods was extremely low. Moreover, the people she sent to Guangzhou to buy goods all had the mission of finding her elder brother's whereabouts. Unfortunately, after so many years, all the beggars in Guangzhou had been searched, but they still could not find his whereabouts. The shop assistant in charge of finding people did not know to keep it a secret at first and revealed it. There were also some beggars of similar age who impersonated her, which made Siamuin lose count of how happy she was. However, no matter how similar those impersonators looked, no matter how eloquent they were, none of them could say what jewelry her elder brother had given her, or what he had said when they parted. Later, the shop assistant in charge of finding people also knew to keep his mouth shut, so there were fewer impersonators. From shopkeeper Yan's point of view, It was likely that her elder brother had already died of cold or hunger. It was just that the boss was infatuated, so he did not dare to say this guess. Naturally, he also had no way of persuading her. However, Siemowin did not think this way. Although the hope was so slim, fortunately, there was still hope. She was silent for a moment, then nodded and said sadly, "Thank you, shopkeeper. The person still needs to continue looking. We must find him." For a moment, the atmosphere in the room was a bit heavy. Seeing this situation, the accounts manager hurriedly gave shopkeeper Yin a look and said, "Shopkeeper, it's rare for the boss to come over. Why don't you bring the jewelry we just bought from Guangzhou and let the boss choose a few that he likes?" Shopkeeper Yin let out a sigh of relief and repeatedly said, That's right. Boss, wait for me to bring the jewelry we just bought." After a moment, shopkeeper Yin came back with a large box. When he opened it, there were 4 layers of jewelry inside, and they were placed one by one on the table. Siemowin originally did not want to wear jewelry and put on makeup, but when she casually swept her eyes over the jewelry boxes, she suddenly discovered a butterfly-shaped hairpin. Her eyes couldn't help but light up, and she said, "I want this one." The shopkeeper took a look at the hairpin and couldn't help but secretly shake his head. Although shopkeeper runs Pearl and Jade Lane, his eyesight is really not that good. The hairpin style is too playful and is only suitable for girls who have not reached the age of 15. Although the workmanship is also exquisite, the material used doesn't seem expensive. In this batch of hairpins we bought, it belongs to the lower quality. The shopkeeper tactfully expressed his opinion, but Siemowin shook her head. Staring at the hairpin in her hand, her eyes softened, and she softly said, "Although it isn't the most expensive, it is the most beautiful in my heart. I like this butterfly hairpin." At this time, a miserable wail came from the front of the shop. Siemowin was recalling that unforgettable moment when she was suddenly interrupted by the wail. She was very displeased, so she raised her eyebrows and secretly said angrily, "Who dares to make noise in my shop?" Chapter 28. In the open space in front of the noodle shop, Lu Junfan was kicked and rolled on the ground, cursing in a shrill voice. "Jiang Suning, you lowly servant! How dare you order people to beat your husband? How dare you order people to beat your husband?" As soon as Madame Yao saw this, she quickly ordered the Kunlun slave, "Idiot! Why aren't you saving him?" The Kunlun slave was docile and obedient. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to step forward when Yang Fan, who was wearing a doll mask, suddenly said something in Kunlun language to him. The Kunlun slave was startled and his strength lessened a bit. Yang Fan casually threw a punch, but before his fist could even touch the Kunlun slave let out a loud cry, as if he had been struck by the wind from Yang Fan's palm. He fell backward and fainted. Fortunately, Yang Fan's punch was ingenious, and the Kunlun slave fell just in time. Their sleeves and robes covered their movements, so the bystanders thought that he was hit by Yang Fan's punch. Lu Junfan hugged his head and curled up like a dog, howling mournfully. "Jiang Suning, a man's wife is heaven. You dare to order people to beat your husband. I won't let you off. Everyone, my fellow countrymen, please be my witnesses." With one foot on Lu Junfan's waist, Yang Fan raised his hands high and said, "I don't know this man's wife, and I've never been instigated by his wife. If I didn't see injustice on a road, why would I beat someone? It's because this man has humiliated all the men in the world. I am also a man. How can I endure such a great humiliation?" By this time, Siemowin had just come out from the accountant's room and was standing in the middle of the shop, watching. Yang Fan exaggerated Lu Junfan's evil deeds to the people and shouted, "This kind of animal, he was born as a man in vain, but his actions are a disgrace to the word man. All the men in the world have been humiliated because of him. Tell me, does this man deserve to be beaten?" The bystanders said in unison, "He deserves to be beaten." Yang Fan said, "He really deserves to be beaten. If you're a man, what are you waiting for?" Suddenly, the men in the crowd rushed forward, especially those who were traveling with their female companions or their wives. They were especially indignant. In order to show that they were men of indomitable spirit, They all rushed forward and used their fists and legs to draw a line between Lu Junfan, this shameless man who lived off a woman. Make way. Lang Jun, make way for me. The women were even angrier than the men. Some of them were hot-tempered, and they immediately lifted their skirts and rushed forward to join in the gang beating up Lu Junfan. After being kicked by Yang Fan, Lu Junfan's face was already swollen and bruised beyond recognition. Now that she was surrounded and beaten by these people, she didn't even have the strength to scream. Xian Moen stood in the shop and heard everything that Yang Fan had said. Her face immediately revealed a look of disdain and disgust. As soon as the shop assistant saw the boss come out, he hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Boss, do you want me to blow them away? I don't want to affect our business." Xian Moen said, "Useless, stinky man. Using your body to beg for food is even more disgusting than using your hands to beg for food. You're worse than a beggar. Let them be." Looking at her, if it weren't for her status, she would have rushed out and ruthlessly kicked Lu Junfan a few times. When the shop assistant saw this, he didn't dare to say anything else. "Everyone, this adulterer is shameless, and so is that whore. It's her. Look." When Yang Fan saw that the people had been provoked, he suddenly shouted and pointed at Madame Yao, who was standing on the side of the road in shock. "Hit her. Adulterer and adulterer. This adulterer and adulterer." The people had been incited and immediately rushed towards Madame Yao. When Madame Yao saw this, she was shocked and quickly ran to the carriage. She shouted at the Kunlun slave who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, "Lowly slave, get up and take me away." The Kunlun slave who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead crawled up. His waist was no longer sore and his legs were no longer painful. He jumped onto the carriage and drove away. Lu Junfan crawled up from the ground and chased after the carriage. As she ran, she gritted her teeth and said, "Jiang Suning, you lowly slave, just you wait. I won't let you go." Ouch! Before she could finish her sentence, rotten pears and dates were thrown at her like a downpour. Lu Junfan covered her head with her sleeves and ran away. At this time, the city magistrate came over with a few servants who were responsible for maintaining the order of the market. He shouted from afar, "Who is fighting here? Do you want to be punished by the authorities?" When the people heard this, they stopped, tidied up their clothes, calmed their breathing, and pretended to be bystanders. Someone commented, "Look at this pretty girl. How did she find such a man? It's really a pity." Pasta's face was dark. She lowered her head and hurried away. Ma Xiao and Yang Fan saw this and quickly left with her. Xian Moen saw that the crowd had dispersed and returned to the rear hall. After they left the crowd, Ma Xiao complained to Yang Fan, "Xiao Fan, you were too reckless today. That spineless man left in anger and will take his anger out on Xiao Ning. If Xiao Ning marries him, will she still have a good life?" Yang Fan said, "Marry him? You still think that way? Is he a man just because he has balls? Sister Ning, do you really want to marry this kind of filthy trash?" Jiang Suning stood still. Her expression hesitated for a moment. She gradually became stern and said in a deep voice, "Although I am a woman, I was born poor. I am ashamed to marry this kind of man. When I go back, I will report to my mother and ask a matchmaker to come forward and divorce him." Yang Fan happily said, "That's right. Sister Ning is pretty and diligent. You can't find a good husband. I think Epsilon Majoris is not bad." Ma Xiao hurriedly said, No, I can't. I've lived for so long, and I've accomplished nothing. My family situation is much worse than Xiao Ning's family. How could Xiao Ning's mother agree?" Jiang Suning unhappily rolled his eyes at him and said, "Xiao Fan was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Even if you're willing, I'm not. Since I, Jiang Suning, am going to break up with that surnamed Lu, my future husband must be a bit stronger than him. Otherwise, wouldn't I be ridiculed by him? You humph." Ma Xiao hurriedly said, "That's right. Even if you want to marry, you should marry someone like Beta Persei. At least his handsome face is 100 times better than Lu Junfan." Jiang Suning slapped him and said angrily, "You want to die? How old is Lil Fan? He's even 2 years younger than me. Nonsense." Yang Fan stuck out her chest and said, "Although men are older than women, There are also women who are older than men. Sister Ning is handsome, gentle, hard-working, and capable. I can't ask for more. Sister just needs to nod, and I will find someone to go to your house to be a matchmaker." Jiang Suning laughed and lifted her leg to kick him. Yang Fan laughed and floated away. Jiang Suning faintly sighed and said, "All right, you two don't need to find ways to make me happy. I have already thought it through. Lu Junfan is not worth worrying about." Yang Fan and Ma Xiao heard this and knew that she had really thought it through. They couldn't help but smile at each other, and their hearts relaxed. After waiting for Yang Fan to leave, Tin Ano's heart struggled fiercely. She looked inside and outside, and even risked opening the courtyard door to peep outside. With her eyesight, she couldn't see anyone watching her. She began to doubt whether she had misunderstood Yang Fan. She wanted to leave without saying goodbye, but thinking of the possible consequences, she didn't dare to take the risk. To leave or not to leave? Are there people spying on me? Tin Ano couldn't make up her mind and was at a loss. It wasn't until the door opened and Yang Fan came in that Tin Ano let out a sigh of relief. At least she didn't have to struggle with the problem of staying or leaving. When Yang Fan came back, it was already closing time. He had only been back for a while when Nan City's waiter had already sent over the pots and pans, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, rice, noodles, vegetables, and all kinds of ingredients that he had ordered. Yang Fan asked the waiter to help him unload the things into the central room. He stared blankly at the small mountain of things in the room. To tell the truth, Yang Fan had never been to the kitchen before. He looked at the pile of things in front of him without a clue. He didn't even know what they were used for and didn't know where to put them. After the waiter left, Tin Ano came out of the room and saw Yang Fan's silly look. She couldn't help smiling and walked forward and said, "Let me do it." Firewood, rice, oil, salt, pots and pans were all arranged in an orderly manner. Tin Ano only glanced at the small kitchen and seemed to have a card up his sleeve. Yang Fan saw Tin Ano busy and felt very apologetic. But when he went over to help tidy up, the result was that the things were either placed in the wrong place, or the things that were commonly used were put away, and the things that were not frequently used were put away. Tin Ano said unhappily, "Get out, get out. The more you help, the more trouble you make." Yang Fan retreated to the side and said, "Then what do you think I should do?" Tin Ano said, "Go clean that wooden bucket that hasn't been used for 800 years and bring in a bucket of water. Then go to the backyard and chop some firewood for later use." Yang Fan finally got rid of the suspicion of being an idler and excitedly picked up the wooden bucket and walked out. Yang Fan hummed a folk song from the country of Kunlun as he cleaned the wooden bucket and filled it with water. He brought it into the kitchen and rushed to the backyard to chop firewood. There were ready-made old wood and some decayed furniture in the backyard. Using the rusty axe, he chopped a pile of firewood in a short while. Looking at the small mountain of firewood, Yang Fan actually felt a sense of accomplishment. A fire was lit in the kitchen. Ever since Yang Fan moved to the Xiaowen workshop, smoke came out of the chimney of their house for the first time. Yang Fan, who once again had nothing to do, leaned against the door and watched the entire process of the Tian AI new transforming from a little maid to a cook. He was dumbfounded. Chapter 29. Tin Ano washed her hands and walked into the kitchen. At the same time, she had already tied the small apron that had been modified from the all-purpose bedsheet around her waist. In the basin, fish were jumping and shrimps were jumping. On the chopping board was a lump of mutton. In the time it took Yang Fan to blink a few times, the rice had been washed and put into the pot. The scallions, ginger, and garlic had been peeled, flattened, and shredded. In the time it took Yang Fan to blink a few more times, a fish had been gilled, scaled, cleaned, and placed on an open plate. The scallions, shredded ginger, cooking wine, soy sauce, and other condiments were poured on the fish that had been cut into pieces. The plate was pushed to the side, and Tin Ano picked up the knife again. The knife flew up and down in her hand. Even though she was only using one hand, in a short while, the mutton had become a lump of bright red meat. With a dong sound, the knife stabbed into the chopping board. The handle was still buzzing. Tin Ano had already bent over to add a few pieces of firewood into the stove. She cleaned her hands with honey locust in a basin that had been prepared beforehand. She picked up a few large dates, removed the cores, and threw them into the rice pot. A fat chicken that had already been cleaned when the waiter brought it over was washed again. The stomach was stuffed with all sorts of condiments to flavor it. The date meat porridge was already cooked, and the fragrance of the rice wafted into the air. She placed the fresh fish into the steamer and casually grabbed a handful of shredded ginger and scallions to cover the fish. Yang Fan was in a daze as he stared at the big fish covered under the shredded ginger and scallions. A few pieces of cheese were thrown into the water. Tin Ano's jade-like movements and casual movements made her look like a calligraphy master waving a brush and splashing ink, writing a wonderful piece of calligraphy with ease. The fresh fish didn't need to be steamed for too long. When the fragrance of the fish and the cool milk escaped from the edge of the pot along with the steam, making Yang Fan salivate, the fat chicken was sent into the steamer again. At this time, the bouncing fresh shrimp had already been filtered out of the water and were ready to be used. The old man leaning against the door felt very hungry, getting hungrier and hungrier, but he couldn't bear to leave. He never knew that it could be done so beautifully and elegantly. Men didn't cook. They probably wouldn't even enter the kitchen once in their entire lives. But if there was such a beautiful scene in the kitchen, what was wrong with going into the kitchen? Yang Fan stared at Tin Ano, who was wearing a small green apron around her waist. Her waist was as slender as a fresh cabbage. In Yang Fan's opinion, she was undoubtedly the most delicious dish in this kitchen. Her beauty was truly a feast for the eyes. The plate of delicious cabbage was still busy in the kitchen. Whether it was waving the ladle, picking up the kitchen knife, sprinkling the chopped green onions, or swiftly cutting the lamb with the knife, even the way she stooped over to add firewood was full of artistic beauty. It was as if she wasn't stir-frying, but dancing. As if sensing Yang Fan's gaze, Tian Ainu suddenly asked without turning her head, "Do you know what my favorite thing to do is?" Yang Fan shook his head and said, "I don't know." Tin Ano took a deep breath of the aroma of the food and said excitedly, "Cooking. My favorite thing is to cook." Yang Fan was slightly embarrassed. So, she's a foodie. Vinegar and scallion chicken, steamed fish, grilled bright prawns, stir-fried lamb, and juju porridge were all placed on the table. Yang Fan and Tin Ano sat on both sides of the table, kneeling and raising the table. The dishes on the table were very sumptuous, but there were no vegetables. It wasn't easy for Yang Fan to improve his life. Of course, he wouldn't buy vegetables. Tin Ano wasn't picky about the ingredients he bought. Since the Sui and Tang dynasties, the barbarians and the Han lived together. The culture, clothing, food, and other aspects of the Central Plains were influenced by the barbarians and the barbarians. There were many changes. Nowadays, it was very difficult to see vegetables on the menu of the rich and powerful. Yang Fan ate with great relish. His belly was very round. A fat fish that was 1 catty, 8 tails and 6 chien, a fat chicken that was 3 catties and 4 tails, half a catty of mutton, and a plate of river prawns were almost swept clean by him. Even the pot of porridge was eaten by him. Tin Ano held the rice bowl and looked at the empty plate. He asked Yang Fan, "Are you a reincarnated hungry ghost?" Yang Fan held his round belly and sighed. "This is the most delicious meal I've ever eaten in my life. Why don't you stay?" Tin Ano glanced at him and said indifferently, "You can afford to hire a cook like me." Yang Fan coughed and said, "You must be a cook." Tin Ano took small bites of the porridge. He picked up some leftovers from the plate that Yang Fan had wiped out. He didn't care about Yang Fan at all. Yang Fan rolled his eyes and suddenly laughed. "Let me see. Aya, today is the 3rd day since you came to my house." Tin Ano raised his pair of watery eyes and said, "Ah." Yang Fan smiled. On the 3rd day after the bride's marriage, she needs to cook. Tin Ano snorted. He still ignored Dong Shuebing. Yang Fan rubbed his nose and said tentatively, "That's right. The hairpin you gave me was exchanged for 2,800 coins. I'm getting more and more curious about you. From your speech and mannerisms, and the fact that you can casually take out a hairpin that is worth so much, you must be from a wealthy family. Why would you need to be a thief?" Tin Ano put down his chopsticks. He said indifferently, You still can't help but want to know about my past. You don't have to say. Tin Ano shook his head. He said after a pause, there's no harm in saying, but I can only tell you about my past before I was 6. Yang Fan said excitedly, that's fine. Tell me. Tin Ano thought quietly for a while. He said softly, my family lived in Guangzhou's Zhouji County. There was nothing special about our family. My father was an ordinary farmer with a dozen or so acres of dry land. In the 5th month of the first year of Yongchun, there was a great drought in Guangzhou. The land was scarlet for thousands of miles. Then locusts came. The crops that had already withered were eaten up by the locusts. This beginning was probably not a happy story. Yang Fan couldn't help but stop smiling. He listened quietly. Tin Ano said, the government couldn't gather enough food for disaster relief. In order to survive, Grandpa, Father, the most common colloquial name at that time, sold the family's dozen or so acres of farmland. But at that time, the price of rice had already risen to 10,000 coins per bushel. How many days could this bit of money last? Very quickly, the city and the countryside were filled with people eating each other. The dead piled on the streets. Tin Ano said sadly, misfortune never comes alone. Soon after, there was a great plague. The victims dragged their children. They begged during the day and slept on the streets at night. Many people vomited yellow liquid in their sleep. Their corpses were left by the roadside. At that time, there was a folk song that said, Li Si Berry Zhang san in the morning. Li Si ascended to heaven at noon. Lu Er and Wang Wu went to the funeral. Yu Luo and Shuang went to the gates of hell. The starving people began to resort to any means necessary. The bread that someone had just bought was snatched away by the starving people. Just as they were about to catch up, the starving people threw the bread into the horse urine and stepped on it. The person who was robbed had no choice but to give up. The starving people picked up the bread again and wolfed it down. The bark was peeled off, revealing the white trunk. The leaves were also eaten by the locusts and the starving people. Many people began to eat the guanine clay. They knew that they would still die if they ate it, but if they didn't fill their stomachs, they would really be starving. There was a man in our village who sold his land and his wife. In the end, he buried his 4-year-old son who had starved to death in a brick bed and fled for his life. There was also a widow. Her family had more than 100 acres of farmland. She was considered very wealthy in the village. At this time, it was difficult for her to support herself. She had a son and a daughter. They were both young. In order to support her son and preserve her deceased husband's bloodline, she personally pressed her young daughter into a basin of water and drowned her alive. Tin Ano raised her head and looked at Yang Fan. She seriously explained, do you think that this has nothing to do with me? I'm saying all of this because I want to tell you how miserable it was back then. Many people who were far richer than my family couldn't even survive. So, no matter what my parents did to me, I never hated them. Never. Yang Fan's heart trembled slightly. She stared into Tin Ano's sparkling eyes. She wanted to tell her not to continue speaking, but facing the kind of gaze, she couldn't even speak. Tin Ano was silent for a moment. She continued, groups of starving people headed east, fleeing towards Luoyang. There were as many people as there were hairs on an ox. Their clothes were ragged, and they were as thin as sticks. As they walked, people would collapse. The wilderness was filled with wolves and wild dogs that were as vicious as wolves. They were not afraid of people at all. They even ran into the empty villages and used the remaining humans as their food. There are many people from Longxi who come to Guangzhou to buy wives, but they are not allowed to bring children. I saw with my own eyes a Longxi man lift a rather good-looking young woman onto the back of a donkey, but he snatched the child from her arms and threw it into the dry gutter. Grandpa, Tin Ano's voice trembled. Grandpa had no choice but to sell mother. But the food he got wasn't even enough to eat for 3 days. Who cares? At that time, as long as he could have a bite to eat, as long as he could live a moment longer, what wouldn't he be willing to do? Many women were forced to sell their bodies. Every time they sold their bodies, they could only get a bowl of rice soup. Tin Ano gave a long sigh and faintly said, after the food I got from selling mother was finished, Grandpa stared at me. At that time, I was very afraid. I thought Grandpa was going to eat me. In the end, he only called me to a dry well and pushed me down. Yang Fan's body shook. His lips moved a few times, but he could not say any comforting words. Tin Ano said, "Grandpa threw some bricks and debris down, and then I don't know where he ran for his life." Yang Fan gently held her hand. Her hand was cold and trembling. When Yang Fan held her hand, she immediately held Yang Fan's hand in a death grip. She was like a person who had fallen into a dry well, grabbing onto a rope hung down by a kind-hearted person, unwilling to let go. Yang Fan said in a low voice, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked about this. Please don't say anymore." Tin Ano gently shook her head and mournfully said, "The stone thrown by Grandpa hit my head. I fainted, but I don't hate him. I really don't hate him. He couldn't do anything about it. At least, he didn't eat me." Note: stir-frying existed in the Tang dynasty, but because it consumed a lot of oil and the quality of the raw iron wok was not good, it was easy to break. Soy sauce was invented in the Jin dynasty. It was already popular in the Tang dynasty. Before that, it was known as clear soy sauce, bean sauce, soy sauce, black bean sauce, pomelo oil, tanning oil, seed oil, fu oil, autumn oil, etc. After 755 AD, the soy sauce production technology was spread to Japan with Master Jinjin. Then it was spread to Korea, Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia, the Philippines, and other countries. Chapter 30. Yang Fan listened with a heavy heart. He knew that the reason why Tin Ano repeatedly emphasized her father's helplessness and that she didn't hate her father was because she had been hurt too deeply in her childhood, especially when she was abandoned by her family. It was like a nightmare that she couldn't get rid of. She didn't want to hate, but she couldn't forget. She could only use this method to hypnotize her heart over and over again. Tin Ano's eyes were faintly glistening with tears. She faintly said, "But the heavens didn't give up on me. It was probably because I had food for those 3 days that I actually gained some strength. I woke up and climbed out of the well through the hole where the bricks and stones had fallen off. I followed the fleeing crowd and wandered around the countryside. Later, I was taken in by a miller." Tin Ano smiled and said, "The miller told his wife that he would first raise me as a child laborer. When I grew up, I would be the wife of his foolish son and help him carry on the family line." He didn't hide it from me when he said these words. He knew I had no choice. In fact, I was very happy. At least I could eat my fill. At that time, I was not even as tall as the millstone and was as thin as a stick. The food that the miller gave me was only enough to keep me alive. I had no strength. I was accidentally knocked down by the donkey pulling the millstone. I didn't even have the strength to get up. The blindfolded donkey continued to pull the millstone, trampling on me until I was on the verge of death. Treatment costs money. The miller felt that it wasn't worth it and threw me out of the village. The hungry people surrounded me with green eyes, wanting to eat me alive. At this time, there was a sudden rush of horse hooves. The people on the horses looked very spirited and neat. Because of the plague, their faces were covered with thick towels, revealing only their eyes. One of them looked at me coldly. Perhaps they had seen all kinds of tragedies along the way. I didn't see any intention of saving me. I thought that I was about to be eaten, but he had clearly galloped past me and suddenly turned back. Those hungry people bared their white teeth and threw themselves at me, wanting to eat me raw. At this time, the man waved the whip in his hand. The weak, hungry people fell like paper under his whip. I was saved. He treated my wounds and fed me. Yang Fan asked, "Why did he change his mind and save you?" The Tian AI knew was silent for a moment before she answered. Later on, he told me that he had seen too many dying people along the way. Some of them would look like they were begging for mercy when they saw them passing by. Some of them would cry out in fear of death. Some of them were numb and ignored them. Tin Ano took a deep breath and said, "As for me," he said that in the eyes of this 6-year-old girl, he saw the tranquility of liberation. For a 6-year-old child to have such a gaze that transcends life and death, he felt that it was very unusual. So, he saved me. Tears welled up in her eyes. Tin Ano raised her head. After a long time, she slowly lowered her head. Although her eyes were moist, The tears had already disappeared. In the end, she did not let them fall. She stared at Yang Fan and said word by word, "My name was chosen by me. Teneno, people don't love slaves, Teneno." When she said these words, she still tightly held onto Yang Fan's hand. Yang Fan could feel that in those hellish days, she had suffered not only from the drought, the plague of locusts, the plague, not only from witnessing the tragic deaths and the victims who took advantage of the situation, but also from her birth father. Yang Fan said softly, "No matter what, all of that is in the past. Don't always keep it in your heart." Tin Ano gently withdrew her hand. Her palm was as soft and smooth as silk. When his hand was removed, the smooth and soft feeling still rippled on his fingertips. She used a sword, but there were no calluses on her palm. This could only be done by people who had the conditions to practice martial arts and took good care of their hands. Yang Fan was even more curious about this mysterious girl, but he did not want to delve into it. Just like he also had his own secrets, he understood and respected other people's secrets. The corner of Tin Ano's mouth curled up slightly, and she said with some mockery, "You don't understand. Although your family circumstances are not good, at least you have a stable life. At least you have food and clothing. How would you know what I have suffered?" Yang Fan was silent. In fact, he also had a misfortune, but compared to the torture Tin Ano had suffered, he felt that at least what he had suffered was a sudden blow. It was far from the pain of eternal despair. So he did not refute Tin Ano's words. After a moment of silence, he stared into Tin Ano's eyes and said, "Do you know how I feel after listening to your story?" "What feeling?" "I want to eat another bowl of rice." Tin Ano, Yang Fan said softly, "In any case, everything is in the past. The misfortune of the past is not the greatest misfortune. The greatest misfortune is to indulge in the memories of misfortune and be unable to extricate yourself, letting that misfortune affect you forever. You are still alive, and you are still living well. This is happiness. You know what kind of pain you have suffered in the past, so you have to live well now and not indulge in the painful past. If you miss the dead, then you have to cherish the living even more." This is what an old man who is over 100 years old told me. I have been doing according to his words, so I have been living happily. Tin Ano raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "His words must be reasonable." An unusual look of respect appeared on Yang Fan's face, and he said, "If he said it, then I believe it. Besides, the old man has lived for so many years and has experienced far more than us. Even if his words are not the most reasonable in this world, they must be more reasonable than mine. Anu, the heavens care for you and let you live. You are still living in this world. Then you should work hard to find happiness in this world and do not let down the heavens' care for you." Looking at Yang Fan's unusually sincere eyes, Tin Ano's heart palpitated. Yang Fan's tone revealed his true feelings, and there was not a trace of falsehood. She was even more suspicious of her own judgment, but she was still not sure. After all, what she did had too much implications, and being moved, when the miller took her in and gave her half a bun, she was even more moved than now. It was hard to know a man's heart. Tin Ano said softly, "I will." Tin Ano's narrow eyes slowly raised. "I want to eat another bowl of rice." The two of them looked at each other and smiled. That smile was like a lamp suddenly lit up in the quiet midnight, and at that moment their hearts warmed a lot. This was the second time she smiled, and her smile was very beautiful. Yang Fan felt that she should smile like this more often. Tin Ano stood up and said, "You have eaten all the food. I will go get some more. What do you want to eat?" Yang Fan said, "I want to eat vegetables, very light dishes like wild vegetables dipped in sauce." "This is simple. It will be ready soon." Tin Ano put on her apron and leisurely walked to the kitchen. Her gait was very feminine. Yang Fan added, "If the sauce needs to be fried, put in a chicken." Tin Ano replied, "Okay." Her beautiful figure disappeared from the kitchen, and after a moment, a burst of egg-fried sauce smell rushed into Yang Fan's nose. Yang Fan closed his eyes and took a deep breath, savoring the taste of the sauce. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes were sparkling. This time, Yang Fan ate very slowly, no longer like a reincarnated hungry ghost. He ate while looking at the way Tin Ano ate. She ate even slower, and her movements were very elegant and very beautiful. The soup with her hands, shyly waiting for the gentleman to taste. No matter how delicious the soup was, without the last sentence as a foil, it would lose its charming scenery. The fireworks of the world always needed a fairy-like woman to accompany them, and that dullness would give birth to an indescribable taste. Thus, the person would be more beautiful, and the food would be more fragrant. This was a feast for the eyes. The peace and warmth was quickly broken, and suddenly there was a burst of hurried footsteps in the courtyard. Before the two of them could react, that person rushed in. Chapter 31. Trespassing shouldn't happen, especially at night, which was almost impossible. Because in ancient times, when lighting was poor, people had an instinctive fear of the dark and difficulty in moving around. When committing a crime at night, the owner couldn't determine in advance whether you were going to steal or kill. Coupled with the traditional concept of privacy, the idea of trespassing at night was deeply rooted in people's hearts. The law of the Tang Empire stated, anyone who trespasses at night without reason will be whipped 40 times. The owner will kill the offender immediately without mercy. Coupled with the curfew, it was unthinkable to visit at night. It was even more impossible to enter someone's house without knocking. As a result, the two of them were caught off guard. However, Yang Fan wasn't surprised. Rules were rules. Once they were set, they could be broken. Who else but Ma Qiao would dare to trespass into his house and break the rule of not trespassing at night? But Ma Qiao usually wouldn't come to his house. Normally, at this time, Ma Qiao should be at home with his mother making handicrafts. But the person who came in was really Ma Qiao. As soon as Ma Qiao stepped in, he saw that the room was clean and tidy. There was a table and two people, a man and a woman, were sitting opposite each other. He couldn't help but let out an "I-O" and hurriedly bowed and apologized. Sorry, I came to the wrong door." As Ma Qiao spoke, he retreated to the door. Just as he took a step back, he saw Yang Fan's face clearly and couldn't help but stop in shock. He held a clay jar in his hands and looked at Yang Fan with his mouth agape. He then looked at Tian Ai, knew, and stammered, This lady." Yang Fan reached out and pressed down Tin Ano, who was about to explode. He explained to her, "This is my friend." Yang Fan got up and pulled Ma Qiao into the courtyard. He asked, "Why are you here?" Ma Qiao said, "I was worried about Xiao Ning, so I went to her place after I came back. I heard from her that you didn't go to her place to eat pasta soup tonight, so Xiao Ning asked me to come see you. I was thinking that you might have given me all the money to deal with me, so I brought half a pot of porridge with me." "Who is that lady?" Yang Fan rolled his eyes and said hesitantly, "Oh, she's my cousin. She came to visit me." Ma Qiao rubbed his forehead and said, "Brother, can you find a more suitable excuse?" "What?" Ma Qiao said weakly. "You said that your hometown is in Jiaoji and you have no relatives in the Central Plains. Now your cousin is visiting you? He came all the way from Jiaoji to Luoyang to visit you alone? And you still want to hide her at home like a thief, not letting anyone know?" Yang Fan's face turned red, and she said unhappily, "You know it's an excuse. Why did you say it? Why are you asking so many questions? Just treat her as a thief." Ma Qiao held the pot and said woodenly, "Have you ever seen such a beautiful woman be a thief?" Yang Fan said, "That's strange. Why can a beautiful woman be a thief?" Ma Qiao said, "Once you enter a brothel, you don't have to worry about food or clothing. There are too many paths a beautiful woman can take. Be a thief? Ha ha, what a joke." Yang Fan was afraid that Tin Ano would be angry, so he quickly looked at the door and said in a low voice, "Don't talk nonsense. If she hears you, she won't forgive you." Ma Qiao sneered and said, "See, you're not happy with what I said, right? Quick, tell me who she is. Don't you find it annoying?" Ma Qiao looked at the door and squinted his eyes, whispering, "Your lover." Yang Fan's heart moved. This reason seemed to make sense, so he pretended to ponder and said, Ma Qiao impatiently said, "So she really is your lover? My God, such a beautiful girl. Quickly tell me, whose family is this girl? How did you hook up with her?" Yang Fan knew that if he did not give him a satisfactory answer and satisfy this curious baby's curiosity, he would not give up. So he followed his train of thought and slowly said, "This girl is the daughter of a merchant I met on the Luo River." Oh. Ma Xiao held the pot with his other hand and pricked up his ears. Yang Fan said, "This is what happened. One day, I was walking on a Luo River bridge, and she was passing under the bridge with a boat. We fell in love at first sight, and after a while, we liked each other and decided to marry each other. But her parents despised the poor and loved the rich and didn't want her to marry a servant. So, she eloped with me." Yang Fan made up a very vulgar story, but the more vulgar a story was, the more it satisfied people's curiosity, so Ma Xiao believed it without a doubt. He smacked his lips and said excitedly, "Then what do you two plan to do in the future?" Yang Fan said carelessly, "What else can we do? Let her live here. According to the laws of our Tang dynasty, as long as the legal age for marriage is passed, and the man and woman are in love with each other, and a de facto marriage is achieved, then it will be recognized, and parents can't interfere." Ma Xiao pinched his chin and said suspiciously, "That's not right. According to the laws of our Tang dynasty, a man can only get married when he is 20 and a woman is 15. You're only 17 this year, and there are still 3 years to go." Yang Fan said, "So, I plan to live like this for now. After 3 years, not only will we be husband and wife, but we will also have many children. Her grandfather and mother won't object to it, right?" Ma Xiao gave him a thumbs up and praised, "That's a ruthless move." Yang Fan took the opportunity to say to Ma Xiao, "Now her parents are looking everywhere for her whereabouts, so it's good that you know about this matter and don't tell anyone else." Ma Xiao nodded repeatedly. Of course. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this kind of thing, even if you beat me to death." Yang Fan let out a sigh and asked, "All right, how is Sister Ning doing?" Ma Xiao said. Auntie was also very angry when she heard it. She said that it's okay for a man to be poor, but if he has no ambition, then he will really have no future for the rest of his life. As the saying goes, a man is afraid of entering the wrong profession, and a woman is afraid of marrying the wrong man. If her daughter marries such a man, she will never have a chance in her life. Tomorrow, she will personally find a matchmaker to break off the engagement. Yang Fan said cheerfully, "That's good." The two chatted for a while more, and then Ma Xiao said goodbye and left. Yang Fan had already eaten until his belly was round, so he naturally took the porridge back. Yang Fan flashed into the room and saw Tin Ano sitting behind the table, like a lotus flower emerging from the water. A pair of bright eyes stared at him with interest, which made Yang Fan's hair stand on end. He couldn't help but think to himself, "Why is she looking at me like that? What we talked about, could it be that she heard it?" Tin Ano stared at Yang Fan until his eyes wandered, not daring to meet her eyes. Only then did she proudly raise her chin, snorted softly, and stood up with the help of the table, saying, "I'm sleepy. You clean up these cups and plates." Finishing, she raised her head, and like a proud peacock, she gracefully left. The lights went out, and moonlight shone through the window, filling the entire room like flowing water. On the floor, it was like a sparse shadow splashed with ink. Yang Fan went out to play and gamble again. This time, Tin Ano naturally wouldn't follow him again. Last time, Yang Fan found the sentence, escorted by the Longwu army, in the Department of Records of the Ministry of War. At that time, the person escorted was the dethroned crown prince, Li Xian, and the destination was Bazhou in the center of Shu. This was completely different from Shaozhou in the south of the Yangtze that he wanted to investigate, but this was the only clue he could find. Tonight, he would continue to read the unfinished documents about the second year of Yongchuan. If he still couldn't find any other clues about the Longwu army leaving the capital on official business, he would have to investigate this group of people who went to Bazhou and Shu that year. Although the two places had nothing to do with each other, the people who went to Bazhou on official business might be able to go to Shaozhou to do something else. After a whole night of hard reading, when the time was almost up, Yang Fan rubbed his red eyes and let out a long sigh. Up until today, he had read all the official letters from the Ministry of War in the second year of Yongchuan. That year, The only record of the Longwu army leaving the capital was the one about escorting the dethroned crown prince Li Xian to Bazhou. It looked like he could only start with this clue. Yang Fan walked to the window and slightly opened it. He used his bloodshot eyes to look at the dark sky. The world was still vast, but it was already the darkness before dawn. The first rays of dawn were about to appear. Yang Fan let out a long breath of impure air and looked back at those tables that were piled up like a mountain. Then, he lightly flipped down the stairs and threw himself into the boundless night like a nightingale. Chapter 32. Early in the morning, Yang Fan went to open the door, as usual. Today was the last day of the month, and tomorrow it would be someone else's turn. Everything seemed normal. When he opened the door, he was still knocked around like a reed swaying in the wind. He was taken advantage of by bold and shrewd young ladies in exchange for a good day's mood. Walking on the street, the stall owners still warmly greeted him. Only when he passed by the second alley of Shiwen Fan's cross street did he feel slightly different. The shed was deserted. Elder Sister Ning did not set up her stall early in the morning. Yang Fan knew that she must be busy with the annulment of the engagement, so he was not worried. However, when Yang Fan returned home and ate the light dishes and sweet porridge made by the Tian Ai Nu, he rushed to the Feng Zhengji mansion to accept his task and began his patrol for the day. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. At the end of the street, there were always groups of people whispering to each other. As they talked, they kept glancing at him. Their expressions were rather secretive. However, when he walked past them, these people would immediately change the subject and start to gossip in an indifferent manner. Yang Fan felt a bit scared. What was going on today? Beta Persei, Huang Yuanwei. Yang Fan smiled and bowed. The person walking toward him was Huang Xiaoping, Huang Yuanwei. Huang Yuanwei's extremely round body walked very gracefully, like a rubber ball, bouncing and bouncing to his side. His chubby face was smiling as if the heavens had blessed him. Yang Fan was a bit surprised. Huang Yuanwei usually didn't greet him when they met on the street. After all, his status was there. What was going on today? Could it be that he suddenly made a big deal? Huang Yuanwei smiled and said, Beta Persei, why are your eyes so bloodshot? Did you not sleep well last night? Oh, Huang Yuanwei didn't want to hear his answer. He immediately laughed and said, Haha, young man, don't be shy. I am an experienced person. This kind of thing, it is better to take it easy and cherish your body, right? What you mean is Huang Yuanwei glided past him smoothly. That gait, that style, it was as if there was a mountain in front of him, and at the foot of the mountain, there was a bamboo fence, and inside the bamboo fence, there was a bunch of autumn chrysanthemums. The fat Huang Yuanwei suddenly turned into Mr. Wu Lu and was leisurely walking over the fence to pick the chrysanthemums. Yang Fan looked to Huang Yuanwei's back and was puzzled. Just as he was feeling strange, Uncle Song saw him and stopped. He said with a smile, Beta Persei, I heard that your family is cooking now. Do you want to buy some ingredients? Yang Fan was startled. Yesterday evening, there was smoke coming from the kitchen, and someone noticed it? Could it be that this second Uncle Song was a reclusive expert who lived in seclusion and would stand on the mud wall of his house to look around? Song Gaoren, who was dressed in coarse clothes and had a mustache, smiled and said, Spinach, wild rice, lettuce, mushrooms, alfalfa, shepherd's purse, daylily. They're all fresh. See what you want. Yang Fan hesitated and said, This. Second uncle, I don't have any money on me. Maybe next time. I will take care of your business next time. Second Uncle Song took out a bunch of chives and handed it to Yang Fan. He said kindly, You're spending a lot of money now, so you must be tight on money. If you need it, just let me know. I am not sure of your share. Here, this chives is for you. When you go back, you can chop some vegetables and stir-fry some chicken. It will taste great. Second Uncle Song patted his shoulder and said in a low voice, Second Uncle told you, chives can nourish the kidneys and strengthen the arm. Huh. While Yang Fan was astonished, Second Uncle Song, with a Mona Lisa smile on his face, picked up his load and swaggered off. Yang Fan slowly walked forward. As he walked, he suddenly thought of the reason. Ma Qiao, that lousy mouth of his, can it be guarded? As soon as Yang Fan understood the reason, he angrily went to look for Ma Xiao. After walking through 2 alleys, he still couldn't find any trace of Ma Xiao. Suddenly, a young girl in green walked towards him. This young girl's hair was in a lily bun, and she was leading a large black dog. She was looking straight ahead and acting as if there was no one else around. Yang Fan saw that it was Miss Xiaodong. Not good. Yang Fan wanted to hide, but Xiaodong had already walked in front of him. Yang Fan was about to take advantage of her poor eyesight and brace himself to brush past her. Xiaodong looked at him and hesitated. She called out, "Is this second Lang of the Yang family?" Ah, it's Miss Xiaodong." Yang Fan smiled bitterly and stood still. As if he had just seen her, he greeted her with a smile and said, "Yes, it is Yang Fan. Miss Xiaodong, where are you going?" Xiaodong tiptoed closer like a cat until Yang Fan could clearly count the number of sparrows on her nose and cheeks. She squinted her eyes and said happily, "Ah, it really is second Lang." The joyful expression disappeared in a flash, and the young girl's face changed into a resentful expression. She faintly squinted at Yang Fan and said, "Erlang is so heartless. Do you really not know the affection I have for Erlang? You usually pretend to be stupid. I only know that you don't want to get married too early. I don't blame you. Who would have thought that you would run away with a merchant girl?" As Xiaodong said this, 2 lines of tears rolled down her cheeks. Yang Fan panicked. He looked around and tried to persuade her. "Xiaodong, don't cry. If others see you like this, they will think that I did something to you. Can you not cry anymore?" Xiaodong stopped crying and straightened her chest. She said in a clear voice, "Second Lang, there is no one else here. Let's talk clearly. Tell me, in terms of appearance, temperament, and character, which part of me is inferior to that merchant girl? Tell me." Xiaodong was born nearsighted. Coupled with the fact that she often did needlework, she had a good eye for Yang Fan. At this time, both of her eyes were facing inward. Her eyes were focused on the space between Yang Fan's eyebrows. Yang Fan was completely defeated by Miss Xiaodong's sharp eyes. He was like a lecher who was abandoned by his mistress. He was so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. He lowered his head and said in a remorseful tone, "Xiaodong, you are a good girl. You are hard-working, capable, gentle, and kind-hearted." Yang Fan didn't dare to look at her. He slightly raised his eyes and stared at the tip of her nose. He counted the freckles and said in the most sincere tone, "Your eyebrows are as noble as the clouds in the sky. Your eyes are as bright as the stars in the foggy night. Your appearance is as pretty as the flowers in spring. Your figure is as tender as the chives of my hands." Miss Xiaodong wiped her tears and asked, "If that's the case, why do you like her and not me?" Yang Fan sighed and said in a deep voice, "Maybe this is called fate. Miss Xiaodong, you and I are fated, but not fated. You see, your family is rich, and I am just a worker with 4 walls. You are gentle, hard-working, and capable, while I am lazy, ignorant, and incompetent. How can I be worthy of a good girl like you? I am ashamed of my inferiority, ashamed of my inferiority." Miss Xiaodong lowered her head and looked at her flat chest. She said sadly, "You don't have to coax me. I know I am too thin." No, absolutely not." Yang Fan hurriedly denied. "Xiaodong, don't think like that. You are a good girl who is loved by everyone. Everyone in the village knows about you. Who doesn't know about you? You see." Yang Fan pointed at the dog that was wagging its tail at Miss Xiaodong's knee and said, "You see, even the dog likes you." Miss Xiaodong said angrily, "But Erlang doesn't like me. He has eyes but can't see. He is not even as good as my family's big black." Yang Fan said repeatedly, Yes. I have no taste, no luck." Miss Xiaodong turned and walked away. Yang Fan grabbed her and said, "Stop, that's a tree. It's none of your business." Miss Xiaodong shook off his hand and left angrily. Yang Fan secretly heaved a sigh of relief and quickly slipped away as fast as he could. He had only taken 3 steps when Miss Xiaodong, who had already walked far away, suddenly stopped and said loudly, "Beta Persei, stop. Say it clearly, even the dog likes me. Are you saying that I am as thin as a skeleton?" Yang Fan broke into a run. Miss Xiaodong's angry roar came from behind. Big Black, bite him. Woof, woof, woof. Yang Fan covered his head and scurried away like a rat. After a short while, Anihua of the Hua family's knitting workshop's high-pitched and sharp curse sounded from the courtyard of her house. Second Yang, this immoral bastard. Chapter 33. After being chased by the dog for 4 streets, Yang Fan was panting heavily. He finally got rid of the Hua family's evil dog. At this moment, he saw 2 servants playing chess under a tree in front of him. Yang Fan asked them and found out that Ma Xiao was cupping in the house of the 4th Tun's Blind Chong. Yang Fan arrived at Blind Chang's house. Blind Chong looked at the door blankly and asked, "You're here. Please wait for a moment. It will only take a quarter of an hour." Ma Xiao was lying on his stomach on the couch. His back was full of bamboo tubes. He was clenching his teeth to endure the pain. When he saw Yang Fan, he greeted, "Xiao Fan, are you here for cupping too? Look at your crow's mouth. My stomach feels cold. I'm suffering from the wind now. Hey, my shoulders hurt when I move." Yang Fan snorted and sat down at the side. He said with a straight face, "Ma Xiao, tell me clearly, what's going on in the street?" Yang Fan called him by his full name. It was obvious that he was angry. Ma Xiao listened with a blank face and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you so angry?" "What's wrong?" Yang Fan was unable to restrain his anger as he said, "What did we say last night? Didn't you promise me with your own mouth that you won't tell outsiders that I have a girl in my house?" Ma Xiao said, "That's right. That's what I said. What's wrong?" Yang Fan asked angrily, "Can you guarantee that you didn't tell anyone?" Ma Xiao blinked his eyes and said, "That's right. I didn't tell anyone at all. Oh, I told my mother." Yang Fan glared at him. Ma Xiao said confidently, "My mother is not an outsider. What are you afraid of?" "Auntie Lu, she is indeed not an outsider," Yang Fan said weakly. "But if your mother knows about it, it means that everyone in the neighborhood knows about it. Your mother will tell everyone in the neighborhood about it in the shortest time possible." Yang Fan wanted to cry, but had no tears. "My dear brother, don't tell me you don't know your mother's temperament." Ma Xiao mumbled guiltily. "What are you afraid of? Isn't it just eloping? Who cares? Besides, how could the people in the workshop not be on your side? Don't worry, no matter how this matter spreads, it will only be the gossip of the people in the workshop. No one will tell this to an outsider. If an outsider were to inquire about it, everyone would have to cover it up for you." Blind Chong immediately pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Eloping was too interesting. Yang Fan was speechless. Ma Xiao's words were true. At that time, Confucianism had not yet flourished. The people were keen to spread the news of love and promote it. Even if it was not in line with etiquette, the people would only talk about it with relish. Few would seek perfection or reprimand. Sima Xiangru and Zhua Wenjun eloped without any censure from the court or condemnation from the people. Li Jing and Hong Fu's elopement was even more talked about and praised by the Tangs. Elopement was a very romantic love story in the eyes of the Tangs. There would not be any moral gentleman who would come out to criticize it. In addition, the people at that time had a very strong sense of region. As long as the neighbors and the people from the same hometown knew of this identity, they would become closer. The people in the workshop would definitely speak up for Yang Fan. Everyone could imagine the resistance that the modern police encountered when they went to the mountain village to rescue the trafficked women. They could imagine how the people at that time helped their relatives and not reason. The problem was that Yang Fan's wife was not really an eloped girl. Yang Fan naturally had misgivings. However, at this point, from the reaction of the people in the workshop, no one connected it to the imperial court criminal that they had been searching for a few days ago. Tenano lived in his house. Even if she did not go out, she would be discovered sooner or later. After this matter, it might become a good excuse to cover up her true identity. Thinking of this, Yang Fan's anger dissipated. Even so, looking at Ma Xiao's character, Yang Fan could not help but say, "You really can't accomplish anything." Ma Xiao hurriedly said, I know. I'm good at spoiling things. What else could one say to someone who voluntarily admitted his mistake?" Yang Fan was angry and amused at the same time. He stretched out his hand, grabbed his shoulder, and pulled out a bamboo tube. Ma Qiao very cooperatively let out a scream and smiled apologetically. You're not angry anymore? After pulling out the fire pot, Ma Qiao grimaced and left Blind Chang's house with Yang Fan. Just as they reached the cross street, a group of 3 people slowly walked towards them. Ma Qiao's eyes flashed, and he could not help but call out, "Oh, Xiaoning is back. I'll go ask her about the annulment of the engagement." Yang Fan turned his head to look, only to see the slices and the dough maker on his left and right, supporting a white-haired old lady, walking towards the square. He hurriedly stepped forward to greet them. "Grandma's son, Aunt Wang." Yang Fan and Ma Qiao went up to greet them. They first greeted Matchmaker's son and Pasta's mother. Then both looked at Jiang Suning. Jiang Suning lightly shook his head. His expression was gloomy. Yang Fan and Ma Qiao's hearts tightened. Because they were on the road, it was not appropriate to ask too many questions, so they followed behind them and walked towards Jiang Suning's house. They entered the Jiang family's house. Pasta poured a few bowls of cold water and served them. Grandma's son and Pasta's mother took off their shoes and sat cross-legged on the couch. Yang Fan and Ma Qiao sat next to the couch and carefully asked Grandma's son about the annulment of the engagement with the Liu family. How did it go? Grandma's son was already very old. It was said that even the marriage between Pasta's mother and his father was arranged by this old woman. She was the most experienced matchmaker in the workshop. Grandma's son smacked her toothless mouth and sighed. I've been a matchmaker all my life. I don't know how many couples I've talked to. I didn't think that after spending all my time hunting geese, I would be pecked in the eye by the geese. Finally, I've been blind to betroth Ninger to such an animal." As the old woman said this, she slapped herself harshly. Pasta's mother's face darkened. She was originally unhappy, but when she saw Grandma's son like this, she quickly pulled her back and said, "Grandma, don't be like this. When we first got engaged, I saw that Liu Jun fan. At that time, his parents were still alive, and he looked like a good young man. Who would have thought that he would become like this today? Grandma, you're not the only one who made a mistake. I made a mistake too. Grandma, you don't need to blame yourself. Right now, we need to quickly think of a plan." Yang Fan heard the conversation between the two and whispered to Pasta, "Sister Ning, that Liu fellow doesn't agree to break off the engagement." Pasta's eyes reddened and tears welled up in her eyes. She tightly pursed her lips and lightly nodded her head, but didn't say anything. Ma Qiao impatiently said, "Auntie, what's going on? Tell us. There's so many people here. Surely we can come up with a plan. Xiao Ning and I grew up together. Xiao Fan also treats Xiao Ning like her own sister. We're not outsiders. If there's anything, just say it." Pasta's mother sighed and said, "This morning, Xiao Ning and I went to find Grandma and explained the situation. Grandma was very angry when she heard it, so she accompanied us to the Liu family to discuss the matter of the separation. In the end, when we arrived at the Liu family, Liu Jun fan was determined not to divorce, and even said in front of Xiao Ning, said, when Pasta's mother said this, her whole body trembled, her face was ashen, and she couldn't say anything for a moment. Grandma's son continued, "That little bastard said that once Xiao Ning marries him, he will torture her to death." Yang Fan and Ma Qiao's lungs immediately exploded with anger. Yang Fan angrily said, "That shameless scum, a man like him, lying under a woman's crotch and begging for pity, begging for charity to get by. If Sister Ning marries him, won't she be wrong for the rest of her life? If he doesn't want a divorce, why can't we?" Grandma's son said, "Xiao Su, you've just returned to the Tang Dynasty, so you don't know. Our Tang Dynasty's laws, of course, there is such a thing as a divorce between husband and wife, but a divorce is a divorce. Only when both sides agree can it be a divorce, or else how can it be considered a divorce? That man named Liu hates Xiao Ning for humiliating him in public, and with hatred in his heart, how can he let Xiao Ning go? Besides, he's such a spineless man. Even though he made peace with Lady Yao, he's still an adulterer. Would Lady Yao be willing to bear children for him? If he gave up such a good girl like Xiao Ning, where else could he find a satisfactory young lady? Of course he won't divorce." Ma Qiao asked, "Grandma's son, if he doesn't want a divorce, is there no other way?" Chapter 34. Grandma's son shook her head that was full of white hair and said unhappily, "Other methods won't work. There's another way, and that is for the man to divorce his wife. Think about it. If we want to divorce him, he won't agree. Will he divorce his wife? The other one is the magistrate." Yang Fan's eyes lit up and said, "That's right. If he doesn't want a divorce, then we'll magistrate. Epsilon Majoris and I are witnesses. We'll sue the magistrate. I don't believe that a beggar like him, who sells his body for food, has any connections in the magistrate." Grandma's son shook her head and said, "Difficult, difficult. Magistrate, difficult. If a woman wants to sue her husband, no matter if she's right or wrong, she'll be sentenced to 2 years in prison, and even then, she won't win. A man who flirts outside is not like a woman who doesn't follow the rules. Why would the magistrate sentence you to divorce? There are only 2 criteria for a divorce: breaking the law and violating the law. Ning doesn't meet either one." Yang Fan and Ma Qiao looked at each other. If one wasn't a professional, they wouldn't be able to understand this. The two were confused, and finally Yang Fan couldn't help but ask, "Granny, what do these breaking the law and violating the law mean?" Grandma's son said, "Breaking the law means killing, raping, and murdering the other party's people. Violating the law means a marriage that violates the laws of the Tang dynasty. For example, the law forbids people with the same surname to marry, but the husband and wife have the same surname. Such a marriage is illegal and must be divorced." Yang Fan frowned and said, "If that's the case, then these 2 methods really can't be used. But that Liu guy is so despicable, he's obviously not a good match. Can't we just divorce him if we want to?" Grandma's son sighed faintly and said, "The world belongs to you men and is on your men's side. Women don't have a place to reason." Modern people always said that women in the Tang dynasty had a high social status, but that was only relative to other dynasties. It was impossible for their social status to be higher than that of men or to be on equal footing with men. In history books, there were stories of women being arrogant and domineering. It was precisely because it was not an ordinary phenomenon that it became a legend. Which of those domineering women didn't have an extremely unyielding maiden family? Most of them were princesses of the royal family. How could ordinary women compare? The law of the Tang Empire stipulated that if a husband and wife fought each other, the wife would be punished more severely. A woman who sues her husband will be sentenced to 2 years in prison, regardless of whether she is right or wrong. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, it was even more severe. If a husband and wife fought each other, regardless of whether they were injured or not, the wife would be flogged 100 times. In fact, if the husband accidentally bumped into the wall while chasing after his wife, the wife would be sentenced to death. But if a wife accuses her husband, she will first be flogged 100 times and sentenced to 3 years in prison. After that, the husband will be tried to see if he is guilty. If the accusation is false, the wife will be hanged immediately. When a husband is out seeking flowers and having illicit relations with another man, it is true that his reputation is not good and he is despised by others, but he is not guilty. Therefore, although Jiang Suning had bumped into Liu Junfan and Madame Yao yesterday, he did not know what was going on, and if they really got into a fight, there was nothing he could do. But on the other hand, if Liu Junfan were to sue Pasta and Ma Qiao, if it was true, she would be sentenced to 2 years in prison. If it was false and the case was fought, her reputation would be ruined. She was an unmarried girl. Once her reputation was ruined, it was easy to imagine how bad her situation would be. When the two heard Grandma's son's explanation, their hearts sank. Ma Qiao muttered, "If that's the case, then Xiao Ning will have to marry that dissolute Liu Junfan." Pasta shivered and loudly said, "No, I'd rather die than marry a man like that." Pasta clenched her teeth and quickly retreated 2 steps. She flipped her hand and picked up a pair of scissors from the dustpan on the windowsill. Aunt Wang was shocked and said, "My dear daughter, what are you doing?" The old lady wanted to snatch the scissors from her daughter's hands, but she saw that the tips of the scissors were already against her body. She was afraid that if she tried to snatch the scissors, she would kill herself. She was so frightened that her face was as white as paper. Grandma's son also stood up in shock. Pasta's tears which she had been holding back for a long time, fell down. She sobbed and said, "Mother, that day, I saw him with my own eyes in front of that Madame Yao. If he was out seeking flowers, that's fine. Even if he's a man, I can still tolerate it. But he's such a good-for-nothing. Do I have to be like him and endure humiliation and beg for food?" Pasta held the scissors up and said in a low voice, "Mother, don't be afraid. I won't kill myself. I just want to ruin my face. That Lu fellow won't marry a girl who looks like a ghost." Aunt Wong was shocked and said, "You can't do that. There's always a way. If you ruin your face, which man will want you in the future?" She said, "Mu, even if your daughter can't get married in this lifetime, or marry a rough man from the mountains, it's still better than marrying such a man. Even if your daughter is as ugly as a ghost, your daughter can at least straighten her back and be a person. Otherwise, even if I have the face of a flower and the face of the moon, I'll still live like a ghost." Yang Fan said, "Sister Ning, things haven't come to that. Let's talk about it a little more." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly dashed forward and snatched the scissors from Jiang Sunning's hands. Although Yang Fan's movement was extremely fast, everyone was afraid that Jiang Sunning would ruin his face, so they didn't pay attention to him. Moreover, it wasn't strange for a young man to be agile, so they didn't suspect anything. Grandma Sun was ashamed and embarrassed. She was the one who arranged this marriage, and now that things have come to this, Grandma Sun felt very embarrassed. She said to Jiang Sunning, "Ninger, please don't do that. Things haven't come to that. Let's talk about it a little more." Grandma Sun thought for a while, and held on to Jiang Sunning's hand, and said to Pasta's mother, "I was the one who arranged the marriage for Delang at Su Fangjing's house. In front of Su Fangjing, I still have some face. Since we can't get the one named Lu to agree to the divorce, I'll go to Su Fangjing's house and ask Su Fangjing to come forward. Maybe we could get the one named Lu to change his mind." Pasta's mother said happily, "That's great. Then we'll have to trouble Granny." She took out a handkerchief from her pocket, opened it, and took out a string of money and stuffed it into Grandma Sun's hands. Grandma Sun's face had gone dark. How could she accept it? And kept on rejecting it. Pasta's mother said, "When you ask someone to do something, how can it be free? Granny, please take it, whether it's to buy a chicken or a duck or a box of pastries. You can't come empty-handed." After rejecting for a while, Grandma Sun took the money and said, "Since it's like this, I'll thicken my face and accept it. There's no time to lose. I'll go to Su Fangjing's house now." She looked at Jiang Sunning, whose tears had not dried yet, and sighed softly and comforted him. "Ning, don't worry and wait. Granny will ask Su Fangjing to come forward. The basho of each workshop are all people with reputations, and they communicate with each other. If Su Fangjing is willing to come forward, then he can persuade the basho of Yongtai Workshop to pressure Lu Junfan and force him to give in." Jiang Sunning held back his tears and bowed. "Granny, Ning Er's life is in your hands." Grandma Sun nodded her head and trembled as she walked out. Yang Fan quickly gave a look to Ma Qiao, telling him to stay and comfort Jiang Sunning to prevent her from doing anything extreme. He then caught up with Grandma Sun and helped her out. As they walked, Yang Fan asked, "Granny, what did that Lu fellow say?" When Grandma Sun heard this, an angry expression appeared on her face, and she said, "I've been a matchmaker my whole life, and I've never seen such a shameless man. That Lu Junfan is a scoundrel," he said. "If you want a divorce, that's fine, but when he's tired of playing with her until she's crippled, he'll divorce his wife. That man is worse than an animal. To discuss a divorce with him is to to let him go. How can that be possible?" When Yang Fan heard this, a murderous glint flashed across his heart, and he thought to himself, "If Grandma Sun can get Su Fangjing to come forward and ask Lu Junfan to part ways, then that's fine. If not, I'll kill that animal, and won't let Sister Ning fall into a pit of fire and never be able to make a comeback." Yang Fan sent Grandma Sun to Su Fangjing's house. Su Moan was very loyal, and he had watched Jiang Sunning grow up. When he heard that her husband's family was so despicable, Su Fangjing's heart was filled with disdain, and he immediately agreed. He immediately went to Yongtai Lane and asked for Yong Tai Lane's basho to come forward. When Yang Fan received accurate information, he first sent Grandma's son home, and then hurried back to Pasta's house to explain the situation to her. When he heard that Su Fangzheng had agreed to help, Jiang Suning's hopes were rekindled, and her emotions calmed down. Yang Fan and Ma Qiao tried to persuade her for a while, and then they both said their goodbyes. Chapter 35. When Yang Fan returned home, he smelled the aroma of food as soon as he pushed the door open. A feeling of happiness rose in his heart, and he called out to the kitchen, "Anu, I'm back." Strangely, the kitchen was quiet and there was no movement at all. Yang Fan curiously walked over and peeked into the kitchen. There was no one inside. Yang Fan turned around and couldn't help but jump in fright. Tin Ano was standing behind him like a ghost. Yang Fan was aghast. "Why are you like a ghost?" "Scaring people will scare people to death." Tin Ano stared at him and said, "Something happened." Yang Fan was startled. "What happened?" Tin Ano flashed to the door and peeked out through the crack of the door. Then he floated in front of him and whispered, "I found something wrong with the situation. Oh, I've noticed that people who pass by your house would look inside curiously. Oh, I also found that people were whispering to each other and pointing. Oh." Tin Ano's face was solemn. "Do you think that the news of me being in your house has been leaked?" Yang Fan felt guilty and hurriedly said, "You think too much. The common people live their own lives. Who would care about other people's business?" Tin Ano shook his head. "Not necessarily. You're a single man and you don't have a meal at home. If you suddenly start a fire and cook for yourself, people will inevitably be suspicious." Yang Fan coughed twice and said, "You don't have to worry. I've said that no one will care about this place. Besides, with your appearance, even if someone saw you, would they believe that you're a female thief?" Tin Ano was still worried and stared at him. "Is there really nothing wrong?" Yang Fan said seriously, "Absolutely nothing. I guarantee it with my integrity." Tin Ano sighed. "Now that you say it, I'm even more worried." Yang Fan said gloomily, "Is my personality that bad?" Tin Ano rolled his eyes at him and asked, "Do you have any dignity?" Yang Fan stared at her and asked, "Is the meal ready?" Tin Ano looked at him strangely and said, "You can still eat?" Yang Fan said, "Why can't I eat? Nothing will happen. Think about it. If the news of you being here is leaked, won't I be implicated as well? Since I'm not afraid, what are you worried about?" Tin Ano tilted his head and thought carefully. Then he smiled and said, "Not bad. This reason really makes me feel much more at ease. Then let's eat." Yesterday, it was as if they were moving into a new house. Naturally, it was a little more grand. Today, it was impossible to have a sumptuous meal. However, even if it was an ordinary dish, after being cooked by Tin Ano's pair of miraculous hands, it looked and smelled great. When Yang Fan saw the table full of delicacies, he couldn't help but feel hungry. He picked up his chopsticks and said, "Come, come, come. Let's eat." Tin Ano smiled and said, "There's no rush. I still have a main dish that hasn't been served." Yang Fan put down his chopsticks and said in surprise, "There's still a main dish." Tin Ano took out a bundle from under the short table and gently pushed it in front of Yang Fan. Yang Fan looked at Tin Ano suspiciously. He put down his chopsticks and opened the bundle. Under the light, there was a glow of pearls and jewels, enshrouding and dazzling. 2 blocks of jade, 1 hanging pearl, and several gold ingots and silver bars. Yang Fan was stunned for a while. He slowly raised his head and looked at Tin Ano. Tin Ano said, "Today I went out and brought back some things." Yang Fan slowly covered the bundle and pushed it back under the table. He calmly asked, "What is the meaning of this?" "Thank you, gift," Tin Ano said. "I said before, the grace of saving a life should be rewarded generously. This is my thank you gift." Yang Fan's eyes flashed. "You're leaving?" Tin Ano gently nodded. Yang Fan said, "I told you to leave the day before yesterday, but you refused. Why do you suddenly want to leave today?" The corners of Tin Ano's mouth curled up slightly. "I said before, women can change their minds at any time. Why do I need a reason?" Yang Fan sighed and said, "Although the checks in the workshop are not strict, it is not the same in the capital. The checks at the city gates are still very strict for people leaving the city. You have an injury on your shoulder and can easily expose your identity. Why don't you wait for your injury to heal? Tin Ano interrupted. To heal is not something that can be done in a day or two. As long as I can walk freely, leaving the city is not a problem for me. Yang Fan was silent for a moment. He then smiled and said, "That's fine. Since we're going to part tomorrow, how can there be no wine at the banquet?" Tin Ano said, "Fine. Although I am injured, there is no harm in drinking wine. I will go get it." Yang Fan stretched out his hand and said, "You sit. I will go get the wine." Yang Fan was about to rise when a burst of hurried footsteps came from the courtyard. Tian AI News vigilance had been aroused by the strange happenings in the neighborhood. As soon as she heard the sound of footsteps, her gaze immediately became alert. Yang Fan was looking at her hand holding the chopsticks. Her fingers were slender and delicate. When the footsteps sounded, her thumb, index finger, and middle finger holding the chopsticks moved like an orchid blossoming. She had already turned from holding the chopsticks into a reverse grip. The index finger of her right hand was lightly placed in front of her thumb, and her pinky hooked the end of the chopsticks. The tip of the chopsticks was slanted towards the right side of Yang Fan's chest. She had become a standard sword grip. Of course, she did not want to deal with Yang Fan. She slightly tilted her head, her left ear listening to the approaching footsteps. Yang Fan believed that when she suddenly stabbed back, the chopsticks in her hand would move like lightning and pierce straight into the throat of the person entering the door. Not only was she fast at killing fish, she was even faster at killing people. Yang Fan immediately asked, "Who is it?" This time, the person outside the door did not rashly rush in. He first said, "Xiao Fan, it is me, Ma Qiao." As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened and Ma Qiao walked in. As soon as he entered, it was still the same low table. The man and woman were still sitting opposite each other. They were still eating under the lamp. The situation was the same as last night. Ma Qiao snorted twice and said, "You are eating. Sister-in-law, sorry to disturb you." The chopsticks in Tin Ano's hand fell to the table with a dang sound. She was tongue-tied and said, Sister-in-law?" Yang Fan quickly stood up and rushed over to block Ma Qiao's line of sight. She asked, "Why are you here?" Ma Qiao walked around Yang Fan's body and looked at the food on the table. He repeatedly praised, Sister-in-law is really good at cooking. This food smells so good." Tin Ano glared at Yang Fan. Yang Fan hurriedly said, "Epsilon Majoris, don't talk nonsense. We haven't done that yet." As Yang Fan said this, she turned her head and winked at Tin Ano. "Anu, leave for a moment. Epsilon Majoris is here. He has something to discuss with me." Tin Ano slowly stood up and cast a suspicious glance at Yang Fan. He slowly walked to the back door. Yang Fan pulled Ma Qiao to sit down and asked, "Why are you here?" Seeing that Tin Ano had left, Ma Qiao immediately restrained the forced smile on his face. He sighed and said, "Isn't it because of Xiao Ning's matter?" Yang Fan was moved. "There is news from Su Fangzheng's side? Could it be that the one surnamed Lu is still unwilling to agree?" Ma Qiao said, "Su Fangzheng went to Yongtai Lane and saw M.O. Basho there. When M.O. Basho heard Su Fangzheng explain his intention of leaving, he was greatly puzzled. He said that this matter is not easy to handle." Yang Fan said, "Why is that?" "That one surnamed Lu has reached this stage. He shouldn't have much ability in the lane." Ma Qiao said, "That's right. That one surnamed Lu indeed doesn't have much ability. However, even though he doesn't have much ability, that Madame Yao he's latched onto has a great background." Yang Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He asked, "That Madame Yao, what is her identity?" Ma Qiao said, "That Madame Yao doesn't have much of an identity. She's just a merchant's wife living in the lane. But Madame Yao's mother is not an ordinary person." Yang Fan asked curiously, "What kind of extraordinary person could the merchant's mother be?" Ma Qiao said with a wry smile, "Madame Yao's mother used to be a wet nurse for someone." "Who?" "Princess Taiping." Chapter 36. Yang Fan was shocked. He opened his eyes wide and said, "There's such a thing?" Ma Qiao nodded lightly and said, "That's right. The Prime Minister's doorstep is a 7th-ranked official. Moreover, She is Princess Taiping's wet nurse. Because of this relationship, very few people dare to offend her. Therefore, Mo Basho advised Su Fangzheng not to cause trouble. Yang Fan frowned and said, that Madame Yao shouldn't interfere. Think about it. If the one surnamed Lu breaks off the engagement, won't he be able to wholeheartedly attend to her? Ma Qiao laughed coldly and said, even if the one surnamed Lu gets married, won't that Madame Yao still be able to summon him whenever she wants to? Will Madame Yao be jealous of him? Besides, she only treats the one surnamed Lu as a plaything. It's not like she's marrying him. That day, I humiliated her ruthlessly. That woman has a vicious heart. She can't wait to humiliate Xiao Ning. Yang Fan was silent for a moment. He slowly said, if that's the case, it's my fault. If I hadn't offended them that day, perhaps Sister Ning wouldn't have met with so much trouble after breaking off the engagement. Ma Qiao said, forget it. Let's not talk about this. You sincerely treat Xiao Ning as an elder sister. That's why you're willing to stand up for her. Even if you didn't humiliate them that day, with their despicable nature, how could they easily let Xiao Ning go? Ma Qiao was silent for a moment, then said, shopkeeper Su is quite loyal. Although he knew that Madame Yao has such a status, he still wanted to give a try, so he strongly invited shopkeeper Mo to come forward and persuade Lu Junfan. He even agreed on behalf of Xiao Ning that as long as Lu Junfan was willing to break off the engagement, he would give him some money. He originally thought that this person was too spineless, so if he was given some money, perhaps he would agree. Who would have thought that Madame Yao was at the Lu residence at that time? She actually walked out of the inner chamber and shamelessly ridiculed him, saying that a pasta soup seller's money was nothing in her eyes. She also said that Xiao Ning was going to marry that man surnamed Lu. She asked Su Fangzheng not to waste his time and come back to tell Xiao Ning to prepare to be a bride. When Yang Fan heard this, a fierce look flashed across his eyes. Even though Ma Qiao was merely relaying these words, he could imagine how condescending Madame Yao must have been at that time and how much hatred she must have harbored for elder sister Ning. This woman was narrow-minded and vengeful. That Lu Junfan was despicable, shameless, and without any backbone. With these two people together, if Pasta really married into the Lu family, he wouldn't just be unable to raise his head, he would be living a life worse than death. Yang Fan's hand pressed heavily on the couch. Suddenly, he touched a corner of the bundle. His heart was moved. Ning Jiejia's family's little bit of money is nothing in their eyes. If I use the precious jewels that Anu gifted me, can I buy Ning Jiejia's freedom? With just a thought, Yang Fan dispelled this idea. Now that this matter was hindered by Madame Yao, even if Lu Junfan was willing, she would not. He was only a shopkeeper, and Ning Jiejia was only a pasta seller. If they suddenly took out this much treasure, Madame Yao would only need to send a name card to the authorities and say that they were suspected of theft. Then it would become a big problem. Besides, that Lu Junfan was a profit-seeking fellow. Although his character was despicable, he was not an idiot. If someone was willing to take out this much treasure to buy Ning Jiejia's freedom, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't be blinded by greed. If he got an inch, he would take a foot, trying to squeeze even more wealth out of Ning Jiejia. Ma Qiao saw him lowering his head in contemplation, his expression uncertain. He knew that Yang Fan was thinking of a way to help Jiang Suning. He heavily patted his shoulder and said, Xiao Fan, don't worry. I've already thought of a way. Yang Fan suddenly raised his head and happily said, You have a way? Ma Qiao nodded and said, As soon as I left Su Fangzheng's house, I started to think of a way. That man with the surname Lu doesn't have any redeeming qualities. If she marries him, Xiao Ning's life will be ruined. She grew up with me, so no matter what, I can't just watch her jump into a fire pit. I thought about it. Yang Fan suddenly understood and said, So that's how it is. You want to elope with Ning Jiejia? This is indeed a good way to take drastic measures. Huh? Ma Qiao's jaw almost dislocated. He stuttered, This is a good way? Yang Fan beamed with joy and said, Of course it is a good way. I have long seen that Ning Jiejia treats you differently. I think she also likes you in her heart. Since you have this idea today, it couldn't be better. The two of you elope and become real husband and wife. That man surnamed Lu won't be able to stay. The corner of Ma Qiao's mouth suddenly twitched. He said, Brother, although Xiao Ning hasn't married yet, the marriage contract has already been signed. In other words, she is someone else's wife. Elope? Only you can think of that. That is against the law. Even if I elope with her, we have already had 7 or 8 children. She should still be someone else's wife unless he is willing to divorce her. Besides, she has an old mother. I also have an old mother. Tell me, where can we escape to with our families? Yang Fan then realized that he had thought wrongly. He couldn't help but ask, Then what's the good way you mentioned? Ma Qiao said fiercely, Break off the marriage. That's the only way to do it. Tomorrow I will go to his house and recognize Xiao Ning's mother as my godmother. I will go there as Xiao Ning's brother and break one of his legs. I'm not afraid that he won't report me to the authorities. As long as he takes the initiative to report me, I can ask Xiao Ning to break off the engagement. Yang Fan stared at him and said, This is the good idea you came up with? Do you know that you will go to jail for injuring someone's life? Ma Qiao said with a serious face, I know. That's why I came to find you. If I hit him too lightly, it won't work. No matter what, I have to break one of his legs to fulfill the condition of break off the marriage. In this way, I will naturally have to go to jail for 2 years. I have many brothers in the Ma family, so I don't have to worry about no one taking care of Mother. It's just that my cousins don't live in this house, and Mother won't leave this house to live with my brothers. While I'm not here, I hope you could take care of her. As Ma Qiao said this, he stood up and solemnly bowed to Yang Fan. Ma Qiao had many shortcomings, but he was extremely benevolent and filial to his parents. To his friends, he was supremely righteous. He was just an ordinary man in the marketplace. But who said that to be chivalrous and to die for justice, one must have extraordinary abilities? Those with great skills may not have such a chivalrous heart. Most chivalrous people are like dogs. Ma Qiao was illiterate and didn't know any great principles, but many people who knew great principles would feel inferior in front of his actions. How could Yang Fan let him stand up for himself? He immediately retorted, Fool! Even if you go to jail, will you be sentenced? If this matter was only between Sister Ning and that Lu Jun Fan, it would actually be easier to handle. But now, isn't Madame Yao involved? Think about it. As long as she sends a name card to the magistrate's office, do you think the magistrate's sentence will be as you wish? Ma Qiao was stunned for a moment and anxiously said, Then what should we do? Don't tell me we can only watch as little Ning jumps into the fire pit. No matter what, I have to try. Yang Fan asked, Does Sister Ning know the news? Ma Qiao shook his head and said, Not yet. Su Fangzheng came back late, so I've been guarding his house. After asking about the news, I came to you. I even specially told him not to tell little Ning. Yang Fan nodded his head and said, Good. You go back first. Let me think about it tonight. Maybe I can think of a better way. If it really doesn't work, there's no harm in trying your method again. Ma Qiao smiled bitterly and said, Ma Qiao, grew up in Luoyang, and I can't even do anything when encountering this kind of ruffian. If I give you one night, what good idea can you come up with? Then I'll go back first. Don't forget what I entrusted you. If I am arrested and sent to jail, I want you to spend more effort on my mother. Ma Qiao nagged as he was sent out by Yang Fan. Tin Ano stood in the room, watching Yang Fan return. She asked, Why did he look for you? When Yang Fan raised his head, a murderous aura had completely hidden in the depths of his eyes. He smiled lightly and said, It's nothing, just a trivial matter. I won't be on duty tomorrow. Early in the morning, I'll send you off. In the dark of the night, the sound of the clapper came from afar and then from near to far. Yang Fan opened his eyes. The moonlight shone through the window, and the sparse shadows on the window lattice made it look especially tranquil. He began to prepare. Opening the chest, he took out a knife from the bottom of the chest and gently inserted it into his belt. He didn't even put on his night clothes. Tonight was not the night he snuck into the Ministry of War to look through the files and broke into the Lu family. Killing Lu Jun Fan would be as easy as killing a chicken's ear. There was no need to act as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Yang Fan finished packing and was about to leave. His body had just moved when he suddenly stopped, his hand already gripping the hilt of the knife. The door to the rear courtyard opened and clear light poured in, casting a shadow on the ground like a sparse shadow on the window, exquisite and protruding. Yang Fan let out a breath and loosened his grip on the knife. Tin Ano slowly walked in. Tin Ano stood with her back to the light, so the expression on her face couldn't be seen. The clear and cold moonlight shone from behind, accentuating her slender waist. Her figure was extremely beautiful, and there was an indescribable elegance and beauty about her. "You're going to play cards again?" Yes, playing cards." "Do you need a knife to play cards? You going to kill someone? Kill that guy, surnamed Liu?" Chapter 37. Yang Fan did not speak. Tin Ano sighed lightly and said, "I have really underestimated you two little thieves. One is willing to go to jail for his childhood playmate, and the other is willing to kill for her. There are indeed many loyal people in the marketplace." Yang Fan could no longer conceal it and sighed lightly. "Anu, go back and sleep. You will leave early tomorrow morning. You don't have to care about my matters." "I don't want to care, but I can't watch my savior walk into a dead end. Can you really succeed in killing someone in the middle of the night with your lousy stealing skills? Is there no other way?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "Maybe there is, but I can't think of it." Pausing for a while, he continued, "If I have no other choice, I don't want to kill. Actually, I wanted to use the jewelry you gave me to exchange for Sister Ning's freedom." Tin Ano tilted his body slightly and looked at Yang Fan with some surprise. The value of those jewelry. A commoner like Yang Fan might not be able to accurately estimate its value, but as a little thief, he could more or less guess its approximate value. Such a fortune, he could actually give it up so easily for a woman who was neither his relative nor his lover? Tin Ano slightly raised her eyebrows and said, "These jewelry that I gave you, although it is not extremely valuable, it is enough to let you escape from poverty and enter a well-off family. You can marry a satisfactory wife and live a rich life without worrying about food and clothing. You are willing to give it away just like that?" Yang Fan indifferently said, "Anu, perhaps mediocre commoners who are busy making a living are like ants in the eyes of heroes like you, who can come and go freely. But this doesn't mean that we don't value friendship and do not know loyalty. In my heart, a pearl is not more precious than a smile from a friend or a relative." Tin Ano's eyes became even brighter as he asked, "Then, why did you change your mind?" Yang Fan said, "Because Madame Yao is interfering in this matter. If this guy surnamed Liu had ambition and ability, he wouldn't have fallen to such a state. He couldn't carry anything on his shoulders, nor could he lift anything with his hands. It would be difficult for him to make a living with this amount of money. But how long could this money last? To him, Madame Yao was a mountain of gold that he could use whenever he wanted. Although this scoundrel had no backbone to speak of, he was not stupid or ignorant. If you were to tempt him with benefits, he might instead feel that he was a rare commodity and would be even more unwilling to let go. Moreover, with Madame Yao stirring up trouble, this method won't work. So you want to kill him? Kill him. Since he's no longer around, the marriage will naturally be dissolved." Tin Ano smiled and said, "That's right, but is it really as simple as you think? You also know Madame Yao's identity. Now that you have gone to her house twice to break off the engagement, Liu refused and he died. What would Madame Yao think? If she informed the authorities, who do you think the authorities would investigate?" Yang Fan clenched his teeth and said, "Then, I will kill her as well." Tin Ano shook his head lightly. "You have gone to her house twice in a row to argue for a separation. Apart from Liu, is Madame Yao the only one who knows? Since Madame Yao has this kind of identity, if her mother runs to Princess Taiping's residence and cries, even if the authorities do not look at the monk's face, they will still make a big move. You want to help that Miss Xiao Ning, but in the end you will harm her." Yang Fan was startled. He really did not think that doing this would have such a troublesome ending. Tin Ano gazed at him and slowly said, "To kill, you must take advantage of the moment when the person you want to kill is most relaxed. When you make your move, you must find his weakness. Only then can you succeed in one strike. Dealing with a person is the same. You must also find his weakness. It is easy for you to kill Lu, but you cannot avoid the many troubles that will follow. That Lu is extremely greedy. If you want him to change his mind, you must start with the word wealth. You originally planned to use those jewels. This idea is not wrong. It is just that you used the wrong method. Directly bribing him will not work. Yang Fan's eyes brightened. He blurted out, "Could it be? You have a brilliant plan?" Tin Ano said, "First light the lamp, okay?" The lamp was lit, and the room was dim. Half of Tin Ano's face was reflected in the light, sparkling like egg white. A few strands of beautiful hair gently hung on her cheeks. Her evening makeup was slightly messy, and she seemed to have a few more traces of charm than her usual cold demeanor. Her eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky. But looking at the stars, one would not feel the same as looking at her eyes. She was originally a little beauty that could move one's heart. Looking at a beauty under the moonlight added 3 points of color. Looking at a beauty under the lamp and looking at a beauty under the moonlight, they are different approaches but achieve the same result. However, the moon is cold while the lamp is warm. So when the same beauty is seen in the eyes, there's a completely different scenery. Under the moonlight, there's a poetic and picturesque feeling, making people appreciate it more. But under the lamp, it is easy to give birth to the feeling of love and possession. Yang Fan stared at Tin Ano with a very fervent gaze, but it has nothing to do with the feelings between a man and a woman. Seeing his impatient look, Tin Ano could only get straight to the point and said, "The problem now is that scoundrel is greedy for money. But compared to Madame Yao, who has an inexhaustible supply of money, although your money can move his heart, he may not be willing to offend Madame Yao. And because of Madame Yao's special status, it is not appropriate for you to use force." Yang Fan impatiently said, "Does Anu have a good plan?" Tin Ano rolled his eyes at him and said, "If there's a woman who is richer, more powerful, and more beautiful than Madame Yao, who favors that scoundrel, and is even willing to marry him, do you think you will be impatient to separate from your sister Ning and not hesitate to offend Madame Yao?" Yang Fan said dispiritedly, "You also said that he is a scoundrel. Where can I find such a blind lady from a noble family to be willing to marry him?" Tin Ano fiercely glared at him and said resentfully, "Really an idiot. Since you are willing to use the jewelry that I gave you to exchange for Jiang Suning's freedom, can't you use it to create a rich young lady?" Yang Fan's eyes lit up and he said cheerfully, "I understand what you mean. Not bad. This idea seems feasible. Let me think about it." Yang Fan lowered his head and pondered for a moment before he slowly said, "It is easy to use this money to create a rich young lady. But it is difficult to find this person who will pretend to be a rich young lady. Think about it. Which ordinary girl would be willing to show her face in public to accompany me to pretend to be a swindler? Besides, those pretty daughters from humble families, even if they are willing to help, they will inevitably be a little petty. How can they pretend to be a noble young lady? That surnamed Lu may be a despicable and dirty scoundrel, but he is not a person who is ignorant. With just a little contact with this kind of girl, how can she deceive him? If we hire a prostitute from a brothel, it is possible to pretend to be a rich young lady, but with their coquettish behavior, how can they be like a noble young lady? Moreover, this kind of person is not reliable and cannot be used." Speaking to this point, Yang Fan looked at Tin Ano opposite him. His eyes lit up and he said fervently, "This is a good idea, but we need a suitable person to implement it. Anu, please lend a helping hand." Tin Ano was annoyed and amused at the same time. He said angrily, "I was originally helping you to come up with the idea. Why did you put the idea on me instead? I am leaving early tomorrow morning." Yang Fan rubbed his hands and said, "Before I leave, I will do this good deed. Anu, you are also a girl. You should understand that this matter concerns a girl's lifelong happiness. I believe you also can't bear to watch her jump into the fire pit." Tin Ano pondered for a moment before he nodded and said, "Fine, then I will help you one more time. After this matter, I have repaid your kindness." Yang Fan stood up and said with a deep bow, "Anu is righteous. I thank you on behalf of Sister Ning here." Tin Ano snorted coldly. Don't talk about these useless things. Let's discuss what to do. The two of them sat opposite each other and whispered to each other. When it was almost midnight, Tin Ano covered his mouth and yawned. It's done. We will start tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, you go and appease that Miss Ma. Tell her to calm down so as not to spoil our plan. Yang Fan said, Okay, but Tin Ano glanced at him and asked, What are you worried about? Yang Fan hesitated for a moment before he said worriedly, I suddenly thought of a serious problem. What problem? Do you know how to seduce people? Tin Ano stared at him with his almond-shaped eyes. Yang Fan quickly explained, Don't be angry. This is a serious matter. I have to be careful. I am worried. Can you make him take the bait? Tin Ano said angrily, Why can't I? Yang Fan muttered, Look at your creditor's face. Tin Ano faintly said, Just him. Is there a need to seduce him? Yang Fan was startled. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, That's right. This friend only recognizes money. As long as gold and silver can pave the way, even if it's a female yaksha, he will definitely be willing. I have worried too much. Tin Ano's pair of eyes turned into a murderous sword again as he stared fiercely at Yang Fan. Yang Fan felt that something was wrong. He quickly lay down on the bed and said, Sleep, sleep. We still have to wake up early tomorrow. He waved his sleeve and extinguished the candles. Tin Ano snorted coldly and turned around to walk out. When she opened the back door, the moonlight as clear as water shone on her face. Her face suddenly bloomed into a smile. Her smile was very reserved. First, her red lips were slightly pursed. The smile was like the ripples of a lake. Gradually, it covered her entire face, reaching the tip of her eyebrows and the corner of her eyes. In this quiet night, that smile was just like an epiphyllum at noon, gracefully blooming. Chapter 38. Surrounded by green mountains, the three rivers ripple with white waves. The spring wind does not know the meaning of prosperity and death. The color of grass fills the old city year after year. Smoke worries and rain howls Huasheng. The palace is the old imperial city. If you ask about ancient and modern matters, please only look at Luoyang. To know the rise and fall of Luoyang, you must look at Ding Ding Street. At this time, Ding Ding Street was extremely bustling. The flat dark green stone slabs formed a wide flat surface, allowing one's field of vision to pour out like water. In the distance, black eaves, giant red pillars, and yellow city walls formed a simple and refined, solemn, and magnificent picture. That was the lofty and proud Ding Ding Gate. Tall piers, 3 doorways, east and west flying corridors, east and west gates, and left and right horse paths were all connected together by a curved flying corridor. Entering this solemn and imposing Ding Ding Gate, one would be greeted by a street that was 150 meters wide and 4 kilometers long, Ding Ding Street. The perfectly straight Ding Ding Street was like a sharp sword, the tip of the sword pointing outwards, pointing straight at the Dragon Gate. The 4-kilometer-long Ding Ding Street was like a straight sword edge, extending all the way to the imperial city. The sword edge was the heavenly gate of the imperial palace. The sword hilt was the bright hall, heaven, and other huge palaces standing on the central axis of the imperial city. In the bright hall, there was an incomparably huge wooden Buddha statue, gilded with gold and adorned with jade, magnificent beyond compare. The Buddha pinched his fingers, and even that slightly tilted little finger was enough to hold more than 10 strong men standing on it. This huge statue was modeled after the appearance of the current dynasty's Empress Wu, with a benevolent smile on its face, overlooking the multitude of people walking into Ding Ding Street from Ding Ding Gate. The incomparably imposing Ding Ding Gate and this wide and flat Ding Ding Street were built in the Sui Day period. Sui Yang Emperor Yangguang was the first emperor to pass through this gate. Now, the Sui dynasty was no more, but this magnificent building, built with a concentration of countless manpower and material resources, still displayed its function. Peddlers and pawns, scholars, merchants, endless streams of people, carriages, horses, mules, donkeys, camels from the western region, together formed this bustling and prosperous scene. If you lowered your head and looked at the hard bluestone ground, you would find many shallow footprints on it because of the long period of friction and pressure. Can you imagine that after just a few months of marriage, he would leave his hometown to do business in a foreign land? Once he left, he would not return home for decades. When his son grew up and met him in a foreign land, they actually did not know each other before they told each other their names. In this era, there was such a story. Can you imagine a person following a small merchant to do business, not taking a single cent, supporting and protecting him wholeheartedly for decades, until the small merchant became a big merchant that could rival a country? And then, according to the agreement, a part of the family property was given to him. From then on, he went from a penniless person to a rich merchant, continuing the life path of his former master. In this era, there was such a story. Can you imagine this kind of agreement without any official contract? That successful and famous rich merchant would never break the contract and owe him wages, and he would never be tempted by benefits halfway and betray the master he followed. This agreement that lasted for decades was actually all based on the word trust. In this era, there was such a story. Can you imagine a penniless seller carrying a precious ancestral gem, priced at $1 million, peddling it on the street, but no one showed interest in it? And then suddenly a knowledgeable person saw it and flew into a rage, saying that the seller was tarnishing such a precious treasure with such a low price, forcing the seller to raise the price to $10 million before he was willing to buy it. In this era, there was such a story. This was an era full of miracles. The legend of generals, the legend of politicians, the legend of rangers, the legend of poets, the legend of women, all of the above belonged to the legends of the merchants of the Tang dynasty. Now, Tenano had become a wealthy magnate of the western regions. Yang Fan, on the other hand, had transformed into her most loyal servant. The wealthy western regions girl, Tin Ano, and her loyal servant, Yang Fan, were standing on the busiest Ding Ding Street in Luoyang at this moment. This street was filled with pedestrians. Everyone who walked on this street, whether entering or exiting, was looking for the opportunity of life to win wealth and fame and to express their life's aspirations. Whether it was high officials, nobles, young masters, peddlers, or beggars, they were all walking on this street, and then separately enter the mansions or shacks on the left and right side, walking under the same sky and entering into their own different lives. Here, a Persian with red hair, blue eyes, a rugged appearance, and a camel in rustic clothes could be a rich businessman who spent a lot of money. A scholar who looked well-dressed and waved a feather fan could be a skillful thief. A white-haired, trembling old man who walked with a walking stick could be an old wanderer who lived in seclusion. It was not allowed to do business on the street, but mobile peddlers could be found everywhere, taking advantage of the endless flow of people, playing hide-and-seek with the public on the 4-kilometer-long street and all the streets and alleys that extended in all directions. Tian Ai Nu wore a hat with a carved beard on her head and a veil covering her face. Although no one could see her face, based on the way she stood and the way she behaved, it was obvious that she was born in a wealthy family. She was the daughter of a noble since she was young. She was graceful and noble. Yang Fan now did not doubt her ability to pretend to be a dragon or a tiger. Tenano frowned and said, "What we need to do now is to buy a full set of clothing, a mansion, a light carriage, a maid, a manservant, and everything a noble daughter should have. To buy these things, we need to find a middleman. Why did you bring me here?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "In terms of wisdom, I'm not as good as you, but after all, I have lived in Luoyang for so long and can be considered as half a local snake. In terms of knowledge, you're not as good as me. Find a middleman? A middleman needs to check the identity of the buyer. Let me ask you, can you meet people with your identity? Or can I meet people with my identity as a shopkeeper?" Although the middleman was a broker that helped to introduce workers, contact people to buy and sell servants, houses, and all kinds of tools, but the responsibility they had was not small. For example, scholars, farmers, merchants, and businessmen were all good people, so good people could not be bought as servants, even if they were willing. If the middleman mistakenly sold a good person as a lowly person, once the matter came to light and the government investigated, he would have to bear the responsibility. The middleman was also responsible for checking the identity of the hired person. Some people sold themselves just to sneak into the mansion, and when the middleman entered, they would steal the property and escape. Once this happened, the middleman would also be held responsible. In addition, whether or not the buyer had the qualifications to order around a servant and how many servants he could order around, these were all rules. Therefore, the middleman had to know the background of both the buyer and the seller. With the two's current identity, it was naturally impossible for them to pass the middleman's test. Needless to say, Tin Ano's identity was shameful, and although Yang Fan currently had a proper identity, his identity was that of a shopkeeper in the Xiaowen workshop, suddenly becoming a servant of a noble family. The middleman was a person with a lot of experience, so how could he not be suspicious? Hearing this, Tin Ano was startled and said, "This is a problem, but don't tell me that we're going to ask each and every person on the street if they are willing to be hired by us." Looking at the bustling crowd on the street, Yang Fan happily said, "This is the ability of a local snake. Follow me." Under the curtain of his beard, Tin Ano lightly pursed his lips, and with light steps, he followed Yang Fan. On both sides of the wide Ding-Ding Street, there was a row of tall locust trees and elm trees. Different from the behavior of some municipal officials of later generations, who would dig trees today, plant trees tomorrow, and dig trees again the day after, hiding their selfish desires and tormenting behavior. The locust trees here had been planted since the time of Sui Day and had not been touched. Therefore, they were tall, numerous, and had twisted branches. At a glance, one could tell that they had a kind of ancient, heavy charm. Aside from the crowd of people taking a morning stroll, it seemed that very few people would go near this place. Behind the elm trees was a drainage ditch 3 meters wide and deep, and behind the drainage ditch was a square wall that was 1 zhang high. Inside the ditch were square squares. Tin Ano followed Yang Fan to the tree, and was surprised to find that the tall square wall was actually scribbled with many scribbles. The people who rode in this place were naturally not so-and-so was here, but some unique small posters. Xian Kong sees the house. Lu Run determines the good and bad luck. Touch the bones to tell the fortune. Iron Mouth is straight. Chong Sheng Fang South Cross Street 3rd curve. Lu Xiazi, going on the spring and autumn hunt. Inviting guests. How can you not have the company of a beauty? Qingwen Fong North Cross Street 2nd girl Xiangning can sing, can warm the bed, has a graceful and beautiful figure. Even if her husband is like a wolf, won't get up until dawn. Severe winter is coming. The cold is unbearable. The high-quality charcoal is frighteningly cheap. Li Run Fong 7 curves 2nd Street Shueli. The price is fair. The charcoal quality is good. The 4-kilometer-long square wall had become 2 huge advertising signs along the way. There were all kinds of things written on it. The content was almost all-encompassing. Almost all services that one could think of could be found here. Tin Ano looked at it in amazement. As Yang Fan walked along, he held a piece of paper in his left hand and a piece of charcoal in his right, copying down the things he wanted one by one. Suddenly, a small poster came into sight. Yang Fan looked at it and was immediately embarrassed. "My virtuous wife went missing for no reason. She is 16 years old. Her name is Little Min. She has a dark face, big mouth, protruding teeth, and fierce eyes. If anyone finds her, I will reward you 200 taels. I will not go back on my word." The person who wrote it, Xiao and Fong Cross East Street West 3rd Curve Big Elm Tree, Xiao Qianyue. Chapter 39. Jixin Lane, Cross Street. On the roadside, there were a few large pagoda trees that were more than 10 zhang tall. Under the trees, a few bare-chested men were sitting lazily, chatting with each other. A light carriage stopped, and a young man wearing embroidered clothes and a beard hat jumped out. The man sitting under the tree glanced at them. The light carriage was luxurious, and the horse was majestic. The curtain of the carriage was hung low, and it was hard to see who was sitting inside. On the shaft of the carriage, there was a little girl dressed as a servant, and her face was also very pretty. The men took a glance, and then looked away. With one glance, They could tell that this was a carriage of a rich family. The owner of the carriage could not have any relationship with them, nor would he hire them to do anything. However, the handsome young man, wearing embroidered clothes and a beard hat, came towards them. The young man was very handsome, and his smile was very bright. When he smiled, there were two charming little dimples on his cheeks. Thus, one of the men stared at his luxurious clothes and secretly cursed. "A big man like you has such a beautiful smile. Why don't you go to the tenderness lane and become a bunny husband?" The people under the tree were a group of idlers, some street thugs. Sometimes they would extort some food from the innkeeper. It was not a lot, and the crime was not serious. Although the innkeeper was dissatisfied, he could not do anything to them, because this kind of crime could not be punished. Once he reported it to the authorities, it would only bring more trouble to himself. They were experts who walked on the edge of breaking the law and committing crimes, and they knew how to act appropriately. Sometimes they would also do things that really violated the law. They would accept money from others, and they would fight for others. They would act as cheap thugs. Although they were a group of shameless street thugs, as long as they accepted the business, no matter how unfavorable the situation was, they would not be afraid to run away. A gentleman valued his word, and these street thugs valued their word even more. This was because trust and righteousness were the only value in their lives. If they even lost their trust and righteousness, they would really have nothing left. Even the root of their existence would completely disappear. The handsome young man wearing the beard hat and embroidered robe looked at them with a smile and asked in a clear voice, "What, don't you do business? Seeing a customer come to visit, why don't you greet him?" The big man sitting on the rock under the tree looked up at him. This big fellow was undoubtedly the leader of these people. It was easy to tell who was the leader of a group of people sitting there. The leader might not necessarily have a strange appearance, but there was always something different about him. At least, it could be seen from his behavior and the attitude of the people around him. These people were all street thugs and scoundrels. Naturally, they weren't people with great abilities. However, to be able to stand out among them, there must be something extraordinary about them. He glanced at Yang Fan and lazily asked, "What does your master want us to do?" As he spoke, Yang Fan's gaze had already passed over the other men with aggressive gazes and landed on him. The burly man in front of him was 8 feet tall and had dark skin. He looked as sturdy as iron. This kind of person didn't have a master to teach him. Perhaps he didn't have any brilliant skills, but with his brute strength and sturdy body, even a few big men wouldn't be able to get close to him. His arms were as thick as a normal person's thighs. 2 lines of black characters were like couplets written on the pillars of temple. It was a tattoo. On his left arm, there was the words, "Life is not afraid of the Capitol Governor," and on his right arm, there was the words, "Death is not afraid of the King of Hell." Most of the men next to him also had tattoos on their bodies. There were literary tattoos and there were martial tattoos. But whether it was literary tattoos or martial tattoos, whether it was on the arms, shoulders, back, or chest, whether it was flowers, plants, snakes, insects, or beasts, all of these tattoos were overshadowed by this big man's unusually thick arms. Yang Fan smiled and said, "As long as the price is right, you will do anything, right?" The big man's eyes revealed a hint of vigilance. He said, "My brothers are just a group of bitter laborers in the streets. We earn some hard-earned money to support our families. We only rely on our strength. We don't dare to commit crimes, and we don't have the ability to do so. If you have any business to take care of, please speak freely. If I can take care of an errand, I will accept it." He didn't ask for the price first. A gentleman takes his promises seriously, and the people of the streets take their promises even more seriously. He didn't dare to make a rash promise. So he would take it seriously. This person was called Big Insect Chew in the streets. Big Insect was a tiger, but the grandfather of the founding emperor of the Tang dynasty, Li Yuan, was named Li Hu. Therefore, the word tiger became taboo. Even the famous general of the Sui dynasty, Han Qinhu, had the word tiger removed in the revised Book of Sui of the Tang dynasty and became Han Qinhu. Tigers were called big insects from this era. Therefore, he became Big Insect Chew, not Tiger Chew. However, with his sturdy body and mighty appearance, he was a living tiger, a tiger that was entrenched on a rock under a scholar tree. A trace of appreciation flashed in Yang Fan's eyes. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, we won't ask you to kill people and set fires, nor will we ask you to make a long ladder and climb up to the sky to pick the moon. My young master came from the western regions and will be staying in Luoyang for a period of time. Therefore, I want to hire a few local servants. As long as you are familiar with the streets and alleys of Luoyang, know how to drink, hunt, ride, and play kuju, and accompany my young master to relieve his boredom, it will be fine." "That's fine." Big Insect Chu gave him a deep look, and a smile appeared on his face. He slowly stood up and patted the dust off his buttocks. He smiled and said, "If it's other skills, I and my brothers are indeed not good enough. But when it comes to fighting cocks, hunting dogs, drinking, and kuju, no one is more proficient than us." He cupped his fists and said in a clear voice, "My surname is Chu. My name is Kwanga. Please bring me and my brothers forward to greet the young master." Yang Fan said to Tin Ano cheerfully, "A luxurious mansion, luxurious cars, male and female servants, and even an incense burner with dragon saliva. Is this enough?" Tin Ano said lightly, "Not enough. How can you pretend to be a Western region's tyrant with such shabby clothes?" The branches under the large scholar tree swayed, and the sun shone brightly on the girl's face and shoulders. It was as bright as jade, pure and flawless. The fragrance of osmanthus wafted from afar, and the fragrance and beauty seeped into one's heart and mind. This beauty had such a big tone and was so generous. Yang Fan became more and more curious about her identity. At this moment, Tin Ano's tone of speech had a Western region's accent. Yang Fan really did not know that she actually knew how to use her mouth, extremely exquisite mouth skills. Not only did she make her voice sound stiff like a Western region's person speaking Chinese, she even proudly showed Yang Fan her even more amazing mouth skills. The voice of an old man, the voice of a child, the voice of insects and birds, the voice of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. In fact, Yang Fan also knew mouth skills, but he was far inferior to Tin Ano. He could only change his voice into a simple man's voice, such as an old man's voice, a rough man's voice, and there seemed to be nothing that Tin Ano could not imitate. Yang Fan really could not think of anything in this world that she could not do. After listening to Tin Ano's answer, Yang Fan could not help but ask in surprise, "This is not enough? Then what do we still lack?" Tin Ano said, "We still lack a pet. How can a daughter of a wealthy family in the Western regions not have a pet by her side?" Yang Fan, who was wearing a green shirt and a small hat, rolled his eyes and said, "Pet? Isn't that what I'm pretending to be now?" Tin Ano burst out laughing. Then, as if thinking of something, 2 blushes spread from her cheeks to the tips of her eyebrows. Yang Fan could not help but be a little stunned. Tin Ano's pretty face turned serious, and she said angrily, "You, go do your work." Watching Yang Fan's back as he walked towards Chu Kwanga's group of people, Tin Ano's eyes slightly curved like a crescent moon. As a result, there was a touch of moving charm that rippled out from her watery eyes. Tin Ano said that they were still missing a pet, so they went to buy one. Pets were the norm in the Tang dynasty for the nobles, so there were places in the capital that specialized in selling pets. Yang Fan and Chu Kwanga walked behind the light carriage, talking as they walked. During the conversation, Yang Fan learned that Chu Kwanga was originally a low-ranking general in the Imperial Army. Because he had offended his superior, he was whipped and then kicked out of the army. Chu Kwanga did not want to talk about his unfortunate past with someone he was not familiar with, so Yang Fan did not ask too much. After a few words, Chu Tinga began to ask about their background. "My daughter's surname is Xiaoho, and her first name is Ying. Her ancestor once served as the military officer of Jiuquan County during the Han Dynasty. Later, he lived in Dunhuang and changed his business. After hundreds of years, he has become a big family in Dunhuang." "Oh, then why did she only bring you to Luoyang?" Yang Fan laughed and said, "That's not true. My family's Lang and Lang Jun, Lang Laoi, Lang Jun Xiaoya, came together, but they went to Yangzhou. At that time, because Miss caught a cold, they did not go together. Now Miss is living alone in Luoyang and is very bored, so she wants to walk around and relax. As Yang Fan explained the origin of his daughter to Chu Tiange, he secretly praised Tin Ano for his meticulous thinking. In today's world, as long as the family was above average, they would use Kunlun slaves and Korean maids, and these two kinds of maids could not be hired without the help of a middleman. But Tin Ano had smoothly solved this problem by setting up his identity as a member of a big family in Dunhuang. The big families in Dunhuang lived in the western regions, so they had not developed the habit of using Kunlun slaves and Korean maids. Instead, they often used some strong and rough men as attendants. In this way, without the help of a middleman, they could easily hire people to pretend to be servants. This girl was not simple, but he did not notice that Chu Tiange, who was slightly tilting his head to look at the light carriage, had a faint look of thought in his eyes. This marketplace was not as simple as it seemed. Chapter 40. Chu Kuanga pointed to a door in front of them and said, "We're here. This is the place." The largest pet shop in Luoyang belongs to Li Jun's family. Yang Fan hurriedly stopped the carriage and said to Chu Kuanga, "Brother Chu, tell your brothers to wait outside. We'll accompany Miss to the pet shop to take a look." Chu Kuanga agreed and ordered a few brothers to guard the carriage under a tree at the entrance of the alley. Tin Ano put on a carved beard hat and leisurely got out of the carriage, followed by a maid in green. Yang Fan and Chu Kuanga, one on the left and the other on the right, led the way into the pet shop. This was the trading square, located in the northeast corner of Luoyang City. Because it was north of the Luo River and close to the imperial city, it was a place where high officials and nobles liked to live. Therefore, although the trading square was located at the edge of the city, the land was more expensive than most of the shops south of the Luo River. Even so, Li Jun's shop occupied a large area, even larger than the mansions of many officials. However, from afar, the mansions of nobles and nobles could be seen with domed eaves and flying corners. Inside, there were pavilions everywhere. Although Li Jun's pet shop occupied a large area, the courtyard was empty and the houses were sparse. This was because most of the houses here were animal houses for all kinds of pets. The door of Li Jun's house was open, and there were no family members guarding it. When the three of them entered, they saw not only many merchants and merchants, but also many noble men and women in brocade clothes. They were being served by male and female servants, entering and exiting the house. It was very lively. Li Jun's house only sold one kind of thing: animals. In modern terms, he opened a pet shop. In this pet shop, animal houses and rooms were built everywhere. The big ones were like palaces, and the small ones were only the size of a palm. A gust of wind blew, and the smell of many birds and animals mixed together. It was really not a good smell. Tin Ano and the maid behind her couldn't help but cover their noses. "Young lady, is this your first time here?" An old man in plain clothes with his sleeves rolled up quickly came up to greet him. With a face full of smiles, he cupped his hands and bowed to Tin Ano. This man looked to be in his 50s with grizzled hair and a thin figure. His eyebrows and the corners of his eyes were full of shallow wrinkles, but his spirit was very bright. Chu Kuanga stood at the side and introduced, "Master, this person is the shopkeeper of this shop, Li Jun." Hearing this, Tin Ano nodded slightly. He turned his hat slightly and looked at Yang Fan, indicating for him to speak. Yang Fan took a step forward and said to Li Jun, "My young lady wants to buy a pet to her liking. Please introduce it to me." With business knocking on his door, Li Jun's face was full of smiles as he repeatedly said, Of course, of course. This is the young lady's first time here. I will lead the way for the young lady." Li Jun led Tin Ano all the way down. There were things that flew in the sky, walked on the ground, swam in the water, poisonous and non-poisonous. Everything was there. Crickets, spiders, parrots, hawks, all kinds of goldfish, monkeys fighting cocks, fierce Tibetan mastiffs, well-behaved forest dogs, Persian cats, cranes, deer, turtles, and even donkeys and sheep were all kept as pets. "Young lady, please take a look. What do you think of this gorilla slave?" This gorilla is so ugly. Then young lady, please take a look here. What do you think of this long-eared male? Its hair is like a black satin, glossy and shiny. The donkey's braying is so unpleasant. Then this snow-clothed lady is clever and clever. Young lady, you will definitely like it. No, I like to ride, shoot, and relax in the countryside. This parrot is not suitable for me. Tin Ano walked all the way, only shaking his head. Li Jun's face was a little embarrassed. He couldn't help but ask, I wonder what kind of pets the young lady likes. Tin Ano tilted his head and thought for a moment before replying, it would be best if it could accompany me to relieve my boredom and accompany me to hunt when I go out of the city to hunt. Li Jun heaved a sigh of relief and said, That's easy. Young lady, please follow me. Li Jun led them quickly to a doghouse and introduced, Young lady, how about choosing a hound? The hounds here are all precious breeds of dogs from the East and West countries. They have all been carefully trained. They understand human nature and human language. They are the best companions for hunting and playing. Tin Ano lightly said, I don't like dogs. I've never liked them. Yang Fan remembered what she had told him that night. The domestic dogs have become wild dogs, roaming the village with wolves, eating humans. He couldn't help but look at her deeply. Li Jun's voice choked as he thought to himself, This guest is not easy to deal with. However, since she has entered my house, if I don't let her return satisfied, wouldn't that ruin my reputation? Li Jun thought for a moment and said, Since that's the case, please follow me to the backyard. The price of the pets there is a higher level. Yang Fan said, Sir, just choose a pet that my lady likes. As for the price, it's not a problem. Li Jun led them into the backyard and walked to a cage. He pointed inside and said, Young lady, please take a look. What do you think of these lynx? This lynx has sharp teeth and claws and is the best at hunting. Not only does it understand human nature, but it also looks good. It is a pet that the nobles in the capital like very much. It's just that this lynx only eats meat and doesn't eat vegetables. The daily expenses are a bit too high. Tin Ano gently shook her head. Although there was a thin veil hanging on her face, anyone could see that she didn't even look at the lynx in the cage. Ever since she entered the backyard, her eyes had been staring at the strongest iron cages at the end of the yard. Li Jun saw her staring at the end of the yard and coughed. There are 2 cheetahs in the cage over there. This leopard is fierce by nature. If it is already an adult, it is difficult to get rid of its bestial nature and train it. Therefore, the cheetahs here are all caught from a young age and brought here for training. Therefore, it is not easy to sell them. My wife, please think about it. After so many years of feeding it, not counting the manpower and the training master salary, just it needs to eat more than 10 kilograms of meat a day. Tin Ano waved her hand and didn't listen to his long-winded words. She walked straight over and, with a gentle sweep of her eyes, she saw the beautiful female leopard. Li Jun said, Little lady, this leopard is worth. Tin Ano raised a slender finger and stopped Li Jun from speaking. Then, she slowly pointed at the slender and beautiful female leopard and said, That's it. The female leopard seemed to understand her words. At this moment, it raised its head and opened its bloody mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp snow-white teeth. It let out a roar that shook the entire cage. Then it stretched out its slender, blood-red tongue and elegantly licked the tip of its nose. In the Tang Dynasty, the Hu people opened businesses in the Tang Dynasty. Most of them were jewelry stores and hotels. There was no need to talk about jewelry. Whether it was the style or the quality of the jewelry in the Western region, they were all better than the jewelry in the Tang Dynasty. There were many Hu restaurants because there were Hu concubines in the Hu restaurants. Men were the largest consumer group in the hotel. A young and beautiful Hu concubine serving wine would naturally attract the customers. Picking a lotus and throwing it on the water, the lover's mind is on the floating flower. Wine and beauty complemented each other. There were too few women from the Han family working as waitresses in public, so they were not competitive. Because of this, the Hu restaurants grew larger and higher in quality. They became the favorite places for high officials, nobles, and wealthy merchants to stay. As a result, the large restaurants in Chang and in Luoyang were mostly opened by the Hu. Dunho Square was adjacent to Bay City and was an extremely lively place in Luoyang. The Golden Hairpin Drunk in Dunho Square was one of the best two restaurants in Luoyang. When Tin Ano brought Yang Fan and the green-clothed servant girl in, there were a few Hu concubines dancing on the stage. The restaurant was extremely large, but it only had one floor. In the middle was a circular performance stage that was 2 feet tall. The stage was several feet in diameter, and the tables in all directions were facing each other with the stage as the center. If there were customers who did not want to be seen by others, the waiter would bring over a screen and place it on the 3 sides of the table. There would be a folding screen facing the front of the stage. If the customers did not like the performance on the stage and wanted a more private environment, they could use the folding screen to block the front of the table. This would create a private room where no one could be seen on all 4 sides. But the people who came here to drink would rarely block all 4 sides. They came here to drink for the wine and beauty. So how could they block the beauty from the table? When they were happy, they would even jump onto the stage and dance with the Hu concubines. Sometimes, they would even drive the Hu concubines away and have a solo dance. The customers who could appear here were either rich or noble. It would be hard to imagine the behavior of these people in other dynasties. Can you imagine an old man in his 70s who is the richest man in the world, or a scholarly leader in his 60s, or an envoy in his 50s, dancing and dancing to entertain himself in front of his friends, attendants, subordinates, or even complete strangers in a drunken manner? But in this era, it was very normal. Not only was it normal for those revered and lofty figures, it was also normal for those married women who had children or girls who were still in their boudoirs. This had nothing to do with status or identity, but was a kind of custom. From the Wei, Jin, Northern and Southern dynasties to the Sui and Tang dynasties, the Hu and the Han had been closely integrated. After several hundred years, the culture, ideology, customs, and habits of the Hu had been absorbed by the Han culture of the Central Plains, becoming a part of it. When the high officials and nobles were in the mood to drink, they would sing and dance in public, becoming a very elegant and tasteful activity. When the news of Li Jing's annihilation of the Turks reached the capital, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin, was wild with joy. He pushed away the dancers and singers and began to dance in the main hall. Li Yuan, who was then the emperor emeritus, even snatched the pipa from the singer's hands to accompany his son. The officials also joined in the commotion, leaving their seats and running to the main hall, singing and dancing. Imagine a group of old men wearing the robes of civil and military officials, either bearded or white-haired, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws in the solemn main hall. It was like a group of demons dancing in a frenzy. More than 10 years later, Crown Prince Li Zishi had his eldest son. As his grandfather, Li Shimin ran to his son's eastern palace and led the dance. The emperor was like this, the officials were like this, and among the common people, this kind of phenomenon was even more common. In the hotel, everyone was enjoying themselves. No one noticed the 3 people who had just walked in. Chapter 41. Along the way, Yang Fan quickly swept his eyes over the situation in the hotel. There was a table on the west, with 7 or 8 men wearing hats and gowns, drinking to their heart's content. On their table, there was a Hu man urging them to drink. It was a ceramic figure of a Hu man that looked like a tumbling doll with red hair and blue eyes, a pointy nose, and one hand pointing forward. The porcelain figure turned until it stopped, and whoever it pointed at, that person would be punished with a cup of wine. The rest of the people were clapping their hands and enjoying the wine. There was also a table on the east, with 2 merchants sitting opposite each other, surrounded on 3 sides by seating screens, leaving only one side of the stage open. There were a few dishes on the table, with 2 slender, enchanting Hu concubines diligently serving the dishes and urging them to drink. The 2 Hu merchants sitting opposite them were drinking in low voices, as if they were discussing business. Yang Fan did not have time to look too much. He accompanied Tin Ano to a seat closest to the stage and sat down. He first asked the waiter to move the seating screens and surround 3 sides. Only then did Tin Ano take off his curtain hat and gracefully kneel down in front of the table. Yang Fan sat on the side and said to Tin Ano in a low voice, We have arrived a little early. The one surnamed Liu has not arrived yet. Tin Ano said in a low voice, as long as he is willing to come today, there will be a way to attract his attention. For a man like him, as long as we can attract his attention, won't it be just a little trick to make him obediently submit? Yang Fan said with a bitter laugh. A little trick? The expenses these past few days are really not small. Just that leopard alone. In these 2 days, he ate more meat than I ate in a year. Tin Ano stammered. Those pearls and jades were originally my gift to you as thanks. Since you were so generous and insist on taking them out to help your friend in trouble, how can I not spend them all to help you fulfill your reputation of being supremely righteous? Yang Fan made a distressed expression and sighed. If you can help me save some, I'm sure it will not be too shabby. Tin Ano raised his chin and snorted. Normally, I do not have many opportunities to put on airs, but today I can be generous with other people's money. I will definitely not be stingy. Just as he said this, a man with a sharp nose and dark green eyes walked in, bowed and smiled. Honored guest, your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. I wonder what food young lady would like to order. There were no recipes in this era. Those menus only appeared during the late Qing dynasty and the Republic of China. In this era, if one wanted to order food, one had to look at the sign hanging above the wine cabinet, or let the wine expert show you the name of the dishes. Wine expert, Tin Ano said, wine expert, pick some good dishes from your restaurant and bring some good wine. Yang Fan's eyes looked at his nose looked at his heart, and sighed in his heart. This prodigal woman, in the restaurant, when watching the song and dance, all the tables were very quiet. Only the 7 or 8 people gathered in one place would occasionally burst into laughter, thinking that the who persuaded the wine expert was pointing at someone else. When that Ji left, 2 actors came up to perform the Joining the Army play, and the atmosphere in the restaurant became relaxed and lively. Joining the Army play was a kind of opera invented by the 5 barbarians during the 16 Kingdoms period. At that time, there was an official who joined the army who embezzled public funds and accepted bribes. After the incident was discovered, an enemy ordered the actor to wear official robes and pretend to be a soldier to perform on stage, while another actor ridiculed him. As a result, this form of performance was very popular. Some actors were inspired and continued to use other stories to perform similar short scenes. This form of performance was then established and named after the main character of the first play, the soldier. It was called Joining the Army play. This play was indeed the ancestor of the later generations of opera. Although the form of performance at that time was very simple, there were only 2 people from beginning to end, and the style was also comical. But later on, the number of people who participated in the performance increased, and the roles began to develop, such as Sheng Dan Xing Mo and other professions, and the plot became more and more complicated. At that time, opera had not yet become popular, and singing and dancing were still the main content of entertainment. Therefore, this Joining the Army play was just a formality because it was almost time for dinner and a large number of drinkers were about to take their seats. The play being performed on stage was based on the legend of the cowherd and the weaver maid. There were only 2 characters on stage. One was the weaver maid, and the other was not the cowherd, but the weaver maid's lover. The plot was very simple. It was about the weaver maid often descending to the mortal world to meet her lover. The lover asked her if she felt uneasy leaving the cowherd alone on the other side of the Milky Way, and was worried that the cowherd would find out about his affair with the weaver maid. The weaver maid did not care. What does my business have to do with him? Instead, she comforted the lover not to worry, saying that the Milky Way was far away and the cowherd would not find out. This small play was humorous and mixed with a lot of pornographic content, but it was said in a more reserved and elegant manner. After all, the people present were either rich or noble, and they would not like things that were too vulgar. However, not liking vulgarity did not mean that they did not like such topics. Every time the drinkers understood the hidden meaning between the 2 actors, they would laugh knowingly. Yang Fan had never come into contact with such things, so he watched with great interest. Not long after, the dishes were served. Although Tin Ano had said that as long as it was a specialty, The restaurant did not fill the table with expensive dishes, but according to the number of people eating, a few delicious dishes were prepared appropriately. There were 8 dishes, including soft beef intestines, golden millet hammering, sheepskin silk, 8 immortals plate, snow baby, immortal meat, small heavenly crisps, and pig's head spring. There were also 24 wontons. The 24 wontons had different shapes and fillings, so there were 24 different flavors, and the dishes were very particular. At this time, the more particular places still followed the Han tradition and carried out the separate meal system. Therefore, in front of Yang Fan and Tin Ano, there was a table each. The same dish was served on 2 sets of plates and was sent to the twos table. The wine was Lonling wine with sandalwood, broadwood, male clove, and honey. It was golden yellow in color, and the wine was fragrant. The fragrance could be felt from afar. Even if one drank it, one would not feel a headache, dry mouth, or diarrhea. This was Shandong's Lonling wine, with a very long history. It was said that the water there was used to weigh things and was heavier than water from other places. The wine here was pure and delicious, probably because of the water quality. The two ate the dishes, tasted the wine, and waited quietly. The number of customers gradually increased. The two's position was very good, diagonally from the door. As long as a customer entered the door, they would certainly see them. Not long after, they saw Lu Junfan carefully escorting a well-dressed woman into the room. Yang Fan gave Tin Ano a look, and Tin Ano's eyelids slightly drooped down. More than 90% of the guests had arrived. Amidst the clamor, Dong Ling, the manager of Drunken Golden Hairpin, suddenly walked onto the stage with a smile on her face. She bowed in all directions and loudly said, "Honored guests, please be quiet, please be quiet." The inn was silent, and everyone looked at Dong Ling, not knowing what this bearded Persian wanted to do. Dong Ling smiled wholeheartedly and said, "Honored guests, this morning someone came to my inn to consign a cup of good wine. Logically speaking, my Drunken Golden Hairpin already has the best wine from all over the world. Why would I need to consign it on behalf of someone else? But this cup of wine, I first tasted it. It really is good wine." Drunken Golden Hairpin was one of the best hotels in Luoyang, and Luoyang was the most prosperous place in the Tang dynasty, where high officials and nobles gathered. In other words, Drunken Golden Hairpin was one of the best hotels in the entire Tang dynasty, and Dong Ling said that his inn had gathered the best wine from all over the world, and it was not a lie. However, under such circumstances, the shopkeeper of Dongling Mountain had actually done the business of consignment sale that only small wine shops in the countryside would do. Furthermore, he had personally appeared and solemnly introduced the wine to the guests. It could be seen that this wine was extraordinary. Which guest present didn't like the wine? All of them perked up and listened to his detailed explanation. Dong Ling said, "This cup of wine comes from the western regions. It's a cup of grape wine, and it's extremely delicious, far better than any of the fine wines sold in this inn." Before he finished speaking, he caused a commotion among the guests. At this time, the Central Plains also produced wine, but the best quality wine still came from the western regions. Even the wine brewed in the Central Plains was extremely expensive, and the wine from the western regions was even more expensive. Wine, Jinhua, Wuji 15 Fine Horse Pack. This was a story about a married young girl who brought her dowry to her husband's house. The dowry she brought was wine and Jinhua. Jinhua was an utensil made of pure gold, which meant that the price of this high-quality wine was comparable to utensils made of gold. Golden Hairpin Drunken even sold the most famous wines of that time, such as Jianan Roasted Spring and Fuping Stone Frozen Spring. The variety of wine was also quite complete. Now that the owner actually said that this cup of wine was better than all of the famous wines in the inn, it naturally shocked everyone. Among the 7 or 8 scholars, there was already someone who couldn't wait to ask, "What's so good about this wine? And how much is it worth?" A woman's voice suddenly rang out, "Bring me the wine." As soon as the voice came out, everyone was silent. He didn't even ask for the price and directly ordered someone to bring the wine to him. Not every guest had the guts to say such a thing in the Golden Hairpin Drunk. The one who spoke was Madame Yao. Madame Yao often came to Golden Hairpin Drunken, and this woman loved good wine, especially grape wine. Yang Fan had already inquired about this and was clear about it. Today, Madame Yao was coming to Golden Hairpin Drunken, and he had also asked Chu Kuanga and the City Fox Society's rats to find out in advance. Dong Ling bowed and said with a smile, Madame Yao is a regular customer of this inn, but if there's an order, there's no reason for this old man to refuse. However, there's one thing. This guest who consigned this fine wine is in urgent need of money, so he told this old man that this fine wine must be sold in public to the highest bidder. This old man was entrusted by someone, so I don't dare to privately give it to you. At that time, no matter if it was doing business or dealing with people, they all paid particular attention to the word trustworthiness. Although there were people who broke their promises, there were even more people who valued trustworthiness. Dong Ling's words made all the guests nod their heads, and Madame Yao didn't have anything else to say. She proudly said, If that's the case, then don't keep us in suspense. Let's begin. I want to see who here can pay a higher price than me. Chapter 42. Although Dong Ling himself was only a merchant, he had opened such a high-class hotel and had seen who knew how many truly rich and powerful people. He actually didn't care too much about a nouveau riche like Madame Yao. However, he only smiled and lightly waved his hand. Immediately, a woman dressed in a crimson dress gracefully walked onto the stage. This Huji was tall and slender, graceful and beautiful. She had golden hair and blue eyes, and was filled with an exotic charm. Her beautiful eyes looked around, and there was a gentleness like flowing water. Her breasts were high, and her waist was slender. A fiery red pomegranate skirt was tied around her slim waist, swaying her beautiful round bottom that could cause the downfall of nations and people. In her hand was a light blue glazed wine goblet. The mouth of the goblet had a stopper made of poplar wood wrapped in red silk. The Huji raised the goblet high and leisurely circled around the round stage. The shape of the goblet was 70 to 80% similar to the enchanting figure of this beauty. Dong Ling raised his voice and said, Everyone, I said that this fine wine is rare because of its brewing method. This wine's brewing method is very different from other grape brews. Its alcohol strength is more than 2 times that of ordinary wine. Therefore, the taste of the wine is very sweet. Such a fine wine can be said to be priceless. Everyone, you have come today. Now, I invite all of you to bid. The Dongling wine seller was a famous wine tasting master. If he said that this wine was more delicious than all the other wines in his shop, then it was definitely true. No one would question his evaluation, and it was not appropriate for them to ask to taste it first. There was only one goblet of wine, and if the customers in the shop each took a sip, how much would be left? What everyone was concerned about was who this goblet of wine would belong to. In reality, this goblet of wine was indeed different from the wine commonly seen on the market. At this time, ordinary wine was heated and sterilized before adding yeast to ferment it into wine. However, this bottle of wine was made using a rare distillation method, a grape wine. Regarding the brewing of grain distilled wine, there had always been a saying that it originated from the Tang, Song, and Yuan dynasties. In reality, with the discovery of antiques, there is physical evidence that proved that distilled wine had already existed in the Song dynasty. If one was a little more daring, they could even speculate that it had already appeared in the late Tang dynasty. However, it was absolutely impossible for it to be any earlier. Otherwise, how could there be no records of high-alcohol liquor among the many poems left by the Tangs? But distilled spirits still did not exist at this time, but the technology to steam wine with grapes had already appeared. However, this technology currently only existed in the western regions and was in the hands of an extremely small number of who. These winemakers knew that this distillation technique was better than the traditional way of making wine, but once they expanded their business, this exclusive technique would inevitably spread, so they kept it a secret. As a result, small workshops could only produce a limited amount of distilled wine. The transportation of wine was very troublesome, and the production was very low. Therefore, the appearance of this fine wine in Luoyang made it especially precious. The few scholars in loose robes discussed in low voices. They pooled together some money, and then one of them shouted, "We'll pay 10,000 taels." In this era, ordinary officials could buy a bucket of rice wine for 300 coins. Wine worth 10,000 coins was already the highest grade wine on the market. Later on, the immortal of poetry, Li Bai, drank fine wine that cost 10,000 taels a bucket. As for Du Fu, who was in dire straits, he often drank inferior wine that cost 300 taels a bucket. The price offered by these people could be considered fair. Madame Yao sat at the back of the table, curling her lips into a cold smile. Lu Junfan covered her mouth and laughed. These people actually dare to compete with Madame's wealth. They really overestimate themselves. Why don't we see how much more others can raise the price? I'll go bring the wine over and offer it to Madame to taste, so that we don't have to raise the price again and disturb Madame's mood. Madame Yao nodded her head with a smile, appearing extremely arrogant. At this time, the two merchants who were discussing business also excitedly joined the competition. One of them shouted, 15,000 coins. This price was already extremely high. Furthermore, these two merchants had raised the price to 5,000 coins. It would not be good for others to raise the price by 300 and 500 coins. Was there a need for such a price just for a cup of wine? The atmosphere immediately turned cold. Seeing that no one was raising the price so quickly, Madame Yao couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She slightly raised her chin. Lu Junfan understood and loudly shouted, 20,000 coins. Immediately, a wave of dejected sighs could be heard from all around. The merchant who had raised the price slightly knitted his brows and hesitated for a moment. However, he had just negotiated a large business deal and originally wanted to win this cup of good wine to share with his business partners. At this time, it was naturally not good for him to show his cowardice. Thus, he said, 25,000 coins. This price was somewhat unreasonable. No matter how good the wine was, it was not worth this price. Lu Junfan hesitated for a moment and turned to look at Madame Yao. Madame Yao angrily said, "Trash, do you think I can't afford it?" Lu Junfan immediately raised 3 fingers and proudly shouted, 30,000 coins. The merchant groaned inwardly. Although he was extremely wealthy, taking out 35,000 coins just to buy a bottle of wine was still too extravagant. However, in front of an esteemed guest, it was not good for him to back down. He could only grit his teeth and shout, 35,000 coins. In the private room to the south, Yang Fan frowned and said to Tin Ano in a low voice, "This is bad. A merchant has appeared out of nowhere. If the two of them can't compete and Madame Yao withdraws, it will be difficult for us to proceed with the next step of our plan." Tin Ano quickly glanced outside and said in a low voice, "That shouldn't be the case. Since this Madame Yao is used to being domineering, even though the price is a little high, she will still buy it for the sake of her pride." Tin Ano smiled and softly said, "Men care about their face, but in reality, women care about their face even more than men do." Just as Tin Ano finished speaking, Lu Junfan fiercely shouted, 45,000 coins. It seemed that Madame Yao was also worried about cutting her own flesh with a blunt knife. If she increased the price by 55,000 coins, the two sides would not be able to come to an agreement. If she gave up, she would lose face. If she didn't give up, she would feel the pain of spending the money. Thus, she might as well raise the price by 10,000 coins and hope that the other side would back down. The Persian was now riding on a tiger's back. He was about to raise the price when a merchant next to him pulled him back and whispered a few words to persuade him. The Persian took the opportunity to get out of the situation. He put on a resentful look and stopped bidding. Dong Ling stood on the stage, beaming with joy. That person who had consigned the fine wine for sale insisted on selling it in public. At first, he didn't think much of it, but since he had received a commission of 500 coins, all he had to do was help the seller sell the wine, so he didn't mind. He didn't expect that this bottle of wine would actually sell for a high price of 45,000 coins. Although the price was fixed at the beginning, no matter how high it was sold, he wouldn't be able to take a cut from it. However, once this news spread, it would undoubtedly raise the reputation of his golden hairpin drunk. This profit would truly belong to him. Dong Ling's face was full of smiles as he said, 45,000 coins. Madame Yao bids 45,000 coins. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price? The surroundings were completely silent. Dong Ling shouted twice, but no one responded. He then said, if there's no one willing to raise the price, then this bottle of fine wine will belong to Madame Yao. Yao Yun lightly raised her chin again, her expression incomparably arrogant. Lu Junfan hurriedly stood up and walked quickly to the stage. As he walked, he looked left and right, immensely proud of himself. Lu Junfan jumped onto the stage. Just as he was about to take the wine bottle from the hands of the gaudy Hu Ji, an extremely clear and melodious voice suddenly came from one of the private rooms. 60,000 coins. Just as Lu Junfan's hands touched the wine bottle, his smile froze on his face. He slowly turned his head and looked towards Madame Yao. The surrounding guests all looked towards the source of the voice. Madame Yao's eyebrows twitched as a wave of anger suddenly rose. Her pair of sharp eyes fiercely glared around, suppressing all the discussions that had arisen. In a loud voice, she shouted, 70,000 coins. Almost as soon as her voice fell, that melodious female voice rang out again. 80,000 coins. The clamor that had just been suppressed by Madame Yao's gaze could no longer be stopped. Sounds of exclamations, gasps of cold air, and the sounds of people craning their necks to inquire about the identity of the buyer rose one after another. Madame Yao was so angry that her entire body trembled. She fiercely glared towards that private room. Yang Fan was sitting to the side and was also in a lower position. Thus, Madame Yao did not even glance at him. Her gaze was firmly fixed on Tin Ano. This was a little girl with a sweet smile. She was younger than her, prettier than her, and wealthier than her. Competition had already made her angry. The other party was also a woman, which made her even more hostile. Furthermore, this person of the same gender was far superior to her in all aspects. Madame Yao could no longer suppress the jealousy in her heart. Madame Yao clenched her teeth and said word by word, 90,000 coins, 100,000 coins. The manager of Golden Hairpin Drunken, Dong Ling, felt as if she had suddenly drunk a cup of the highest quality wine. Her head was a little dizzy, her hands were trembling, and her body felt a little light. 100,000 coins for a cup of wine. The women of the Tang dynasty were truly heroic. Chapter 43. Dong Ling danced with joy. She retreated and stepped on the tip of Hu Ji's foot, causing Hu Ji to cry out in pain. Dong Ling turned pale with fright and quickly turned around to support the wine cup in Hu Ji's hand. She said, be careful, this is 100,000 taels. If it breaks, I'll use you to pay the debt. When Hu Ji heard this, she was shocked. She quickly hugged the wine cup tightly to her bosom, putting on a heroic look that said, if the cup lives, the person dies. Madam, I think, let's forget about it. It's just a bottle of wine. How can it be worth so much money? Lu Junfan, who had just swaggered onto the stage, took advantage of everyone's attention being focused on the private room to come down from the stage. She embarrassedly moved to Madame Yao's side and quietly advised her. Madame Yao ignored her and only fiercely glared at Tin Ano. She clenched her fists and shouted, 120,000 taels. Unfortunately, even though she had increased the price by 20,000 taels, there was no effect at all. Everyone held their breath and looked at the private room, waiting for the young girl to increase the price. The young girl did not disappoint. Her crisp voice rang out again, 200,000 taels. There was still no noise in the audience. It wasn't that the price wasn't high enough, but because the sudden increase in price was so unexpected that everyone was momentarily stunned. Of course, Tin Ano wasn't afraid of bidding. This fine wine cup was brought by her. Even if she called out a price of 10 million taels, her total loss would only be the 500 taels she had paid the owner. What was there for her to be afraid of? Madame Yao's expression greatly changed. Her originally straight back slightly bowed. Only then did the noise of the audience spread through the entire restaurant like a tornado. It was unknown who knocked over the wine pot or who knocked over the wine cup. There was also someone who stood up and looked around. However, because he couldn't keep his footing, he fell onto a screen and knocked it to the ground. In the city of Luoyang, it was not uncommon to see people fighting for their wealth. It was said that on a hot summer day, there was once a noble young master who was enjoying the cool air by the Luo River. In passing, he plucked a pearl from his waist and threw it into the river, telling a Kunlun slave who was an expert in swimming to get it. The Luo River was deep and turbulent. How could it be so easy to find a pearl? 9 out of 10 pearls simply could not be found. But that was just a rumor after all. 200,000 for a cup of wine was something that he had seen with his own eyes. How is this any different from throwing pearls into the water? Tin Ano smiled and ordered, "Ku'er, go get the wine." Ku'er was the green-clothed maidservant that she had hired. This girl's figure and appearance were quite pleasant, but her IQ seemed to be a little low, so no one was willing to hire her. Tin Ano actually liked to keep her by his side. If she didn't understand things, then she wouldn't meddle. He would just treat her as a decoration. When he was discussing things with Yang Fan, he didn't need to be overly careful. Ku'er agreed and walked up to the stage. She took the cup of wine from the hands of Hu Ji, who would rather die in glory than live in disgrace, and walked back. When she got off the stage, she actually jumped off in a daze. The surrounding customers were all on tenterhooks, afraid that she would trip and 200,000 would go down the drain. Madame Yao was so angry that her face turned pale and her body trembled. Lu Junfan smiled and tried to persuade her. "Madam, how can a cup of wine be worth 200,000? Why do we need to lower ourselves to the same level as these people? Scram, you're so noisy, so hateful." Madame Yao vented all of her anger on him. She gave him a tight slap on the face, causing Lu Junfan to see stars. Madame Yao's face was filled with hostility as she said, "Scram and stand outside. This old lady is sick of seeing you." Okay, don't be angry. Lu Junfan walked out of the private room in a sorry state. The scene that happened in the private room was covered up by the clamor of the entire restaurant. Therefore, only a few customers on the opposite side of the stage, as well as the manager of Dongling Mountain and that Hu Ji saw it. Even so, seeing their strange gazes, Lu Junfan still felt extremely ashamed. He stood at the door of the private room, dressed like a servant, so he could only slowly move his body, pretending to move to the left and right, as if he wanted to go to the toilet, so as to avoid arousing other people's curiosity. Ku'er carried the cup of wine back to the private room. Tin Ano took the cup in his hand, gently pinched it, and reached out to pull out the cork. Immediately, the fragrance of the wine filled the room. Tin Ano filled 2 cups with the fragrant wine and pushed 1 cup to Yang Fan. Yang Fan took the cup and carefully sniffed it. He felt that the fragrance was overflowing with a hint of sweetness. It really smelled good. Tin Ano gently swirled the wine cup, sniffed the fragrance in the cup, and took a sip. He closed his eyes and savored it for a moment, then drank it in 1 gulp. His face relaxed as he said, "It really is a good wine." He looked at Yang Fan and saw that he was looking at him. So he squinted at him and said, "Why aren't you drinking?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "That 1 sip will cost me a few hundred coins. I can't bear to drink it." "Is it expensive?" "Isn't it expensive?" "It's not expensive." Tin Ano shook his head, slightly narrowed his eyes, and said, "In the past, a bowl of rice soup was hard to find even with 1,000 gold. Today, a cup of good wine from the Central Plains is shipped from tens of thousands of miles away. Is it expensive?" "It's not expensive at all. Come, let's drink. This is the first time I'm drinking with someone, and also the first time I'm asking someone to drink with me. This cup of wine, let's drink it all." Golden Hairpin drunk, shopkeeper Dongling sold an extremely expensive cup of wine and couldn't restrain his joy, seeing that Madame Yao was indignant. In order to ease the atmosphere, after he left the stage, he ordered for the singing and dancing instruments to be quickly prepared. In a short while, the sound of drums rang out, and a youth wearing a pointed hat and a thin felt shirt carried a dark green lacquer plate onto the stage. The dark green lacquer plate was 3 feet in diameter and looked like a large lotus leaf that had opened up. When the lotus leaf was placed on the floor, that youth, Huer, leaped onto the plate and danced along with the rapid sounds of the jie drum. This youth who was about 15 or 16 years old. His skin was as white as jade, and his nose was like an awl. He hooked his hands and stirred his sleeves, swayed his head and twisted his hips, lifted his knees and jumped. Sometimes he leaned to the east and west, and sometimes he did a roundhouse kick. Every movement was in response to the sound of the drums and was filled with the beauty of his movements. But no matter how graceful his dance was, his feet never took a step out of the round plate. Some of the more knowledgeable customers saw this brilliant Hu Tingwu and couldn't help but cheer. Yang Fan and Tin Ano watched the dance and drank the wine. Very quickly, the two of them drank more than half of the cup of wine. The wine that Tin Ano drank was more than 2 times stronger than ordinary wine, and the aftereffects were very long. At this time, the wine faintly took effect, and Tin Ano's jade-like, clear cheeks seemed to be smeared with a layer of rouge. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks. This was the first time that Yang Fan saw her drink, and he didn't expect her to drink so quickly. Without any persuasion, she drained the cup. She was a complete drunkard. He couldn't help but say, "Don't drink so quickly." Although this wine is sweet and mellow, the shopkeeper also said that the strength of this wine is more than 2 times stronger than the best wine in his shop. "Don't get drunk." Tin Ano held the cup in her hand and said charmingly, "How can I get drunk with this little wine? This wine has already been opened, and there is no ice cellar to keep it. It won't be long before it turns sour. Just drink it all." As she said this, she smiled at Yang Fan and said, "What, a man can't even drink as much as a girl like me?" She tilted her head and looked at Yang Fan. There seemed to be a faint trace of seduction in her eyes. Yang Fan was still at the age of Muai. He couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. He raised his cup and said, "Good. Although I don't drink often, I'm confident that my ability to drink is not below yours. If you want to enjoy yourself, I'll keep you company. Cheers." The two of them raised their cups from afar and drank it all in one gulp. After Huer finished her dance, she picked up the dark green lacquer plate and retreated amidst the cheers of the entire hall. Several Huji danced up onto the stage. What was the most popular dance in Luoyang? Of course, it was the Hu Xian dance. Who in the world could dance the best Hu Xian dance? Of course, it was Huji, who loved to watch Hu Xian dance. Of course, it was men. It was the nature of men. As a result, as soon as the 6 beautiful and graceful Huji went up on the stage, the entire hall was greeted with cheers. Although Tin Ano had drunk quite a lot of wine, the more he drank, the brighter his eyes became. Looking at the 6 Huji singing and dancing on the stage, Yang Fan couldn't take his eyes off them. He couldn't help but tease him. "Are you looking at the person or the dance?" Yang Fan came back to his senses and said, "I'm not looking at the person or the dance. I'm just thinking, although you showed off your wealth in front of Lu Junfan today, how are you going to take a step further? It's not easy to do it naturally." The corner of Tin Ano's mouth curled up. He said, "So you're worried about this. You're a man, so you think it's difficult. But for me, it's as easy as turning my hand over." Yang Fan said, "What brilliant plan does Mountain Man have?" Tin Ano drank the wine in his cup in one gulp and gently placed the cup on the table. He said, "Watch me." Lightly flicking his belt, he walked out of the room. Yang Fan didn't know what she was going to do. Tin Ano had already stepped onto the stage. The customers who were watching the dance immediately became excited. They knew that this female guest was drunk and wanted to dance on the stage. Just now, some of the guests had already seen her appearance. They felt that she was pretty and lovely, tender and alluring, like a flower swaying in the wind. In terms of appearance, although the Huji on the stage had the advantage of the exotic charm, they were obviously inferior to her by a few notches. The other customers only knew that the female guest in the private room was extravagant, but it was only now that they saw her appearance. Huji's dance was something that could be seen every day. If she wasn't drunk today, it would be very difficult to watch a girl from a good family who was extravagant and wealthy like her. Therefore, all the customers applauded her. They had just seen a battle of wealth, and now they were able to see the dance of one of the victims. Today's trip was not in vain. As soon as the 6 Huji saw the female guest step onto the stage, they tacitly moved back while dancing, giving her a large space. Tin Ano seemed to be unable to drink. Her feet were a little unstable. Yang Fan couldn't help but feel worried. Tin Ano steadied herself and turned around. Seeing his concerned gaze, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Her high-spirited appearance was indescribably cute. She swayed her body to the beat of the drums, waiting for the next piece of music to start. The accompaniment to this Huxian dance had a fast rhythm, vigorous and powerful. It was made up of jie drums, clappers, and other percussion instruments. The musicians on the side of the stage saw that there was a guest on the stage, so they also came to join in the fun. Suddenly, they moved the door, and the Huxian dance started playing again. The heart responded to the strings, the hands responded to the drums. With the sound of the strings and drums, Tin Ano's sleeves were raised high, and the sleeves slid down, revealing half of her white wrists. Before anyone could see that pair of delicate and moving wrists, Tin Ano's body was already dancing like snow in the wind. The dance was beautiful because of the movement, and the heart was flying because of the dance. Tin Ano was sometimes like a snowflake floating in the air, sometimes like a fluffy grass dancing in the wind. That enchanting body was perfectly displayed as she spun. Chapter 44. Amidst the cheerful rhythm of the dance music, Tin Ano's clothes fluttered in the wind. Her figure was agile and light. Her waist and legs were flexible and powerful. Sometimes she stomped, and sometimes she spun. That beautiful face that was like a flower appeared and disappeared as she spun left and right. It was hard for people to catch her, so it made her even more alluring. It was unknown when, but those 6 Huji had already stopped dancing and quietly retreated from the side of the stage. This stage had become Tin Ano's stage. That stage was also like a lotus leaf, a large round lotus leaf that was made up of hundreds of lotus leaves. Just now, it was just a small lotus leaf plate, but no matter how that Huji twisted and turned, his feet never left the lotus leaf plate. It was as if that small lotus leaf plate was the entire world. But at this moment, this huge lotus leaf plate seemed to be unable to restrain Tin Ano's beauty and flamboyance. She moved forward and backward on the stage, left and right, turning left and right thousands of times. Everyone was intoxicated and even forgot to cheer. Dong Ling looked at her solo dance in surprise. If he didn't clearly remember that it was this young girl on the stage who had just spent 200,000 yuan to buy a cup of wine, he would have immediately rushed up to the stage and offered her a high salary to stay in his hotel as a pillar. On the stage, Tin Ano's dance was bold and unrestrained. Everyone was infatuated with her dance, infatuated with her flame-like beauty. Only 2 people didn't have this kind of feeling. One was Madame Yao. Her heart was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Right now, she only wished that Tin Ano would trip and fall to her death. How could she still feel her beauty? The other was Yang Fan. From Tin Ano's solo dance, he seemed to have tasted something different. But he was still too young, and his understanding of human nature was too little. He couldn't understand the inner monologue that was being expressed through the dance. He also appreciated Tin Ano's beauty and was infatuated with her dance. But because he was familiar with Tin Ano, he felt a little strange in his heart. Tonight, she was not like her usual personality. Ever since he brought this female thief home, she had given Yang Fan too many surprises. She was like a little maid who didn't mind being dirty or tired, cleaning up Yang Fan's dog face until it was spotless. She could also make good dishes. Ordinary green vegetables and beans, through her skillful treatment, could be turned into delicious delicacies. She was far better than the kitchen maids hired by the aristocratic families. She could make clothes. She said that the clothes she made were even more beautiful than the clothes made by Luoyang City's most famous Chung weaving workshop. Her craftsmanship was also very good. Although Yang Fan hadn't seen her make a set for him, he did not doubt her ability. Later, he saw Tin Ano go out and quickly return with extremely valuable treasures. Now, he saw Tin Ano's beautiful dance that made the famous Tang dynasties Huxian dance pale in comparison. Yang Fan really didn't know what she couldn't do. He didn't understand why she was a wanted criminal by the government, even though she had so many skills and so much wealth. Suddenly, the jie drum became urgent. The sound was like rain, and there was no pause in the middle. This was the moment when the Huxian dance was about to end, and it was also the most difficult moment of the Huxian dance. In the corner of the stage, those Huxian dance were full of surprise and disbelief. They suddenly opened their charming eyes. They admitted that Tin Ano's dance was better than theirs, but they didn't believe that Tin Ano could perfectly interpret the last movement of the dance. They had practiced countless times since they were young to have such superb dance skills. Even though this female guest was very talented, the last part of the dance was not something that could be practiced just by relying on talent. It required sweat and endless hard work. When the drum reached its climax, Tin Ano put her feet together and pointed her toes to the ground. She spun like a top. The drum became more and more frequent and urgent. She also spun faster and faster, spinning as if she was flying. Everyone held their breath as they watched. When they had difficulty breathing and were forced to take a deep breath, the drumming stopped abruptly, and the beautiful figure of Tion Ai Nu, who was spinning rapidly, suddenly froze in place. At this time, she crossed her feet and stood on her tiptoes. Her left hand was on her small waist, and her right hand was raised high. Her skirt was spinning like an arc, and before it completely fell down, the ribbon wrapped around her arm fluttered in the air as if it was blown by the wind. At this moment, she was like a fairy who had just stepped into the world. Good, good. Thunderous applause came from all around. Tin Ano's chest was heaving up and down, and the two blushes on her cheeks became even brighter. She smiled and glanced at Yang Fan, then walked down the stage. Unexpectedly, even though her dance was beautiful and she had perfectly completed the entire dance movement, she still felt dizzy from the rapid spinning. She was clearly walking towards Yang Fan, but her feet were erratic and she actually walked in the wrong direction. Tin Ano took a few steps to the edge of the stage, but her feet were unstable. She stepped into the air and fell down the stage. When the customers saw her move, they knew that something was wrong. They thought that she would be able to stop in time, but now that they saw her fall down the stage, they couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Several impatient customers immediately wanted to be the hero and save the beauty, but they were not that fast. At this time, Lu Junfan, who was standing in front of the private room as punishment, was in a favorable position. Seeing a little beauty as beautiful as a flower and as beautiful as jade about to fall down the stage, he hastily dashed forward like an arrow and supported her arm. Tin Ano staggered and stood still. She smiled shyly toward him and said, "Thank you very much for this Longjuan's kindness in lending a hand." Lu Junfan supported the young girl's arm. He felt that it was slender and soft, warm to the touch. His nose also smelled a faint, delicate fragrance, and immediately his bones softened and his tendons went limp. Seeing this young lady with bright eyes and white teeth shyly thanking him, he immediately felt his body was as light as a swallow. Hastily, he pretended to be cultured and withdrew his hand to return the courtesy. He said, "It was just a slight effort. It's not worth mentioning. Young lady is too polite." Tin Ano tidied her clothes and saluted again. She said, "Your servant's surname is Xiaoho, and my given name is Ing. I come from Dunhuang. I don't know Longjuan's honorable surname." Lu Junfan hastily said, "Xiao Sheng's surname is Liu. My given name is Junfan." But in his heart he thought, "Turns out she is a wealthy merchant from the western region. No wonder she is so generous." At that time, the Tang people had a blind view of the western region and even the more distant western merchants. They thought that each and every one of them was extremely wealthy. Actually, those who were able to travel thousands of li to the Tang dynasty to do business, of course they all had considerable strength. The people of the Tang dynasty were able to come into contact with these western and western merchants. Even if they were wearing coarse cotton clothes, they would still have several rare and precious treasures on them. Over time, the Tang people formed this idea in their hearts. The Westerners were rich. This was especially true for the Persians at that time. Due to the political instability, many of their sons and grandsons fled to the Tang dynasty to live in their residences. These people all had many precious jewels, which further deepened the idea that the Westerners were rich. At that time, the Tang people called Persia rich Persia. From this point on, in the Tang people's hearts, anyone from the Western or Western regions who could appear in the Tang dynasty was extremely wealthy. What's more, this Miss Xiaohou had just thrown out 200,000 taels to buy a cup of fine wine. Because of this first impression, and after hearing about her background, in Lu Juanfan's heart, this Miss Xiaohou was already a super rich person. Inside the private room, Madame Yao was so angry that she almost crushed her teeth. Lu Junfan was still dizzy and did not realize it. Xiaohoing thanked her again and flew back. Lu Junfan watched in a daze as her beautiful figure disappeared from the private room. Only then did she reluctantly turn around. Unexpectedly, as soon as she turned around, she saw Madame Yao's jealous and hateful eyes. Lu Juanfan's heart skipped a beat. She immediately felt that something was wrong. When Tin Ano returned to the private room, Yang Fan gave him a thumbs up and praised. "That's a good idea." Tin Ano laughed. "It's not just good. Watch me go and give him another dose of strong medicine." With that, she poured a cup of fine wine, took the cup, and left. Lu Junfan saw Madame Yao's murderous gaze and was so shocked that he did not dare to enter. He was still pacing back and forth at the door of the private room, thinking about how to pacify Madame Yao. Tin Ano had already walked in front of him and said with a smile, "Just now, I snatched Lang Jun's fine wine, but Lang Jun generously helped me. I am very ashamed. This cup of wine, I toast Lang Jun to express my gratitude." Most of the Tang people were bold and unrestrained. Seeing this scene, they all laughed. Someone said, "You really don't get to know each other without fighting. The young lady is interested in you. Quickly drink this cup of fine wine." Someone slapped his thigh and sighed, "Ah, if my legs were a little faster, I would have supported the young lady, and this cup of fine wine would have been in my stomach." Someone next to him laughed and scolded, "You drunkard, you only have eyes for wine. Don't you know that a beauty is even better than wine?" Chapter 45. Being spoken to like this, Tin Ano could not help but feel somewhat bashful. Her cheeks blushed like two blooming peach blossoms, indescribably delicate and lovely. But her pair of bright and charming eyes stared at Lu Junfan with a burning passion, as if she really had some affection for him. Lu Junfan knew that if he drank this cup of wine again, Madame Yao would be even more displeased. But the beauty's affection was endless, and the men's envious gasps of admiration from all around made his heart feel like it was floating. He could not say that he did not want to drink, so he steeled his heart and took the cup. He bowed and said, "Thank you, little Nyangzi." Finished speaking, he raised his head and drained the cup of grape wine in one gulp. Tin Ano smiled sweetly and said, "Lang Juan's capacity for liquor is really good, and your temperament is also very straightforward. This servant is very happy." She quickly finished speaking and gave him a brilliant smile, as if she was unable to restrain her shyness. Tin Ano lifted her pomegranate skirt and unexpectedly turned around and ran back. Lu Junfan heard such moving words and then looked at such a moving figure. His heart swayed. He could not help but think, "My Tang dynasty's women have always been straightforward, but Duan Huang's women are somewhat better. This kind of young woman is really too tasty." The lingering fragrance lingered in the air, the beautiful figure in his eyes. Lu Juanfan's heart was infatuated, and he reluctantly turned around. As soon as he saw Madame Yao, he sobered up from his drunkenness and could not help but secretly exclaim, "Bitter." At this time, Madame Yao's face was as black as a burnt wok. On the carriage, Tin Ano leaned on the cushion and slightly closed her eyes. That wine was indeed very strong. Her identity was very special. In the past, even if she had something on her mind, she had no one to talk to. But in front of Yang Fan, this strange young man who, once they broke up, would most likely never meet again in this life, she did not need to bury everything in her heart. As long as it did not expose her current identity, she could talk. She also did not need to bury all of her true nature. If she wanted to cry, she would cry. If she wanted to laugh, she would laugh. This made her very relaxed. and the feelings that had been suppressed for a long time became somewhat indulgent. This was the first time she drank so much wine, and after the hot dance, the alcohol had taken effect. She was a bit tipsy, but this feeling of being tipsy was really very good. Yang Fan looked at her flushed cheeks and took out his cushion from behind his waist. He gently placed it on her shoulder and then placed it on her back so that she could sit more comfortably. Then he softly scolded, "If you want to get close to him, you could pretend to be drunk. Why did you really drink so much?" Tian Ainu closed her eyes and let the gentle breeze that blew in from the window caress her cheeks. Her silky hair gently swayed on her cheeks, and her ears that looked like ingots appeared and disappeared from time to time. Hearing Yang Fan's words, the Tian AI knew did not open her eyes. She replied softly, "I didn't drink because of him." "Then why?" Yang Fan asked. Tin Ano faintly shook her head and did not answer. The wheels rumbled, and it sounded a bit dull. Seeing Tin Ano leaning against the corner of the carriage, as if she had fallen asleep, Yang Fan did not ask her again. He gently leaned against the back of the seat and closed his eyes to sleep. After a long while, Tin Ano's soft voice came, "I drink, I am happy. I learn to make the best food. I learn to make the best clothes. I want to make the place I live as comfortable as possible. All of this is because I don't want to let myself be wronged." Yang Fan gently opened his eyes and looked at her. Tin Ano leaned against the corner of the carriage, as if she had fallen asleep. She still did not open her eyes, and her voice was murmuring like she was dreaming. At the corner of her eyes, there were faint traces of tears, and she softly said, "Because I treat every day as if it's my last day." Yang Fan stared at her for a long time. Why would a girl as beautiful as a flower have such emotions? And why would she have such thoughts? Just what secret was hidden in her heart? And just how much pressure was she under? Yang Fan really wanted to ask her just who the person who had saved her from the mouths of the starving people was. But he only looked at her, and in the end, he did not ask. The rumbling of the carriage gradually faded, and the light carriage left the green brick and flat stone crossroads and entered a narrow yellow alley. Mountains and rivers will meet. If the mountain does not go, then the water, and if the water goes, then the mountain. As long as there is a will, there will always be a meeting. Lu Junfan swallowed his anger and flattered her again and again, acting like a spoiled child. In the end, he had to use all of his skills on the bed, and finally, he managed to coax Madame Yao from anger into happiness and no longer resented him. Only then did Lu Junfan relax. In order to make Madame Yao happy, a few days later, he invited several of Madame Yao's close friends to go on a trip. The destination of the trip was not too far away, just by the Luo River. The news was quickly found out by Chu Kwanga City Fox Society rats, and so Xiaoying also came. The Luo River flowed slowly, accompanied by many mystical legends. For example, in the legend of the river map and the Book of Luo, when Emperor Qin was patrolling Luoyang and offering sacrifices to the Luo River, suddenly a black-head duke came out of the water and shouted to him, "Come and receive the treasure of heaven." The excited Emperor Qin danced and sang loudly, "The water of Luoyang is dark," offering sacrifices to the great marsh, suddenly facing the south. How could Wu Zetian let Emperor Shi Huang enjoy all the glory? Thus, last year, someone suddenly fished out a rock from the Luo River. On it was carved the words, "The Holy Mother descends, Yong Chong Empire." Another auspicious omen had appeared in the Luo River. Wu Zetian was overjoyed and immediately named the stone Blessed Sage Illustration. The god of Luo River was named Marquis Xiansheng, and the Luo River was named Yongchang Luo River. The name of the country was also changed to Yongchang First Year. It seemed that since the beginning of this story, everyone had heard it for many years. Could it be that many years had passed? No, it was all because Wu Zetian liked to change her year name. Women, even if it was the one and only empress since ancient times, since she was a woman, it was inevitable that she would have an emotional side. The stars were brighter today. Empress Wu was very happy and wanted to change her year name. The rainstorm tomorrow was heavier. Empress Wu was very unhappy and wanted to change her year name. The day after tomorrow, Empress Wu grew a new tooth. Empress Wu was happy again and wanted to change her year name. In this way, during the period when Empress Wu was in power, she had to change her year name 2 or even 3 times a year. As a result, there were countless years. Just based on the year name, many Tangs who want to talk about a certain event in a certain year and a certain month would have to calculate for a long time before they knew which year it was. Whether or not the heavens favored Wu Meinyang and allowed the god of Luo River to perform a miracle to support Wu Meinyang to continue Emperor Qin's great achievements was not important to the common people. What they cared about was whether or not their stomachs would be full. And when the miracle appeared on the Luo River, Empress Wu was happy, and in return, she decreed that fishing in the Luo River was forbidden. This made life difficult for the fishermen who lived around the Luo River. They had to either give up the fishing business that their ancestors had been engaged in for generations, or move away from the Luo River to make a living by fishing elsewhere. A large number of fishermen moved away or changed to other industries, causing the two sides of the Luo River to be quiet and secluded. It became a good place for officials and nobles to relax in the autumn. At this time, the Luo River was still a vast and boundless swamp. Boats sailed in the middle of the river, their sails erected in great numbers, blocking out the sun. The riverbank was shaded by willows and luxuriant grass. A long bridge that led straight to the main gate of the imperial palace stretched across the Luo River. The bridge was bustling with people and carriages. This bridge was called the Tianjin Bridge because it was connected to the main gate of the imperial city. Every morning, when the moon was still high in the sky, the bridge would be crowded with horses and carriages. As a result, it became a scene in Luoyang and was known as the Tianjin Morning Moon. The banks of the Luo River were quiet and peaceful. On a spacious stretch of land on the riverbank, bamboo poles were planted in the ground, and a cloth fence was set up next to the river. Only the side facing the river was open to view the scenery. Inside the cloth fence, people were playing the harp, and the faint sound of singing could be heard. It seemed like a wealthy family was enjoying the autumn here. 1,000 zhang away, another area was also surrounded by a cloth fence. However, it was still several dozen steps away from the riverbank. A few servants were currently cooking outside the cloth fence, creating all sorts of delicacies. The fragrance of meat wafted through the air, and on the empty space in front of the cloth fence, there were 2 strong men wrestling with each other. Within the tent was Madame Yao and her entourage. At this time, another group of people arrived. They were dressed in bright clothes and riding vigorous horses. With a single glance, one could tell that they were either rich or noble. Their companions were all burly and awe-inspiring, and in the middle of them was a young man and a young woman, each of them riding a majestic Arabian horse. This young man and woman were both wearing embroidered hats, narrow sleeves, and a pair of black deerskin boots. Their waists were slim and their backs were slender, giving them an elegant demeanor. The young man was tall and slender, with a slender waist and arms like an ape's. His eyes were bright like the stars, and his nose was sharp. When he smiled, 2 dimples would appear on his cheeks. He was charming, but he couldn't help but diminish some of the heroic aura of a man. The young woman was a little shorter than him and had a petite figure. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and because she was dressed in men's clothing, she seemed even more charming. This pair of youths were Yang Fan and Tin Ano. Next to them was a large horse, and on the back of the horse was a leopard. The beast tamer followed closely behind the leopard. They stopped by the Luo River, looking as if they were also here to enjoy the scenery and have a picnic. As luck would have it, the spot they chose was right between those 2 tents. Note: in the Tang dynasty, leopard tamers would often ride on horseback when they went hunting with their masters.